The Wild Boys. A Book of the Dead. William S. Burroughs. Dio Mate smiles. The camera is the eye of a cruising vulture flying over an area of scrub, rubble and unfinished buildings on the outskirts of Mexico City. 5-story building, no walls, no stairs. Squatters have set up makeshift houses, floors are connected by ladders, dogs bark, chickens cackle, a boy on the roof makes a jack-off gesture as the camera sails past. Close to the ground we see the shadow of our wings, dry cellars choked with thistles, rusty iron rods sprouting like metal plants from cracked concrete, a broken bottle in the sun, shit-stained color comics, an Indian boy against a wall with his knees up eating an orange sprinkled with red pepper. The camera zooms up past a red brick tenement studded with balconies where bright pimp shirts flutter purple, yellow, pink, like the banners of a medieval fortress. On these balconies we glimpse flowers, dogs, cats, chickens, a tethered goat, a monkey, an iguana. The vecinos lean over the balconies to exchange gossip, cooking oil, kerosene and sugar. It is an old folklore set played out year after year by substitute extras. Camera sweeps to the top of the building where 2 balconies are outlined against the sky. The balconies are not exactly one over the other since the top balcony recedes a little. Here the camera stops, on set. It is a bright windy morning, china blue half-moon in the sky. Joselito, the Maricón son of Tia Dolores, has propped up a mirror by the rain barrel and is shaving the long silky black hairs from his chest in the morning wind while he sings. Don't hit me. It is an intolerable sound that sets spoons tinkling in saucers and window panes vibrating. The vecinos mutter sullenly. It is the queer who sings, the son of Dolores. She crosses herself. A young man rolls off his wife despondently. I can't do it with that queer singing. The son of Dolores. She has the evil eye. In each room the face of Joselito singing No Peganamio is projected onto the wall. Shot shows an old paralyzed man and Joselito's face inches from his screaming No Peganamio. Remember that he is the son of Dolores. And one of Lola's little kittens. Tia Dolores is an old woman who runs a newspaper and tobacco kiosk. Clearly Joselito is her professional son. On the top balcony is Esperanza, just down from the mountains since her husband and all her brothers are in prison for growing opium poppies. She is a massive woman with arms like a wrestler and a permanent buck-toothed snarl. She leans over the balcony wall. Puto groero, tus chingo de pelos no se plan en la cocina. Vulgar queer, your fucking hairs are blowing into our food. Shot shows hairs sprinkling soup and dusting an omelet like fine herbs. The epithet groero is too much for Joselito. He whirls, cutting his chest. He clutches the wound with an expression of pathic dismay like a dying saint in an El Greco painting. He gasps mamacita and folds to the red tiles of the balcony, dripping blood. This brings Tia Dolores from her lair onto the stairs, a rat's nest of old newspapers and magazines. Her evil eyes rotate in a complex calendar, and these calculations occupy her for many hours each night. Settled in her nest she puffs and chirps and twitters and writes in notebooks that are stacked around her bed with magazines on astrology. Tomorrow my noon eye will be at its full. This table of her power is so precise that she has to know the day, hour, minute and second to be sure of an ascendant eye, and to this end she carries about with her an assortment of clocks, watches and sundials on thongs and chains. She can make her 2 eyes do different things, one spinning clockwise, the other counterclockwise, or she can pop one eye out onto her cheek laced with angry red veins while the other sinks back into an enigmatic gray slit. Latterly she has set up a schedule of ojos tux, sweet eyes, and gained some renown as a healer, though Dio Mate says he would rather have 10 of her evils than 1 of her sweets. But he is a bitter old man who lives in the past. Dolores is a formidable war machine, rather like a gun turret, dependent on split-second timing and the reflector disc of her kiosk. She is not well designed for surprise encounters. Enter the American tourist. He thinks of himself as a good guy, but when he looks in the mirror to shave this good guy he has to admit that, well, other people are different from me and I don't really like them. This makes him feel guilty toward other people. Tia Dolores hunches her cloak of malice closer and regards him with stony disapproval. Buenos dias, señorita. ¿Desea algo? Sí, Tribune. Tribune Americano. Silently pursing her lips she folds the Herald Tribune and hands it to him. Trying not to watch what the woman is doing with her eyes, he fumbles for change. Suddenly his hand jumps out of the pocket, scattering coins on the pavement. He stoops to pick them up. A child hands him a coin. Gracias, gracias. The child looks at him with cold hatred. He stands there with the coins in his hand. ¿Es cuánto? 70 centavos. He hands her a peso. She drops it into a drawer and pushes the change at him. Gracias, gracias. She stares at him icily. He stumbles away. Halfway down the block he screams out. I'll kill the old bitch. He begins to shadowbox and point pistols. People stop and stare. Children scream after him. Son bitch American crazy man. A policeman approaches jerkily. Senor Oiga. Old bitch, old bitch. He lashes out wildly in a red haze blood cold on his shirt. Enter a pregnant woman. She orders the Spanish edition of life. Looking straight at the woman's stomach, Dolores' eyes glaze over and roll back in her head. Nacido muerto, born dead, whispers Tío Pepe, who has sidled up beside the woman. On sweet high days she changes her kiosk to a flower stall and sits there beaming the sweetest old flower lady of them all. Enter the American tourist, his face bandaged, his arm in a sling. Ah! The American caballero wishes the Tribune. Today I sell flowers, but this paper I have kept for you. Her eyes crease in a smile that suffuses her face with gentle light. Aquí señor, muchas gracias. The paper smells faintly of roses. The coins leap into his hand. Giving him the change, she presses a coin into his palm and folds his fingers over it. This will bring you luck, señor. He walks down the street smiling at children who smile back. I guess that's what we come here for, these children, that old flower lady back there. Enter the woman whose male child was born dead. She has come to buy a flower for his grave. Tia Dolores shakes her head sadly. Pobrecito. Poor little one. The woman proffers a coin. Tia Dolores holds up her hands. No señora, este mío. However, her timing schedule necessitates a constant shift of props and character. My sweet eye wanes with the moon. That day the tourist reached his hotel in a state of collapse, for a terrible street boy followed him from the kiosk screaming. Son bitch puto queer, I catching one clap from fuck you asshole. Sometimes half her booth is a kiosk and the other half a flower stall, and she sits in the middle, her sweet eye on one side and her kiosk eye on the other. She can alternate sweet and evil 24 times a second, her eyes jumping from one socket to the other. Confident from her past victories, Tia Dolores waddles out onto the balcony like a fat old bird. Pobrecito, she strokes Joselita's head, gathering her powers. Tell your Maricon son to shave in the house. With a hasty glance at 3 watches, Dolores turns to face this uncouth peasant woman who dares to challenge her dreaded eye. Vieja loca, ¿qué haces con tu ojos? Sneers Esperanza. Tu te pondrás ciego como eso, old crazy one, what are you doing with your eyes? You will blind yourself doing that. Dolores gasps out Tío Pepe and sinks to the deck by her stricken son. And Tío Pepe pops out, tying his pants in front with a soggy length of gray rope. Under a travesty of good nature, his soul is swept by raw winds of hate and mischance. He reads the newspapers carefully, gloating over accidents, disasters and crime he thinks he is causing by his suggestions. His magic consists in whispering potent phrases from newspapers: there are no survivors, condemned to death, fire of unknown origins, charred bodies. This he does in crowds where people are distracted, or better, much better, right into the ear of someone who is sleeping or unconscious from drink. If no one is around and he is sure of his flop, he reinforces his suggestions by thumping him in the testicles, grinding a knuckle into his eye, or clapping cupped hands over his ears. Here's a man asleep on a park bench. Tío Pepe approaches. He sits down by the man and opens a paper. He leans over, reading into the man's ear, a thick slimy whisper. No hay supervivientes. The man stirs uneasily. Muerto en el acto. The man shakes his head and opens his eyes. He looks suspiciously at Tío Pepe, who has both hands on the paper. He stands up and taps his pockets. He walks away. And there is a youth sleeping in a little park. Tío Pepe drops a coin by the boy's head. Bending down to pick up the coin, he whispers, "Un joven muerto, a dead youth." Several times the vecinos shoo him away from a sleeper, and he hops away like an old vulture, showing his yellow teeth in a desperate grin. Now he has picked up the spur of drunken vomit, and there is the doll sprawled against a wall, his pants streaked with urine. Bending down as if to help the man up, Tío Pepe whispers in both ears again and again, "Accidente horrible." He stands up and shrieks in a high falsetto voice, "Emasculado, emasculado, emasculado," and kicks the man 3 times gently in the groin. He finds an old drunken woman sleeping in a pile of rags and claps a hand over her mouth and nose, whispering, "Vieja borracho asfixiado." Old drunken woman asphyxiated. Another drunk is sleeping in dangerous proximity to a brush fire. Tío Pepe drops a burning cigarette butt into the man's outstretched hand. Squatting down on his haunches, he whispers slimily, "Cuerpo carbonizado, cuerpo carbonizado, cuerpo carbonizado." He throws back his head and sings to the dry brush, the thistles, the wind, "Cuerpo carbonizado, cuerpo carbonizado, cuerpo carbonizado." He looks up at Esperanza with a horrible smile. Ah! The country cousin rises early. While he croons a little tune, Resbalando sobre un pedazo de jabón, slipping on a piece of soap, se precipitó de un balcón. Fell over a balcony. Esperanza swings her great arm in a contemptuous arc and wraps a wet towel around the balcony wall, spattering Tio Pepe, Dolores and Joselito with dirty water. Sneering over her shoulder, she turns to go inside. The beaten team on the lower balcony lick their wounds and plot revenge. If I can but get her in front of my kiosk at 9:23 next Thursday. If I could find her borracho. And I will have her gunned down by pistoleros. This boast of Joselito is predicated on his peculiar relationship with Lola La Chata. Lola La Chata is a solid 300 pounds cut from the same mountain rock as Esperanza. She sells heroin to pimps and thieves and whores and keeps the papers between her massive dugs. Joselito had a junkie boyfriend who took him to meet Lola. Joselito danced flamenco screeching like a peacock. Lola laughed and adopted him as one of her little kittens. In a solemn ceremony he had suckled at her great purple dug bitter with heroin. It was not uncommon for Lola to service customers with two little kittens sucking at her breasts. As Esperanza turns to go inside, 6 pimpish young men burst through the door in a reek of brilliantine and lean over the balcony screaming insults at Joselito. This brings reinforcements to the faltering lower balcony. Tio Mate stalks out, followed by his adolescent ca el mano. Tio Mate is an old assassin with 12 deer on his gun. A thin, ghostly old man with eyes the color of a faded gray flannel shirt. He wears a black suit and a black Stetson. Under the coat, a single-action Smith & Wesson tip-up .44 with a 7-inch barrel is strapped to his lean flank. Tio Mate wants to put another deer on his gun before he dies. The expression "a deer, un venado," derives from the mountainous districts of northern Mexico, where the body is usually brought into the police post draped over a horse like a deer. A young district attorney just up from the capital. Tio Mate has dropped by to give him a lesson in folklore. Tio Mate, rolling a cigarette: "I'm going to send you a deer, Senor Abogado." The DA, he thinks, "Well, now that's nice of him. Well, thank you very much, if it isn't too much trouble." Tio Mate, lighting the cigarette and blowing out smoke: "No trouble at all, Senor Abogado. It is my pleasure." Tio Mate blows smoke from the muzzle of his .44 and smiles. Man is brought in draped over a saddle. The horse is led by a wooden-faced Indian cop. The DA comes out. The cop jerks his head back: "Un venado." Tio Mate had been the family pistolero of rich landowners in northern Mexico. The family was ruined by expropriations when they backed the wrong presidential candidate, and Tio Mate came to live with relatives in the capital. His room is a bare, white cell, a cot, a trunk, a little wooden case in which he keeps his charts, sextant and compass. Every night he cleans and oils his .44. It is a beautiful custom-made gun given to him by the patron for killing my unfortunate brother the general. It is nickel-plated and there are hunting scenes engraved on the cylinder and barrel. The handles are of white porcelain with 2 blue deer heads. There is nothing for Tio Mate to do except oil his gun and wait. The gun glints in his eyes, a remote mineral calm. He sits for hours on the balcony with his charts and instruments spread out on a green felt card table. Only his eyes move as he traces vultures in the sky. Occasionally he draws a line on the chart or writes down numbers in a log book. Every Independence Day the vecinos assemble to watch Tio Mate blast a vulture from the sky with his .44. Tio Mate consults his charts and picks a vulture. His head moves very slightly from side to side, eyes on the distant target. He draws, aims and fires, a vulture trailing black feathers down the sky. So precise are Tio Mate's calculations that one feather drifts down onto the balcony. This feather is brought to Tio Mate by El Mano, his feather bearer. Tio Mate puts the feather in his hatband. There are 15 black ears in his band. El Mano has been Tio Mate's feather bearer for 5 years. He sits for hours on the balcony until their faces fuse. He has his own little charts and compass. He is learning to shoot a vulture from the sky. A thin, agile boy of 13, he climbs all over the building spying on the vecinos. He wears a little blue skullcap, and when he takes it off the vecinos hurry to drop a coin in it. Otherwise he will act out a recent impotence, a difficult bowel movement, a cunt licking with such precise mimicry that anyone can identify the party involved. El Mano picks out a pimp with his eyes. He makes a motion of greasing a candle. The pimp licks his lips, speechless with horror, his eyes wild. Now El Mano is shoving the candle in and out his ass, teeth bare, eyes rolling. He gasps out, "Sangre de Cristo." The pimp impaled there for all to see. Joselito leaps up and stomps out a triumphant fandango. Awed by Tio Mate and fearful of a recent impotence, a difficult bowel movement, a cunt licking, the pimps fall back in confusion. Tio Paco now mans the upper balcony with his comrade in arms, Fernandez the drug clerk. Tio Paco has been a waiter for 40 years. Very poor, very proud, contemptuous of tips, he cares only for the game. He brings the wrong order and blames the client. He flicks the nastiest towel. He shoves a tip back saying the house pays us. He screams after a client "La service n'est pas compris." He has studied with Pullman George and learned the art of jiggling arms across the room. Hot coffee in a quiet American crotch. And woe to a waiter who crosses him. Tray flies into the air. Rich well-dressed clients dodge cups and glasses. Bottle of Funda door broken on the floor. Fernandez hates adolescents, pop stars, beatniks, tourists, queers, criminals, tramps, whores and drug addicts. Tio Paco hates their type too. Fernandez likes policemen, priests, army officers, rich people of good repute. Tio Paco likes them too. He serves them quickly and well. But their lives must be above reproach. A newspaper scandal can mean long waits for service. The client becomes impatient. He makes an angry gesture. A soda siphon crashes to the floor. What they both love most of all is to inflict humiliation on a member of the hated classes, and to give information to the police. Fernandez throws a morphine script back across the counter. No prestamos servicio a los viciosos. We do not serve dope fiends. Tio Paco ignores a pop star and his common-law wife until the cold sour message seeps into their souls. We don't want your type in here. Fernandez holds a prescription in his hand. He is a plump man in his late 30s. Behind dark glasses his eyes are yellow and liverish. His low urgent voice on the phone. Recetas narcotica falsificado, a narcotic prescription forged. Your prescription will be ready in a minute, señor. Tio Paco stops to wipe a table and whispers, marijuana in a suitcase, table by the door. The cop pats his hand. Neither Tio Paco nor Fernandez will accept any reward for services rendered to their good friends the police. When they first came to live on the top floor 5 years ago, Tio Mate saw them once in the hall. "Copper-loving bastards," he said in his calm final voice. He did not have occasion to look at them again. Anyone Tio Mate doesn't like soon learns to stay out of Tio Mate's space. Fernandez steps to the wall and his wife appears at his side. Her eyes are yellow, her teeth are gold. Now his daughter appears. She has a mustache and hairy legs. Fernandez looks down from a family portrait. "Criminales. Maricones. Vagabundos. I will denounce you to the police." Tio Paco gathers all the bitter old men in a blast of sour joyless hate. Joselito stops dancing and droops like a wilted flower. Tio Pepe and Dolores are lesser demons. They shrink back furtive and timorous as dawn rats. Tio Mate looks at a distant point beyond the old waiter tracing vultures in the sky. El Mono stands blank and cold. He will not imitate Fernandez and Tio Paco. And now Tia Maria, retired fat lady from a traveling carnival, comes out onto the lower balcony supporting her vast weight on 2 canes. Tia Maria eats candy and reads love stories all day and gives card readings, the cards sticky and smudged with chocolate. She secretes a heavy sweetness. Sad and implacable, it flows out of her like a foam runway. The vecinos fear her sweetness, which they regard fatalistically as a natural hazard like earthquakes and volcanoes. The sugar of Mary they call it. It could get loose one day and turn the city into a cake. She looks up at Fernandez and her sad brown eyes pelt him with chocolates. Tio Paco tries desperately to outflank her, but she sprays him with maraschino cherries from her dugs and coats him in pink icing. Tio Paco is the little man on a wedding cake all made out of candy. She will eat him later. Now Tio Gordo, the blind lottery ticket seller, rolls his immense bulk out onto the upper balcony, his wheelchair a chariot, his snarling black dog at his side. The dog smells all the money Tio Gordo takes. A torn note brings an ominous growl, a counterfeit, and it will break the man's arm in its powerful jaws, brace its legs and hold him for the police. The dog leaps to the balcony wall and hooks its paws over, barking, snarling, bristling, eyes phosphorescent. Tia Maria gasps and the sugar runs out of her. She is terrified of rage dogs, as she calls them. The dog seems ready to leap down onto the lower balcony. Tio Mate plots the trajectory its body would take. He will kill it in the air. Tio Pepe throws back his head and howls. Perro atropellado para un camión. Dog run over by a truck. The dog drags its broken hindquarters in a dusty noon street. The dog slinks whimpering to Tio Gordo. Gonzales the agente wakes up muttering chingo, the fumes of mezcal burning in his brain. Buttoning on his police tunic and 45, he pushes roughly to the wall of the upper balcony. Gonzales is a broken, dishonored man. All the vecinos know he has much fear of Tio Mate and crosses the street to avoid him. El Mono has acted out both parts. Gonzales looks down and there is Tio Mate waiting. The hairs stand up straight on Gonzales's head. Chingoa. He snatches out his 45 and fires twice. The bullets whistle past Tio Mate's head. Tio Mate smiles. In one smooth movement he draws, aims and fires. The heavy slug catches Gonzalez and his open mouth ranging up through the roof blows a large tuft of erect hairs out the back of Gonzalez's head. Gonzalez folds across the balcony wall. The hairs go limp and hang down from his head. The balcony wall begins to sway like a horse. His .45 drops to the lower balcony and goes off. Shot breaks the camera. A frozen still of the two balconies tilted down at a 45-degree angle. Gonzalez still draped over the wall sliding forward, the wheelchair halfway down the upper balcony, the dog slipping down on braced legs, the vecinos trying to climb up and slipping down. "Give me the 16. The cameraman shoots wildly, pimps scream by teeth, bare eyes rolling, Esperanza sneers down at the Mexican earth, the fat lady drops straight down, her pink skirts billowing up around her, Tia Dolores sails down, her eyes winking sweet and evil like a doll, dog falls across a gleaming empty sky. The camera dips and whirls and glides, tracing vultures higher and higher, spiraling up. Last take, against the icy blackness of space, ghost faces of Tio Mate and El Mano. Dim jerky faraway stars splash the cheekbones with silver ash. Tio Mate smiles. The chief smiles. Marrakesh 1976, Arab house in the Medina, charming old pot-smoking Fatima drinking tea with the trade in the kitchen. Here in the middle of a film to find myself one of the actors. The chief has asked me to his house for dinner. Around 8 Rogers. He received me in his patio mixing a green salad, thick steaks laid out by the barbecue pit. "Help yourself to a drink, Rogers." He gestures to the drink wagon. "There's kif of course if you want it." I mixed myself a short drink and declined the kif. It gives me a headache. I'd seen the chief smoking with his Arab contacts, but that didn't give me a license to smoke. Besides, it does give me a headache. The chief's cover story is an eccentric old French comte who is translating the Quran into Provençal, and sometimes he will pull cover and bore his guests catatonic. You see, he really knows Provençal and Arabic. You have to study for years on a real undercover job like this. The chief wasn't pulling cover tonight. He was expansive and watch your step, Rogers, I told myself, sipping a weak scotch. I think you are the man for a highly important and I may add highly dangerous assignment, Rogers. You fell for that crap? Well sir, he is impressive, I said cautiously. He's a cheap old ham, said the chief. He sat down and filled his kif pipe with one hand. He smoked and blew the ash out, absently caressing a gazelle that nuzzled his knee. Gotta stay ahead of the commies or everybody's kids will be learning Chinese. What a windbag. I endeavored to look non-committal. Have you any idea what we're doing here, Rogers? Well, no sir. I thought not. Never tell them what you want until you've got them where you want them. I'm going to show you a documentary film. 2 Arab servants carry out a 6-foot screen and set it up 10 feet in front of our chairs. The chief gets up, turning switches, adjusting dials. A jungle scene through a faceted eye that looks simultaneously in any direction up or down. Close-up of a green snake with golden eyes. Telescopic lens picks out a monkey caught by an eagle between 2 vast trees. The monkey is borne away screaming. I can feel a probing insect intelligence behind the camera. Pyramids ahead, fields and huts. In the fields, workers are planting maize seeds under the direction of an overseer with staff and headdress. Close-up of a worker's face. Whatever it is that makes a man, all feeling and all soul has gone out in that face. Nothing is left but body needs and body pleasures. I have seen faces like that in the back wards of state hospitals for the insane. Faces that live to eat, shit and masturbate. Satisfied with the inspection, the camera moves back to observe group patterns of the workers. They are moving through a 3-dimensional film of the operation that covers them with a gray sheen. Occasionally the overseer adjusts a slow worker with his eyes. Next take shows a room in the temple suffused with underwater light. An old priest naked to his pendulous dugs and atrophied testicles sits cross-legged on a toilet seat set in the floor. The seat is cushioned with human skin on which are tattooed pictures of a man turning into a giant centipede. The centipede is eating him from inside. Legs and claws grow through screaming flesh. Now the centipede is eating his screaming mouth. Criminals and captives sentenced to death in centipede are tattooed with those pictures on every inch of their bodies. They are left for 3 days to fester. Then they are brought out, given a powerful aphrodisiac, skinned alive in orgasm and strapped into a segmented copper centipede. The centipede is placed with obscene endearments in a bed of white-hot coals. The priests gather in crab suits and eat the meat out of the shell with gold claws. The old priest looks like a living part in an exotic computer. From festering sockets in his spine, fine copper wires trail in a delicate fan. The camera follows the wires. Here in a little copper cage a scorpion is eating her mate. Here the head of a captive protrudes through the floor. Red ants have made a hill in his head. They crawl in and out of empty eye sockets. They have eaten his lips away from a gag. A muffled scream without a tongue torn through his perforated palate showers the floor with bloody ants. In jade aquariums, human rectums and genitals grafted onto other flesh. A prostate gland quivers rainbow colors through a pink mollusk. Two translucent white salamanders squirm in slow sodomy, golden eyes glinting enigmatic lust. Lesbian electric eels squirm on a mud flat, crackling their vaginas together. Erect nipples sprout from a bulbous plant. They know an aphrodisiac so potent that it shatters the body to quivering pieces. The sweet death is reserved for comely youths and maidens. This wonderful old people had a rich folklore. Well, I happened onto this good thing through a Mexican shoeshine boy. You who Kiki, come out and show Mr. Rogers how pretty you are. Kiki stands in a doorway smiling like a shy young animal. Now that lad, he's a doll, isn't he? Is one of the best deep trance mediums I have ever handled. Through him I was able to teleport myself to a Mayan set and bring back the pictures. The whole thing was so frantic I cooled it all the way in my reports. All I said was, it looks like a lovely whoop. That's code for weapon of unlimited potential. He's hotting up now. The old priest rocks back and forth. The wires stand up on his spine and his eyes light up inside. His lips part and a dry insect music buzzes out. It's known as singing the pictures. The principle is alternating current. That old fuck can alternate pain and pleasure on a subvocal, perhaps even a molecular level 24 times a second, goading the natives around on stock probes and out up down here there into the prearranged molds laid down in the sacred books. A few singers can deliver direct current and they are only called in an emergency. The control system you have just seen broke down. This happened quite suddenly. A whole generation was born that felt neither pain nor pleasure. There were no soldiers to bring captives from other tribes, since soldiers would have endangered the control machine. They relied entirely on local criminals for the pain and pleasure pictures. As a last resort they called in the incomparable yellow serpent. The serpent is carried in on his amber throne, blue snake eyes, skin like yellow parchment, two long serpent fangs grafted into the upper jaw. As the current pulses through him he begins to rock back and forth. He shifts from AC to DC, a thin siren wail breaks from his lips, now open to the yellow fangs. Death, death, death. The pictures crash and leap from his eyes, blasting worker and priest alike to smoldering fragments. Death, death, death. A thin siren wail rises and falls over empty cities. This secret of the ancient Mayans which few are competent to practice. When comes such another singer as the old yellow serpent? Now the technical department think we are all as crazy as our way of life is reprehensible. Bring us the ones that work, they say, facts, figures, personnel. Put that joker death on the line. Take care of Mao and his gang of cutthroats. I was privileged to assist in a manner of speaking at the Yellow Serpent's last broadcast in Washington, D.C. room in the Pentagon. Generals, CIA, State Department fidget about with that top secret hottest thing ever look open line to the President strategic and NATO standing by. The old Yellow Serpent is carried in by 4 Marine guards. He begins to rock back and forth. He breathes in baby coos and breathes out death rattles. He sucks in wheat fields and spits out dust bowls. He's just warming up, says the CIA man to a 5-star general. The old serpent shifts to DC, blazing like a comet. Death, death, death. The pictures lash and crackle from his eyes. Death, death, death. A wall blows out and spills screaming brass 18 floors to the street. Death, death, death. And now the serpent swings his whip in the sky. Here live stupid vulgar sons of bitches who thought they could hire death as a company cop. Empty streets, old newspapers in the wind, a rustle of darkness and wires. In the night sky over St. Louis the Mayan death god does a Cossack dance, shooting stars from his eyes. The chief smiles. Old Sarge smiles. The green nun has stopped the unfortunate traveler in front of her red brick priory set among oak trees, green lawns and flower beds. Oh, do come in and see my metal ward and the wonderful things we are doing for the patients. She walks with him up the gravel drive to the priory door, pointing to her flowers. Aren't my primroses doing nicely? She opens the door of the priory with a heavy brass key at her belt. Down a long hall and flight of stairs she opens another door with her keys. She shows Audrey into a bare cold ward room, crayon drawings on the wall. A nun walks up and down with a ruler. The patients are busy with plasticine and crayons. It looks like a kindergarten, but some of the children are middle-aged. The door clicks shut and her voice changes. You'll find plasticine and crayons over there. You must have permission to leave the room for any purpose. Now see here. A paunchy guard with a tin helmet and wide leather belt stands beside her. The guard looks at him with cold ugly hate and says, he wants Bob and his lawyers. At 6 o'clock there is a tasteless dinner of cold macaroni that Audrey does not touch. After dinner the night sister comes on. Cots are set up by the patients and the ward room is converted into a dormitory. Anyone want potty before lights out? She jangles the keys. The lavatory cubicles stand at one end of the dormitory. The sister on duty unlocks the doors and stands in the open door watching coldly. "Now don't try and play with your dirty thing again, Coldcliff, or you'll have 6 hours in the kitchen." A dim religious light burns all night in the dormitory. The patients sleep on their backs under a thin blanket. Erections are sanctioned with a sharp ruler tapped from the night sister. And so the years passed. Sometimes as a special treat there were nature walks in the garden, Bob there with 3 snarling Alsatians on a lead. The patients could watch a praying mantis eat her mate. Daily confessions were heard by the green nun on a lie detector that could also give a very nasty shock in the nasty places, while the green nun intoned slowly, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." These confessions she wrote out in green ink, keeping a separate ledger book for each patient. Once after a particularly degraded confession she levitated to the ceiling in the presence of an odd young nun. Every night she put on Christ's drag with a shimmering halo and visited some young nun in her cell. She liked to think of herself as the nun in a poem by Sarah Teasdale. Infinite tenderness, infinite irony is hidden forever in her closed eyes. Who must have learned too well in her long loneliness how empty wisdom is even to the wise. She was an inveterate hypochondriac and dosed herself liberally with laudanum. As a result she suffered from constipation, which could put a comely young nun on high colonic duty. This honor was invariably followed by a nocturnal visit from Christ with a strap-on. In her youth the green nun had toyed with the idea of ordering Bob to raid a sperm bank. Then she could claim the Christ child. She put aside these ambitious thoughts. Her work in the kindergarten was more important than worldly glamour, her picture on the cover of Life. You learn not to have a thought you will be ashamed to tell the green nun, and never to do anything you would be ashamed to do in front of her. And sooner or later you join the quarter G club. Converted patients are allowed a quarter grain of morphine every night before lights out, a privilege which is withdrawn for any trespass. Now you know the dream about flying is wrong, don't you? For that you go to bed without your medicine. Shivering with junk sickness in the IC ward room all next day, he has to look bright and happy as he busies himself with crayons and plasticine. He has learned to draw pictures of the Virgin Mary and Saint Teresa with an unmistakable resemblance to the green nun. Crosses are always safe in plasticine. Soon after his commitment he made the error of molding a naked Greek statue. That day sister's ruler slashed down on his thin blue wrist and he was forced to write out "I am a filthy little beast" 10,000 times in many places. Dizzy dance of rooms and faces, murmur of many voices, smell of human nights, St. Louis backdrop of red brick houses, slate roofs, backyards and ash pits. As a child he had an English governess with references so impeccable that Audrey later suspected they had been forged by a Fleet Street hack in a shabby pub near Earl's Court. You can't put in too many lords and ladies, I always sigh. Listening back with the writer's crystal set he picked up mutters of the servant underworld, the pimping blackmailing chauffeur, "You don't get rid of me that easy, Lord Bramblety." Overdose of morphine in a Kensington nursing home, she said that Mrs. Charrington was sleeping and could not be disturbed. The governess left quite suddenly after receiving a letter from England. Then there was an old Irish crone who taught him to call the toads. She could go out into the backyard and croon a toad out from under a stone, and Audrey learned to do it too. He had his familiar toad that lived under a rock by the goldfish pool and came when he called it. And she taught him a curse to bring the blinding worm from rotten bread. Audrey went to a progressive grade school where the children were encouraged to express themselves, model in clay, beat out copper ashtrays and make stone axes. A sensitive inspirational teacher is writing the school play out on the blackboard as the class makes suggestions. Act 1. Scene 1, 2 women at the waterhole. Woman 1, "I hear the tiger ate Bass's baby last night." Woman 2, "Yes. All they found was the child's toy soldier." Woman 1, "One doesn't feel safe with that tiger about." She looks around nervously, "It's getting dark, Sextet, and I'm going home." One of the truly great bores of St. Louis was Colonel Greenfield. He had dinner jokes that took half an hour to tell, during which no one was expected to eat. Audrey sits there watching his turkey go cold with half a mind to put the blinding worm on him. It seems this old black Jew has crashed the Palace Hotel in Palm Beach. At that very moment the night clerk, a new man just in from a Texas hotel school, withers in Major Brady's cold glare. "Did you check in Mr. Rogers' Nakike?" "Why, yes sir, I did." "He had a reservation." "No, he didn't. There was a mistake, you dumb hick. Don't you know a black Jew when you see one?" Meanwhile the old black Jew has called room service. "Will you please send up a little pepper?" "I'm sorry sir, the kitchen is closed." "Why, it's 3 in the morning." "I don't care, is the kitchen closed?" "I don't care, is it 3 in the morning?" "I want a little pepper." "I'm sorry sir. I want to talk with the manager, please." The dialect gets heavier as the colonel warms up. Call from the night manager to Major Brady's office. That old black Jew in 23 wants pepper of all things at this hour. Alright. We run a first-class hotel here. Open the kitchen and give him anything he wants, brought his own carp most likely. So the night manager calls the old black Jew. Alright sir, what kind of pepper do you want? Red pepper? White pepper? Black pepper? I don't want red pepper. I don't want white pepper. I don't want black pepper. All I want is a little toilet pepper. I a needle and I. The Colonel burned down St. Louis. One day when Audrey reluctantly visited Colonel Greenfield's house to deliver a message, he found the Colonel telling his interminable anecdotes to the Negro butler. Now on the old Greenfield plantation we had house niggers and field niggers, and the field niggers never came into the house. No sir, the field niggers never came into the house. The house niggers saw to that, didn't they, George? Yes sir. The house niggers saw to that, sir. Now wherever I go I always get out the telephone book and look up anybody who bears the name of Greenfield. There are so few of them and they are all so distinguished. Well, some years ago in Buffalo, New York, I had written down the address of Abraham L. Greenfield and showed it to a nigger cab driver. I think you got the wrong number, boss. The address is correct, driver. I still think you got the wrong number, boss. Shut your black face and take me where I want to go. Yaza, boss. Here you are, boss. Niggertown, boss. And that's where we were, right in Niggertown. Yes sir. Right in Niggertown, sir. So I get out and knock on the door, and an old coon comes to the door with his hat in his hands. With his hat in his hands, sir. Good evening, massa, and God bless you, he says. Is your name Greenfield? I asked him. Yaza, boss. Abraham Lincoln Greenfield. Well, it turns out he was one of our old house niggers. One of your old house niggers, sir. He invited me in and served me a cup of coffee with homemade caramel cake. He wouldn't sit down, just stood there nodding and smiling. The right kind of darky. The right kind of darky, sir. And bury the bread deep in a sty. Audrey was a thin, pale boy, his face scarred by festering spiritual wounds. He looks like a sheep-killing dog, said a St. Louis aristocrat. There was something rotten and unclean about Audrey, an odor of the walking dead. Doorman stopped him when he visited his rich friends. Shopkeepers pushed his change back without a thank you. He spent sleepless nights weeping into his pillow from impotent rage. He read adventure stories and saw himself as a gentleman adventurer like the Major, sun helmet, khakis, Webley at the belt, a faithful Zulu's servant at his side. A dim, sad child breathing old pulp magazines. At 16 he attended an exclusive high school known as the Poindexter Academy, where he felt rather like a precarious house nigger. Still, he was invited to most of the parties and Mrs. Kindheart made a point of being nice to him. At the opening of the academy in September, a new boy appeared. Aloof and mysterious, where he came from nobody knew. There were rumors of Paris, London, a school in Switzerland. His name was John Hamlin and he stayed with relatives in Portland Place. He drove a magnificent Duesenberg. Audrey, who drove a battered Moon, studied this vast artifact with open-mouthed awe, the luxurious leather upholstery, the brass fittings, the wickerwork doors, the huge spotlight with a pistol grip handle. Audrey wrote, clearly he has come a long way, travel-stained and even the stains unfamiliar, cufflinks of a dull metal that seems to absorb light, his red hair touched with gold, large green eyes well apart. The new boy took a liking to Audrey while he turned aside with polished deftness invitations from sons of the rich. This did not endear Audrey to important boys, and he found his stories coldly rejected by the school magazine. Morbid, the editor told him. We want stories that make you go to bed feeling good. It was Friday, October 23, 1929, a bright blue day, leaves falling, half moon in the sky. Audrey Carsons walked up Pershing Avenue. Simon, Amy tu le brute de passer les feuilles mortes? He had read that on one of E. Holdman Julius's little blue books and meant to use it in the story he was writing. Of course his hero spoke French. At the corner of Pershing and Walton he stopped to watch a squirrel. A dead leaf caught for a moment in Audrey's ruffled brown hair. Hello, Audrey. Like to go for a ride? It was John Hamlin at the wheel of his Duesenberg. He opened the door without waiting for an answer. Hamlin made a wide U-turn and headed west, left on Euclid, right on Lindell, Skinker Boulevard, city limits, Clayton. Hamlin looked at his wristwatch. We could make St. Joseph for lunch, nice riverside restaurant there, serves wine. Audrey is thrilled, of course. The autumn countryside flashes by, long straight stretch of road ahead. Now I'll show you what this job can do. Hamlin presses the accelerator slowly to the floor. 60, 70, 80, 85, 90. Audrey leans forward, lips parted, eyes shining. At Tent City, a top-level conference is in progress involving top-level executives in the control game. The conference has been called by a Texas billionaire who contributes heavily to MRA and maintains a stable of evangelists. This conference is taking place outside St. Louis, Missouri because the green nun flatly refuses to leave her kindergarten. The high teacup queens thought it would be fun to do a tent city like a 1917 army camp. The conference are discussing Operation WOOG, Wrath of God. At the top level people get cynical after a few drinks. The young man from the news magazine has discovered a good-looking Fulbright scholar and they are witty in a corner over martinis. A drunken American sergeant reels to his feet. He has the close-cropped iron gray hair and ruddy complexion of the regular army man. To put it country simple for a lay audience, you don't even know what buttons to push. We take a bunch of long-hair boys fucking each other while they puff reefers, spit cocaine on the Bible, and wipe their asses with Old Glory. We show this film to decent, church-going, Bible Belt do-rights. We take the reaction. One religious sheriff with 7 nigger notches on his gun melted the camera lens. He turned out to be quite an old character and the boys from Life did a spread on him. Seems it had always been in the family, a power put there by God to smite the unrighteous. His grandmother struck a whore dead in the street with it. When we showed the picture to a fat southern senator his eyes popped out throwing fluid all over your photographer. Well, I've been asparagrassed in Paris, kneed in the groin by the Sea Org Tunis, maced in Chicago and pelted with scorpions in Marrakesh, so a face full of frog eggs is all in a day's work. What the narco boys call society's disapproval reflected and concentrated 20 million I hate you pictures in one blast. When you want the job done, come to the United States of America. And we can turn IT in any direction. You limey leftovers. He points to a battery of old gray men in club chairs frozen in stony disapproval of this vulgar drunken American. When will the club steward arrive to inject the bounder so a gentleman can read his Times? You're nothing but a banana republic. And remember, we've got your pictures. And we've got yours too, Yank. They clip icily. Mine are uglier than yours. The English cough and look away, fading into their spectral clubs, yellowing tusks of the beast killed by the improbable hyphenated name. Old Sarge screams after them, "What do you think this is, a beauty contest? You Fabian socialist vegetable peoples, go back to your garden in Hampstead and release a hot air balloon in defiance of a local ordinance." Delightful encounter with the Bobby in the morning. Mums wrote it all up in her diary and read it to us at tea. We got all your pansy pictures at Eton. You want to jack off in front of the Queen with a candle up your ass? You can't talk like that in front of decent women, drawled the Texas billionaire flanked by his rangers. You decorticated cactus. I suppose you think this conference was your idea? Compliments of Sid in the sudden inspiration department, and you lousy yakking fink queens, my photographers wouldn't take your pictures. You are nothing but tape recorders. With just a flick of my finger frozen forever over that martini. Alright, get snide and snippy about that, huh? And you, he points to the green nun, write out 10,000 times underwater in indelible ink, Old Sarge has my Christ pictures. Shall I show them to the Pope? And now, in the name of all good tech sergeants everywhere. A gawky young sergeant is reading amazing stories. He flicks a switch, Audrey and Hamlin on screen. Wind ruffles Audrey's hair as the Duesenberg gathers speed. Light years calling bicarbonate, Operation Little Audrey on target, 8 seconds to countdown, tracking. A thin dyspeptic technician mixes a bicarbonate of soda. URP calling Foxtrot, 6 seconds to countdown. English computer programmer is rolling a joint. Spotlight calling accent, 4 seconds to countdown. Computers hum, lights flash, lines converge. Red-haired boy chews gum and looks at a muscle magazine. Red dot calling pinpoint, 2 seconds to countdown. The Duesenberg zooms over a rise and leaves the ground. Just ahead is a wooden barrier, steamroller, piles of gravel, phantom tents. Detour sign points sharp left to a red clay road where pieces of flint glitter in the sunlight. Old Sarge is taking over. He looks around and the crockery flies off every table, spattering the conference with martinis, bourbon, whipped cream, maraschino cherries, gravy and Vichy's frozen forever in a 1920 slapstick. Countdown. And over and a flaming pinwheel of jagged metal slices through the conference. The green nun is decapitated by a twisted fender. The Texas billionaire is sloshed with gasoline like a burning nigger. The broken spotlight trailing white-hot wires like a jellyfish hits the British delegate in the face. The Duesenberg explodes, throwing white-hot chunks of jagged metal, boiling acid, burning gasoline in all directions. Wearing the uniforms of World War I, Audrey and Old Sarge lean out of a battered moon in the morning sky and smile. Old Sarge is at the wheel. The Penny Arcade Peep Show. Unexpected rising of the curtain can begin with the Duesenberg moving slowly along a 1920 detour. Just ahead, Audrey sees booths and fountains and Ferris wheels against a yellow sky. A boy steps in front of the car and holds up his hand. He is naked except for a rainbow-colored jockstrap and sandals. Under one arm he carries a Mauser pistol clipped onto a rifle stock. He steps to the side of the car. Audrey has never seen anyone so cool and disengaged. He looks at Audrey and he looks at John. He nods. "We leave the car here," John says. Audrey gets out. 6 boys now stand there watching him serenely. They carry long knives sheathed at their belts which are studded with amethyst crystals. They all wear rainbow-colored jock straps like souvenir postcards of Niagara Falls. Audrey follows John through a square where acts are in progress surrounded by circles of adolescent onlookers eating colored ices and chewing gum. Most of the boys wear the rainbow jock straps and a few of them seem to be completely naked. Audrey can't be sure trying to keep up with John. The fair reminds Audrey of 1890 prints. Sepia Ferris wheels turn in yellow light. Gliders launched from a wooden ramp soar over the fairground, legs of the pilots dangling in air. A colored hot air balloon is released to applause of the onlookers. Around the fairground are boardwalks, lodging houses, restaurants and baths. Boys lounge in doorways. Audrey glimpses scenes that quicken his breath and send the blood pounding to his groin. He catches sight of John far ahead outlined in the dying sunlight. Audrey calls after him but his voice is blurred and muffled. Then darkness falls as if someone has turned out the sky. Some distance ahead and to the left he sees Penny Arcade spelled out in light globes. Perhaps John has gone in there. Audrey pushes aside a red curtain and enters the arcade. Chandeliers, gilt walls, red curtains, mirrors, windows stretch away into the distance. He cannot see the end of it in either direction from the entrance. It is a long narrow building like a ship cabin or a train. Boys are standing in front of peep shows, some wearing the rainbow jock straps, others in prep school clothes, loincloths and jellabas. He notices shows with seats in front of them and some in curtain booths. As he passes a booth he glimpses through parted curtains 2 boys sitting on a silk sofa, both of them naked. Shifting his eyes he sees a boy slip his jock strap down and step out of it without taking his eyes from the peep show. Moving with a precision and ease he sometimes knew in flying dreams, Audrey slides onto a steel chair that reminds him of Dr. Moore's surgery in the Lister building, afternoon light through green blinds. In front of him is a luminous screen. Smell of old pain, ether, bandages, sick fear in the waiting room. Yes, this is Dr. Moore's surgery in the Lister building. The doctor was a southern gentleman of the old school. Rather like John Barrymore in appearance and manner, he fancied himself as a witty raconteur, which at times he was. The doctor had charm which Audrey so sadly lacked. No doorman would ever stop him, no shopkeeper forget his thank you under eyes that could suddenly go cold as ice. It was impossible for the doctor to like Audrey. He looks like a homosexual sheep-killing dog, he thought, but he did not say this. He looked up from his paper in his dim gloomy drawing room and pontificated, the child is not wholesome. His wife went further. It is a walking corpse, she said. Audrey was inclined to agree with her, but he didn't know whose corpse he was. And he was painfully aware of being unwholesome. There is a screen directly in front of him, a screen to his left, a screen to his right, and a screen in back of his head. He can see all 4 screens from a point above his head. Later Audrey wrote these notes: the scenes presented and the manner of presentation varies according to an underlying pattern. 1. Objects and scenes move away and come in with a slow hydraulic movement, always at the same speed. The screens are 3-dimensional visual sections punctuated by flashing lights. I once saw the great Thurston, who could make an elephant disappear, do an act with a screen on stage. He shoots a man in the film. The actor clutches his ketchup to his tuxedo shirt and falls. Then Thurston steps into the screen as a detective to investigate the murder, steps back outside to commit more murders, busts in as a brash young tabloid reporter, moves out to make a phone call that will collapse the market, back in as ruined broker. I am pulled into the film in a stream of yellow light, and I can pull people out of the film withdrawal shots pulling the flesh off naked boys. Sequences are linked by the presence of some arbitrary object: a pinwheel, a Christmas tree ornament, a pyramid, an Easter egg, a copper coil going away and coming in, always in the same numerical order. Movement in and out of the screen can be very painful, like acid in the face and electric sex tingles. 2. Scenes that have the same enigmatic structure presented on one screen where the perspective remains constant. In a corner of the frames there are punctuation symbols. This material is being processed on a computer. I am in the presence of an unknown language spelling out the same message again and again in cryptic charades where I participate as an actor. There are also words on screen, familiar words, maybe we read them somewhere a long time ago, written in sepia and silver letters that fade into pictures. 3. Fragmentary glimpses linked by immediate visual impact. There is a sensation of speed as if the pictures were seen from a train window. 4. Narrative sections in which the screens disappear. I experience a series of quite understandable and coherent events as one of the actors. The narrative sequences are preceded by the title on screen, then I am in the film. The transition is painless, like stepping into a dream. The structuralized peep show may intersperse the narrative, and then I am back in front of the screen and moving in and out of it. Audrey looked at the screen in front of him. His lips parted and the thoughts stopped in his mind. It was all there on screen: sight, sound, touch, at once immediate and spectrally remote in past time. The Penny Arcade Peep Show. 1. On screen 1, a burning red pinwheel, distant amusement park. The pinwheel is going away, taking the lights, the voices, the roller coaster, the smell of peanuts and gunpowder further and further away. 2. On screens 2 and 3, a white pinwheel and a blue pinwheel going away. Audrey catches a distant glimpse of two boys in the penny arcade. One laughs and points to the other's pants sticking out straight at the crotch. 3. On screens 1, 2, 3, 3 pinwheels spinning away, red, white and blue. Young soldier at the rifle range, beads of sweat in the down on his lip. Distant firecrackers burst on hot city pavements. Night sky, parks and ponds, blue sound in vacant lots. 4. On screens 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 pinwheels spinning away, red, white, blue and red. A low-pressure area draws Audrey into the park. July 4, 1926 falls into a silent roller. 1. On screen 1, a red pinwheel coming in, smoky moon over the midway. A young red-haired sailor bites into an apple. 2. On screens 2 and 3, 2 pinwheels coming in, white and blue light flickers an adolescent face. The pitchman stirs uneasily. Take over, will you, kid? Gotta see a man about a monkey. 3. On screens 1, 2, 3, 3 pinwheels coming in, red, white and blue. A luminous postcard sky opens into a vast lagoon of summer evenings. A young soldier steps from the lake, from the hill, from the sky. 4. On screens 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 pinwheels spinning in red, white, blue, red. The night sky is full of bursting rockets lighting parks and ponds and the upturned faces. The rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. A light in his eyes. Must be Dr. Moore's mirror with a hole in it. 1. A flattened pyramid going away into distant bird calls and dawn mist. Audrey glimpses bulbous misshapen trees, Indian boy standing there with a machete. The scene is a sketch from an explorer's notebook, dim and on a stained yellow page. No one was ever meant to know the unspeakable evil of this place and live to tell of it. 2. Two pyramids going away, the last of my Indian boys left before dawn. I am down with a bad attack of fever, and the sores, I can't keep myself from scratching. I have even tried tying my hands at night when the dreams come, dreams so indescribably loathsome that I cannot bring myself to write down their content. I untie the knots in my sleep and wake up scratching. 3. Three pyramids going away, the sores have eaten through my flesh to the bone, and still this hideous craving to scratch. Suicide is the only way out. I can only pray that the horrible secrets I have uncovered die with me forever. 4. Four pyramids going away. Audrey experienced a feeling of vertigo, like the sudden stopping of an elevator. Skeleton clutches a rusty revolver in one fleshless hand. 1. A pyramid coming in. Audrey can see stonework like broken lace on top of the pyramid. Damp heat closes round his body, a musty odor of vegetable ferment and animal decay. Figure in a white loincloth swims out of the dawn mist. An Indian boy with rose-colored flesh and delicate features stands in front of Audrey. Two muscular Indians with long arms carry jars and tools. You crazy or something, walk around alone? This bad place. This place of flesh plants. 2. Two pyramids coming in, you not careful you grow here. Look at that. He points to a limp pink tube about 2 feet long growing from two purple mounds covered with fine red tendrils. As the boy points to the tube, it turns toward him. The boy steps forward and rubs the tube, which slowly stiffens into a phallus 6 feet high growing from 2 testicles. Now I make him spurt. Jism with much dinero. Jism make flesh. He strips off his loincloth and steps onto the vegetable scrotum, embracing the shaft. The red hairs twist around his legs, reaching up to his groin and buttocks. 3. Three pyramids coming in, the mist is lifting. In the milky dawnlight, Audrey sees a blush spread through the boy's body, turning the skin to a swollen red wheal. Pearly lubricant pours from the head of the giant phallus and runs down the sides. The boy squirms against the shaft, caressing the great pulsing head with both hands. There is a soft muffled sound, a groan of vegetable lust straining up from tumescent roots as the plant spurts 10 feet in the air. The bearers run around catching the gobs in stone jars. 4. Four pyramids coming in. The flesh garden is located in a round crater, 4 pyramids spaced around it on higher ground north, south, east and west. Slowly the tendrils fall away, the phallus goes limp and the boy steps free. Over their ass tree, he points to a tree of smooth red buttocks twisted together, between each buttock a quivering rectum. Opposite the orifices phallic orchids, red, purple, Orange sprout from the tree shaft, make him spurt too. The boy turns to one of the bearers and says something in a language unknown to Audrey. The boy grins and slips off his loincloth. The other bearer followed his movements. He fuck tree. Other fuck him. The two men dip lubricant from a jar and rub it on their stiffening phalluses. Now the first bearer steps forward and penetrates the tree, wrapping his legs around the shaft. The second bearer pries his buttocks open with his thumbs and squirms slowly forward. Men and plant moving together in a slow hydraulic peristalsis. The orchids pulse erect, dripping colored drops of lubricant. We catch spurts. The boy hands Audrey a stone jar. The two boys seem to writhe into the tree, their faces swollen with blood. A choking sound bursts from tumescent lips as the orchids spurt like rain. This one very dangerous. The boy points to a human body with vines growing through the flesh like veins. The body of a green-pink color excretes a milky substance. The boy draws on parchment gloves. You touch him, you get sores, itch, you scratch, spread sores, feel good, scratch more, scratch self away. Slowly the lids open on green pupils surrounded by black flower flesh. He is seeing them now, you can tell. His body quivers with horrible eagerness. He there long time. Need somebody pop him. The boy reaches up, takes the head in both hands and twists it sharply to one side. There is a sound like a stick breaking in wet towels as the spine snaps. The feet flutter and rainbow colors spiral from the eyes. The penis spurts again and again as the body twists in wrenching spasms. Finally the body hangs limp. He dead now. The bearers dig a hole. The boy cuts the body down and it plops into the grave. Soon grow another, said the boy matter-of-factly. Over there, shit tree. He points to a black bush in the shape of a man squatting. The bush is a maze of tentacles, and caught in these tendrils Audrey sees animal skeletons. Now I make him asshole. The boy dipped sperm from a jar and rubbed it between the parted buttocks. Nitrous fumes rise, the plant writhes in peristalsis and empties itself. Very good for garden. Make flesh trees grow. Now I show you. Good place. He leads the way up a steep path to an open place by one of the pyramids. In niches carved from rock Audrey sees vines growing in human forms. The figures give off a remote vegetable calm. This place of vine people very calm, very quiet. Live here long time. Roots reach down to garden. The rising sun hits Audrey in the face. Dawn light on a naked youth poised to dive into a pond. 1,000 Japanese youths leap from a balcony into a round swimming tank. Audrey taking a shower. Water runs down his lean stomach. He is getting stiff. Locker room toilet on 5 levels seen from Ferris wheel. Flash of white legs, shiny pubic hairs, lean brown arms. Boys masturbating under a rusty shower. Naked boy on yellow toilet seat, sunlight and pubic hairs, a twitching foot. Boys masturbating in bleak public school toilets, outhouses, locker rooms, a blur of flesh. Farge sighs deeply and rocks back, hugging his knees against his chest. Nitrous fumes twist from pink rectal flesh in whirls of orange, sepia, rose. Red fumes envelop the two bodies. A scream of roses bursts from tumescent lips, roses growing through flesh, tearing thorns of delight intertwined the quivering bodies, crushed them together, writhing, gasping in an agony of roses. What happens between my legs is like a cold drink to me, it is just a feeling, cool round stones against my back, sunshine and shadow of Mexico. It is just a feeling between the legs, a sort of tingle. It is a feeling by which I am here at all. We squat there, our knees touching. Kiki looks down between his legs, watching himself get stiff. I feel the tingle between my legs and I am getting stiff too. Cadavers. Electron microscope shows cells, nerves, bone. Telescope shows stars and planets in space. Click microscope. Click telescope. He wasn't there really. Pale, the picture was pale. I could see through him. In life used address I give you for that belated morning. Young ghosts, blurred faces, boys and workshops, the old February 5, 1914. I am not a person and I am not an animal. There is something I am here for, something I have to do before I can go. The dead around like bird calls rain in my face. Flight of geese across a gleaming empty sky. Peter John S., 1882-1904, the death of a child long ago, cool remote spirit to his world of shades. I was waiting there, pale character in someone else's writing, breathing old pulp magazines. Turn your face a little to eyes like forget-me-nots, flickering silver smile melted into air. The boy did not speak again. Cold stars splash the empty house, far away toys. Sad whispering spirits melt into coachmen and animals of dreams, mist from the lake, faded family photos. Museum bas-relief of the god Amen with erection. A thin boy in prep school clothes stands in the presence of the god. The boy in museum toilet takes down his pants, phallic shadow on a distant wall. All the gods of Egypt. The god Amen, the boy teeth bare, gasping. Clear light touching marble porticos and fountains, the gods of Greece, Mercury, Apollo, Pan. Light drains into the red walls of Marrakesh. Le Grand Luxe. April 3, 1989 Marrakesh, unlighted streets, carriages with carbide lamps. It looks like an 1890 print from some explorer's travel book. Wild boys in the streets, whole packs of them vicious as famished dogs. There is almost no police force in operation and everyone who can afford it has private guards. My Marrakesh contact has kindly lent me 2 good Nubians and found me suitable quarters. Waves of decoration and architecture have left a series of strata-like exposed geologic formations. There isn't a place in the world you can't find a piece of it in Marrakesh, a St. Louis street, a Mexican cantina, that house straight from England, alpine huts in the mountains, a vast film set where the props are continually shifting. The city has spread in all directions up into the Atlas Mountains to the east, south to the Sahara, westward to the coastal cities, up into the industrial reservations of the north. There are fantastic parties, vast estates and luxury such as we read about in the annals of the Roman Empire. The chic thing is to dress in expensive tailor-made rags and all the queens are camping about in wild boy drag. There are Bowery suits that appear to be stained with urine and vomit which on closer inspection turn out to be intricate embroideries of fine gold thread. There are clochard suits of the finest linen, shabby gentility suits, Graham Greene outfits for seedy agents who are bad Catholics on a mission they don't really believe in, felt hats seasoned by old junkies, dungarees faded on farm boys, coolie clothes of yellow pong silk, loud cheap pimp suits that turn out to be not so cheap. The loudness is a subtle harmony of colors only the very best poor boy shops can turn out, tailored to your way of walking, sitting down, bending over, the color of your hair and eyes, your house and backdrop. It is the double take and many carry it much further to as many as 6 takes. Looks like an expensive suit trying rather crudely to look cheap. The cheapness is rather carefully planned on closer inspection. Suits that shift, changing color and texture before your eyes. He is standing in what looks like a rented dress suit now. The Billy Graham look. No, it is $120 knocked down to $69.23 FBI agent suit, or it could be a smooth Mexican poncho beyond the Glen plaid stage. On the other hand, something of an uncomfortable young cop first day in plain clothes, the collar too tight, the sleeves too short. All these suits were full of gimmicks. Retractable sleeves, invisible pockets, and not a few of the looners keep some concealed pet about their person: a rat, a mongoose, a cobra, a nest of scorpions that can be suddenly released to enliven a social gathering. He appears, say, in a raccoon skin coat from which leaps a live raccoon to kill. Bubbles de Coke wears 6 prize chihuahuas. And Reggie in a blue mutation mongoose cape killed every cobra in the Gemina. Funny at first, but they run it into the ground. My God, here comes Reggie in a tiger suit. Run for your lives, chaps. They will put on armor or protect themselves some way and dump almost anything into your lap. You learn to stay away from fat citizens in python suits. Any swelling or protuberance is something to avoid, and pregnant women have the street to themselves. Everyone has reversible linings and concealed pockets and a way to pass a pet from one pocket to the other, thus foiling the searches which are now routine at the door of any gathering. The next step is skin suits, and men are hunted like animals for their pelts. Then synthetics hit the market. Think of it: termite-proof, moth-proof, age-proof, and 16 tasteful shades, furniture and walls to match. People start buying anything they want: a red-haired ass, a Mexican crotch, a Chinese stomach, folks is going piebald, thin black arms, cracker farm boy smile, then horns and goat hooves, wolf boys, lizard boys, some frantic character got arms smooth and red as terracotta ending in lobster claws. There is almost no petroleum left and gasoline engines are a rarity. Steam cars and electrics are coming back. The silent electric dirigibles of the rich sail majestically across the evening sky. The cabin, an open-air restaurant wafting a scent of wet lawns and golf courses. Calm, happy voices. 1920 music. Le Grand Luxe flourishes as never before in history on the vast estates of the rich. The foremost advocate and practitioner of luxury is A.J., who owns a private steam railroad which he stocks with 1890 drummers and bankers, 1920 prep school boys on vacation, 1918 card sharps and con men according to his whim. Anyone wishing to travel A.J. is required to report to casting. I maintain my railroads for the train whistles at lonely sidings, the smell of worn leather, steam, soot, hot iron and good cigar smoke, for the glass-covered stations and the red brick station hotels. He contributes lavishly to the guerrilla units, maintains a vast training center and hires fugitive scientists to develop new weapons in his laboratories and factories. He thinks nothing of spending millions of dollars to put a single dish on his table. His annual party collapses currencies and bankrupts nations. I want a dinner of fresh hog's liver, fried squirrel, wild asparagus, turnip greens, hominy grits, corn on the cob and blackberries. The hog must be an Ozark razorback fed on acorns, peanuts, mulberries and Missouri apples. My hog must be kept under discreet observation round the clock to ensure that it does not eat anything unclean like bullshit, baby rabbits or dead frogs, the surveillance being unobtrusive so as not to render the animal self-conscious. When you want this by, boss? A year from now? Next Sunday at the latest. But boss, how in the hell? Go to hell if need be, but find me such a hog. Yes, boss. Once found he must be brought here. As you know, hog's liver that has been on ice for even a few hours is quite unfit to eat. The hog must be butchered in my kitchens and the twitching liver conveyed immediately to the skillet to be cooked in the bacon grease of another such hog. Well sure boss, we could crate the hog up and jet it out here. Are you mad? My hog would be terrorized and this would surely have an adverse effect on its liver. Well boss, we could take over an ocean liner, fix it up like an Ozark range and... Are you trying to poison me? The hog would become seasick and I would lose my dinner. Obviously the hog must be gently wafted here on a raft slung between two giant zeppelins, a raft lifted bodily from the Ozark Mountains. My squirrels, blackberries and wild asparagus will of course accompany the hog and send a farm boy with it, a thin boy with freckles. He will tend my hog during the trip. He will shoot and dress my squirrels. Then he will make himself useful in other ways. Boss, the hog is here. AJ steps onto his balcony and there in the sky suspended between two vast blue zeppelins is a piece of Missouri trailing the smoke of hardwood forests. I want a dinner of wall-eyed pike, yellow perch and channel catfish from clear cold spring-fed rivers. Right boss, I'll have a jet plane lined with aluminum and filled with water. Did you say a jet plane? Sure boss. Mindless idiot, the pike would eat the perch and the catfish would eat everything. When the plane landed there would be nothing but one gorged sluggish catfish quite unfit for my inhuman consumption. 3 planes must be outfitted. Sorry boss, but the catfish crashed. All that water slopping around and the boulders come loose. Praise be to Allah, it was not the pike that crashed. As a piquant offset to all this luxury, there is hunger and fear and danger in the street. A man's best friends are his Colt and his nubs, experts with their staves jabbing with both ends, blocking out teeth with a straight thrust stave held level. It is a day like any other. Breakfast in the patio served by my Malay boy. The patio is a miniature oasis with a pool, palms, a cobra, a sand fox, and some big orange lizards, mean and snappy, which eat melon rinds. So after breakfast I set out for the Jamaica to meet Reggie. We are going to plan our route to AJ's annual party, which is tomorrow. It will be the due of the season. We call ourselves the Invited and we all have punch card invitations around our necks like dog tags that will punch us through AJ's electric gates. So I am cutting through the Noon Market Sun Helmet Colt cartridge belt, the lot flanked by my magnificent nubs, when we run into a pack of 20 wild boys. At sight of us their eyes light up inside like a cat's will and the hair stands up straight on their heads, spitting, snarling. They are all around us, slashing at my nubs. The leader has a patch over one eye and a hog castrator screwed into a wood and leather stump where his right hand used to be. Quick as a weasel he darts under the nub's staff, his hand flashes in and up, you can feel cold steel cut intestines like spaghetti. Now it is very unchic to lose your head and use the gun for trouble the nubs should handle like, say, a pack of diseased beggars. You have to decide quick, is this or isn't it a Colt case? I decide it is definitely a Colt case. Get my eyes converged on the leader's skinny stomach and fire. The heavy 44 slug knocks him 10 feet. I shift and fire, a gun empty, reach for my snub-nose 38 and a special leather-lined inside breast pocket when they scatter and fade out like ghosts. Taking inventory, I count 7 wild boys dead or dying. The priest starts out of a potato bin and starts giving unction. I saw 2 wild boys spit at him with their last spark of life. The nub's eyes are glazing over, intestines steam in the noon sun, drawing flies. A policeman approaches reluctantly and I give him some orders in crisp Arabic. I find Reggie on the square sipping a pink gin shaded by a screen of beggars. An old spastic woman twitches and spatters Reggie's delicate skin with sunlight. Uncontrolled slut. He screams. He turns to his henchman. Give this worthless hag a crust of stale bread and find me a sturdy shade beggar. I sit down and order a stinger. Rumble in a square. I lost a nub. Saw it all from here. I think Donald knows about a good nub. I am burying my nub in the American cemetery. We can meet there and plan our route to the party. Might have a spot of bother on the way, you know. More than likely. AJ has been criticized for his lavishness by a few ridiculous malcontents, the eternal bane of the very rich. Next day after the nub is laid away with taps and all the trimmings, 30 of us join forces and set off for AJ's compound, which is outside the walls. Rather conspicuous we are too, with our nubs clad in aluminum jockstraps and sandals, carrying wire shields to screen us from stones, and at their belts for emergency use the razor-sharp machetes. So we walk along between our nubs very dégagé as if we aren't actually there. The old man will break a stack of bricks with his karate, of course it's a bore but there's no stopping him. Any case, it's free meals and drinks for a month. I will say for him when he does it, do it so do. The streets are worse than I ever see them, the Walking Dead catatonic from hunger, jammed in like so many sacks of concrete, the nubs shove with the stave, the bodies bend and come right back up again, they are all shuffling slowly forward and all headed for AJ's. From between the legs of this river of flesh the wild boys dart like vicious little cats, slashing with razor blades and pieces of glass, slash and then dart back into their burrows of walking flesh. A young agent just down from West Point, where they call him the ferret, he can snake through a football line like a ferret down a rat hole, follows a wild boy in there, and what we found after some fast machete work you don't tell the next of kin. There it is just ahead now, the electric gate's 30 feet high, set in a wall of black granite. Stumbling over legs we make the gate and click in while the crowd sticks its hands through the bars and shoves fingers in their mouths, drooling like cows with the aftosa. AJ, resplendent in white robes, greets us from a dais over the outer courtyard. He smiles and waves to the slobbering crowd. They know the score right enough. The better I eat, the better they eat. Le Grand Lux makes tasty leavings. The outer courtyard is a small arena with balconies around the sides. We get up in the balconies and AJ walks down into the middle of the arena. Release the bull. There is a blast of music and the bull rushes out a chute, sees the old man and heads straight for him. He stands there, fist drawn back, and there is a light seismic tremor as he plants himself for the kill. Then his fist flashes forward and I see the brains go. The bull stumbles by him and falls on its side, one leg in the air, kicking spasmodically. Within seconds the carcass is butchered and the raw bleeding meat heaved to the crowd. We go through the inner gates into the compound. There are open-air restaurants serving smorgasbord, beer, chilled aquavit and the hot fish soups of Peru, quiet riverside restaurants in blue evening shadow, red brick houses with slate roofs, whole blocks serving home-cooked American food the way they used to serve it: turkey, fried chicken, iced tea, hot biscuits and cornbread, steak, roast beef, homemade strawberry ice cream, duck, wild rice, hominy grits, creamed chestnuts. There are pools and canals, floating restaurants covered with flowers, old riverboats with a menu of passenger pigeon, lark, woodcocks, wild turkey and venison, zeppelins and dining cars, shadows of haute cuisine ruled by eccentric tyrants, Russian countryside boards with sturgeon, caviar, smoked eel, vodka, champagne and hock, farm restaurants and all varieties of plain peasant cooking, inaccessible cliff restaurants famous for a pigeon with white meat. And every famous restaurant in the world has been duplicated to the last detail: the 1001 from Tangier, the old Lucullus restaurant from Marseille, Maxim's, the Tour d'Argent, Tony Faustus from St. Louis. I notice that if anything is left on a plate or in a glass, it is scraped or poured by the waiters into hampers, one for liquids, the other for solids. After we have circulated and put away what we can, we are summoned to a balcony overlooking the main gate where the poor of Marrakesh mill around waiting. AJ harangues us briefly on the importance of maintaining a strong benevolent image in the native mind, and at this point a panel slides back in the wall on one side of the gate and a huge phallus slides out, pissing martinis, soup, wine, Coca-Cola, grenadine, vodka, bourbon, beer, hot buttered rum, pink gin, Alexander's, glog, corn whiskey into a trough 40 feet long labeled drinks. From a panel on the other side of the gate a rubber asshole protrudes, spurting out baked Alaska, salted herring, duck gravy, chili con carne, peach melba, syrups, sauces, jam, fat bone and gristle into another trough labeled eats. Screaming, clawing, drooling, the crowd throws itself at the troughs, scooping up food and drinks with both hands. The odor of vomit rises in clouds. AJ presses a button that seals the balcony over. Ventilators whir and a smell of cool summer pools and mossy stones envelops the guests. We all stay a month, which isn't hard to do considering what is inside and what is outside. In addition to the restaurants of the compound, culinary expeditions on location to all parts of the globe are organized for the more vigorous guests. The guests are up at 6 for a breakfast of fruit juice, fried eggs perfectly cooked so that the yolk runs slowly when you cut it, bacon that bends slightly over the fork, neither too crisp nor too limp, homemade bread, tea and coffee, a cigarette and a rest, and they start out through the flaming autumn hills. It is a bright blue October day. They walk 10 miles to a river where the flatboats are waiting. The river is cold and clear and deep. They float downstream, fishing along the way in pools and bays and inlets. Tying up the boats for lunch, the guests arm themselves with springy clubs and walk along the bank, killing frogs and skinning the legs, which they fry in bacon grease and eat crisp with cold beer. By late afternoon, when they arrive at the farm ferry, they have an ample string of jack salmon, also known as wall-eyed pike, black bass, perch and channel cat. Red brick house on the hill, bourbon and marijuana grown in Missouri summer heat on poor hill soil, has a special tang, purple weed they call it. A twilight like blue dust sifting into the river valley as they sit down to a meal of jack salmon steaks, fried perch and bass cooked in bacon grease with a faint smoky tang, cider and apples from the farm orchard. They hunt through the autumn woods and return to a dinner of quail, wild turkey and squirrel with chestnuts, spring onions and sweet potatoes. Other locations feature skiing and preparation for smorgasbord with chilled aquavit, hot chili dishes after a ride through the mountains of northern Mexico, lobsters and clams on the beach, iced tea and fried chicken at the Green Inn. Food is only one attraction. Every pleasure, sport, diversion, interest, hobby, pursuit or instruction is provided for. To list some of the facilities: computerized libraries with complete references on any subject, expert instructors on any subject, sport or skill. There are gliders, balloons, parachutes, aqualungs and deep-sea diving from the coastal estates. There are sense withdrawal chambers, immersion tanks, no-gravity capsules simulating space conditions. There are ranges where you can practice with every weapon from a laser gun to a boomerang. There are blue movies of incomparable artistry. Every period of history and every place or country is represented in AJ's International Pavilion. You can enjoy a trip to the 1920s, Renaissance Italy, Mandarin China, ancient Greece or Rome. Every sexual taste is provided for in any setting you want. Jack off in the 1920s? Fuck Temple Virgin? You make Gemini with nice astronaut? Greek youths clad only in beauty and sunlight? Forecastle on whaling ship? Afternoon in the Roman baths? See me fuck Cleopatra? Kinky chimo kicks? Sex in a 1910 outhouse? Rumble seat? Bomb shelter in the Blitz? Bedroll for two in the Yukon? The old swimming hole? Viking ship? Bedouin tent? Public school toilet? Anything that you like. This morning after a breakfast of fruit, yogurt and pheasant eggs I walk over to the glider hangar. AJ has several hundred gliders derived from the early models you launch by running and land on your feet sometimes. There are gliders that can be launched from skis, roller skates and bicycles. In all cases the gliders have been designed to most closely approximate the dream of wings in flight. If you have your own ideas for a new model, the designers will make it up for you in a few days. The gliders are of many materials and colors to match different landscapes and sky conditions, and many of them are painted with landscapes. There are red models for sunset gliding, transparent plastic for ski gliding, blue wings for the mountains. I select a mountain model that shades from lightest egg blue to blue black. The wings are of ramie fabric. A small electric dirigible takes us to the launching station up in the Atlas Mountains. From the station a steep concrete runway slopes down. I put on roller skates and pick up the glider, the wings on each side, my hands braced on two struts. The ship is piloted by shifting weight with the hands, the pilot being suspended between two struts at the center. When your arms get tired there is a sling seat. I start down the launching run faster, knees bent, I zoom right off across the valley, legs dangling over 2,000 feet of space. This is really flying like you do in a dream, piloting the glider with both hands, feeling it vibrate through me. I'm out there now in the wings, my wings sailing across the valley. I sit down on the sling seat and see the city spread out between my legs. I bring it down on a cracked weed-grown subdivision street and skate back to the compound for an afternoon in the blue movies. Some years ago the actors went on strike protesting conditions prejudicial to their dignity. Your flesh disease dirty pictures, how long you want us to fuck very nice Mr. Slastovich? We is fucking tired of fuck very nice. Accordingly the great Slastovich introduced a series of reforms. Considering the demands of the workers, he decided that the blue movies must have story, character development and background in which sex scenes are incidental. For example, a story of a whaling voyage 1859, 2 hours in length, contains only 18 minutes of sex scenes scattered through the film. The blue movies as a separate genre have ceased to exist. We show sex as it occurs in the story, as a part of life, not a mutilated fragment. I go to the Old Palace Theatre on Market Street. The first number is an educational short showing how a grand lux can be achieved on a modest income. Now here's my immersion trough in the blue room, just a trough full of glycerin sheet aluminum. I got it all through the PX for almost nothing, my dear. Now if you'll just slip into this plastic cover, Yahé and Majun for this trip. Majun is good on a bluey, your first solo, my dear, and you are well prepared. You see, it's all so simple. Home is where your ass is, and if you want to move, you move your ass. The first step is learning to change homes with someone else and of someone else's ass. I remember a science fiction thing about an institute called Fishhook given over to paranormal psychic things. They have a box they get in and their minds travel to other planets. Well, one of these planets is so evil it drives an astronaut back to the Bible Belt, where he preaches up a holy war against the Perrys, they are called, and by now everyone outside Fishhook hates the Perrys, and there are signs up, Perry, don't let the sun set on you here. And Fishhook has closed the doors. Whole villages of nice old Perrys and the teenage Perrys all bucking for Fishhook will be slaughtered. But there is another astronaut on the lam from Fishhook Security who knows about a nice quiet planet and he wants to rescue all good Perrys everywhere, but how to transport the paranormal assholes? In a flash the know-how comes to him from that evil planet, and when he tells the villagers what to do they say, "But that's dirty." "Not dirty, just alien," he says. "Besides you don't have much choice." He points to a long row of headlights approaching the paranormal village. The vigilantes are on the way. So you see it's time to move on. And what you find outside is only what you put there in the first place. Time to move into first place. He was lying on a bed in his short split bamboo walls top floor of the hotel. A knock at the door. The Indian boy stood there, a quart beer bottle in one hand. "Aquí ya hay ayahuasca, muy bueno, muy fuerte." The boy came in, closing the door, and put the bottle on a table. The American boy, who was thin and blond, got 2 tin cups from his rucksack. The Indian boy poured out the mixture from the beer bottle, filling each cup 2/3 full. He passed his hands back and forth over the cups, humming a little tune. He stopped humming, looked at the American and smiled. "This very good for fuck Johnny." He made a tight brown fist and shoved a finger in and out. "We take ya hey then fuck." He unbuttoned his shirt. "Ambos nudo Johnny, both naked." He dropped his shirt on a chair, kicked off his sandals, shoved his pants and shorts down. He waited until the American was stripped. "Now take ya hey, act very fast." The American drank and shuddered. "Muy amargo si Johnny." Almost at once the American boy felt a blue-tide cool evening air on his naked rectum, his legs. "Tomamos eso, ambos nudo." Shadows fading, hand on a tin cup, eyes smiling and knowing the bare rectum the other was looking, pressure the groin facing each other. "Bu welvete," getting hard in the blue light. "Bend over Johnny." The boy picked up a tin of Vaseline and slowly, with a calm intent expression, rubbed it on his cock. "Bend over Johnny and spread ass," feeling the eyes and fingers on his rectum, ass hairs spread, the slow penetration. "Hand on knees Johnny." He twisted his body in a slow circle, hands braced on knees, stirring whirlpools of blue, tighter, 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 spurting blue Chinese characters in the purple dusk of Lima. Gasps muy bueno. Hands on knees. Carl's eyes spidering blue, his face blurred out, bone-wrenching spasms popped. Egg blue worlds, an arrow wake of jism across the "ya hey then fuck." He unbuttoned his shirt. "Ambos nudo Johnny, both naked." He dropped his shirt on a chair, kicked off his sandals, shoved his pants and shorts down. He waited until the American was stripped. "Now take ya hey, act very fast." The American drank and shuddered. "Muy amargo si Johnny." Almost at once the American boy felt a blue-tide cool evening air on his naked rectum, his legs. "Tomamos eso, ambos nudo." Shadows fading, hand on a tin cup, eyes smiling and knowing the bare rectum the other was looking, pressure the groin facing each other. "Bu welvete," getting hard in the blue light. "Bend over Johnny." The boy picked up a tin of Vaseline and slowly, with a calm intent expression, rubbed it on his cock. "Bend over Johnny and spread ass," feeling the eyes and fingers on his rectum, ass hairs spread, the slow penetration. "Hand on knees Johnny." He twisted his body in a slow circle, hands braced on knees, stirring whirlpools of blue, tighter, 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 spurting blue Chinese characters in the purple dusk of Lima. Gasps muy bueno. Hands on knees. Carl's eyes spidering blue, his face blurred out, bone-wrenching spasms popped. Egg blue worlds, an arrow wake of jism across the "Now I've been thinking of a communal immersion tank in the swimming pool, but I may make a fish pond instead. Really, it should be filled with raw oysters and a trough cut in pink coral, dome-shaped room lined with seashells." The boy spread his legs and squirms down into the oysters, the tight conch of his nuts spurting pearly gobs sea wind through a porthole. "Yes, of course they are soundproof rooms in various degrees, but we do have soundtracks and odors now. In the blue room ozone and burning leaves, and in the red room roses and carbolic soap. Life buoy isn't making it anymore, but you can still get it down here, and I've laid in several cases. Now here's the rainbow room for Dimman and Silas. I've been rather tacky, isn't it? To smell of orange crush, plastics and carnivals. You come the World's Fair, my dear, and of course I need a yellow room, but there are so few Chinese boys in Casa I haven't gotten to it. But you can see the daffodils and crocuses, whiffs of straw and urine and saffron and ambergris. The yellow tower of amber chamois palette. The boy, yellow hair, brown eyes, teeth bared, coming inside out, and of course you mix your skin colors, say black and red, brown and yellow, red and white. Rather limited here, but we don't do too badly. And the soundtracks, distant train whistles and foghorns for the blue room, sea sounds in the pink room, and music special for the two parties, and sometimes more than two, of course. Is your Majun working? I need a laboratory to work out all the drug problems. Synthesis, blending new formulae. Now if you are taking Majun, which works so much slower than Yahe or Dimen, you have to wait 2 hours on the Majun. Oh. Here's Ali. Now if you'll put on these headphones, genuine music in the blue room, of course you'll find the Yahe already measured out. When the music started in his head, the lower half of his body came loose in fluid gyrations. Come yell, cracked his head. Rainbow room, stars on the table, knees of amber brown, teeth bared. And the image track, of course we take movies and mix the movies all up with color shots: blue mist and attic rooms under slate roofs, sunsets, autumn leaves, apples, red moon in the smoky sky, all mixed with sex pictures. We take 5 or 6 cameras, one on the face, one on the genitals, twitching feet, coming eyes, and usually we project these in the white room, which has plain white walls for screens. A rainbow cocktail of LSD. Majun Yahe, very little LSD, it isn't good for you really, and the natural plants are better. Red-haired boy on his side chewing his knuckles as the Arab boy browns him. Pictures on the walls and ceilings, 5 projectors, a kaleidoscope of legs, spurting cocks, tight nuts, eyes, faces, a twitching foot, sunsets and blue mist, urine and straw, yellow sky, quivering buttocks, sperm spurting vapor trails, snow-capped mountains, rainbows, Niagara Falls, souvenir postcards, northern lights. As the boy turns him with his knees up, he is on top looking at the ceiling pictures. Now on hands and knees, both facing the wall, come seeing themselves in television mixed in with all the others, right on location but rather over our budget. I'm afraid so lucky to find all these dome-shaped rooms, rather like the inside of a huge phallus, aren't they? Now here's the rose room. Red bed cover sprinkled with rose petals, feeling the red egg in his groin, spurting sunsets, freckles, red hair, autumn leaves, knees up, he was coming in the autumn sky. The Penny Arcade Peep Show. 1. A round red Christmas tree ornament going away. Indian boy with bright red gum spits blood under the purple dusk of Lima. Fight tuberculosis, folks. Christmas Eve, an old junkie selling Christmas seals on North Clark Street. The priest, they called him. Fight tuberculosis, folks. 2. 2 round ornaments going away, one blue, one green. Fading train whistles, blue arc lights flickering, empty streets half buried in sand. Jelly and green brown rectal flesh, twisting finger turns to vine tendril, ass hairs spread over the tide flats, seaweed, green Pullman curtains, blue prep school clothes. 3. 3 ornaments going away, red, blue, green, holly wreaths, red ribbons, children bobbing for apples. It was getting late and no money to score. He turned into a side street and the lake wind hit him like a knife, a lost street of brick chimneys and slate roofs, heavy blue silence, lawn sprinklers, summer golf course, the green hat folded on her knee. 4. 4 ornaments going away, red, blue, green, gold, freckles, autumn leaves, smoky red moon over the river. When the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame, and I haven't got time for a waiting game. Cab stopped just ahead under a street light and a boy got out with a suitcase, thin kid in blue prep school clothes, familiar face. The priest told himself, watching from a doorway, reminds me of something a long time ago. The boy there with his overcoat unbuttoned, reaching into his pants pockets for the cab fare. Blue magic of all movies, and remembered kid standing at the attic window waving to a train. A sighing sound, the empty room, distant smell of weeds and vacant lots, little green snakes under rusty iron, pirate chests, pieces of 8 on golden sands, urine and straw. The traveler walks on and on through the plain of yellow grass. He stops by a deep black pool. A yellow fish side turns in the dark water. 1. Red ornament coming in, red leg hairs rubbing rose wallpaper, Irish terrier under the Christmas tree. Light years away, the pale skies fall apart. DB waiting at the next stop. Spit blood at dawn. I was waiting there. Dr. Harrison. They called me. Led the way up, stairs, worn red carpeting, smell of sickness is in the room. 2. 2 ornaments coming in, one blue, one green. Blue evening shadows, a cool remote Sunday, dead stars drifting, twisting, coming in, green brown rectal flesh, grass stains on brown knees. 3. 3 ornaments coming in, red, blue, green. Smell of roses, carbolic soap, there was nothing for me to do. Spit blood at dawn. Agony to remember the words, too late. German living room outside the china blue northern sky and drifting clouds, bad seascapes of the dying medical student. A schnapps, I think, Frau Undersknet. Room over the florist shop, flower smell, green curtains, he was a caddy it seems. His smile across the golf course. 4. 4 ornaments coming in, red, blue, green, gold. Heart pulses in the rising sun, smell of raw meat, the heretic spits boiling blood, 18th century room, snow at the latticed window, fire in the hearth, an old gentleman wrapped in red shawls is measuring laudanum into a medicine glass. Have you seen Patapon Rose? Blue shadows in the attic room, the boy's picture is framed in forget-me-nots, dust on the broken greenhouse, in the ruined garden a pool is covered with green slime, thin blonde boy, sunlight and pubic hairs, I remember daffodils and yellow wallpaper. A gold watch that played silver threads among the gold, an old book with gilt edges, in golden letters, The Strait of Chance. Dim far away the Star of Bethlehem from the school play. The Miracle of the Rose. June 23, 1988. Today we got safely through the barrier and entered the blue desert of silence. The silence is devastating. At first you drown in it. Our voices are muted as if we were speaking through felt. I have two guides with me, Ali, a Berber lad with bright blue eyes and yellow hair, a wolfish pan face unreadable as the sky. The other Farja of a dusky rose complexion with long lashes, straight black hair, gums a bright red color. We are wearing standard costumes for the area: blue silk knee-length shorts, blue silk shirts, mercury sandals and helmets. The mercury sandals and helmets, once fitted, are never removed. We are carrying nothing but light mattresses, mess kits, rations of dried fish, rice, peppers, dates, brown sugar and tea. It is a beautiful country and the predominant color is blue. Like many so-called deserts, it is far from being a desert. There are wooded areas and we glimpse bodies of water from time to time. In the late afternoon we came to a vast deserted city, streets cracked and broken, weeds growing through houses and villas all empty, overgrown with vines, the scent of flowers always heavier in the air like a funeral parlor, and no sign of life in the ruined courtyards, empty hotels and cafes. As the sun was setting we took a road leading out of the city. None of us wanted to camp for the night in that necropolis of silent flowers. On a hill over the city we came to a ruined villa covered with rose vines. The building was in ruins, little more than the walls remaining, and it was not a place I would have chosen to camp. But Ali stopped and pointed. He said something in a low voice to Farja, who looked down sulkily and bit his lip. Ali took a flute from his belt. Playing a little pipe or tune, he stepped forward and we followed. Exploring the ruin we found a room with rose wallpaper. Two walls remained, the support posts and bare beams of the ceiling covered with rose vines formed an arbor. Rose petals had fallen on the faded pink coverlet of a brass bed. As soon as we found this room Ali seemed possessed by a curious excitement. He prowled about like a cat playing his flute. He turned to Farja and said one word I did not catch. Farja stood there, his eyes downcast, blushing and trembling. He looked at the bed, the walls and the rose vines. He nodded silently and the blood rushed to his face. The two boys stripped to their sandals and helmets. Farja's whole body was blushing to his sandals. His skin is a dusky rose color, the genitals perfectly formed, neither small nor large, black shiny pubic hairs precise as wires. He poised and cleared the bedstand in a leap that carried him to the center of the bed on hands and knees. Then he rolled over and lay on his back with the knees up. Ali stood at the foot of the bed. Like all so-called, the boy lay down with his knees up, gasping. Late afternoon's deserted streets, slow pressure of semen, rectal smell of flowers, two naked bodies bathed in smoky rose of the dying sun, phantom bed from an old movie set long since abandoned to weeds and vines. Their eyes locked and they breathed together. I could see Farja's heart pulsing under the dusky flesh and Ali's heart beating with his. Both phalluses stiffened to the blood drums and throbbed erect. On the tip of each phallus a pearl of lubricant squeezed out. Farja sighed deeply and rocked back, holding his knees. Nitrous fumes twisted from the pink rectal flesh in whirls of orange and sepia. A musty odor filled the air that sent blood pounding and singing in my ears. The sepia fumes cleared and Farja's rectum was a quivering, breathing rose of flesh. With a quick movement Ali stepped over the bedstand and kneeled in front of the rose, breathing deeply, his lips swollen with blood. The rose pulled his loins forward and breathed his phallus in. Red fumes enveloped the two bodies. A scream of roses burst from tumescent lips, roses growing in flesh, tearing thorns of delight intertwined their quivering bodies, crushed them together, writhing, gasping, choking in an agony of roses, sharp reek of sperm. Sepia picture in an old book with gilt edges. The miracle of the rose written in gold letters. I turn the page. A red color that hurts, transparent roses growing through flesh. The other leans forward, drinking roses from his mouth, their hearts translucent, roses squirming in naked agony, blushing, gasping, the air of empty hotel's mouth, speaking of a brass bed, luminous excitement on his back with the knees up, red fumes that burn erogenous holes in writhing flesh, naked, choking in that phantom bed. When I came to the room was abandoned to weeds and vines, stardust on a bench, silent empty room, kid of darkness fading over the florist shop, flickering look, an old washstand, musty house, slow smile, you there, dim jerky bedroom 18 on the top floor, my flesh, I could, the film breaks, jerky silent film, look at the fading body, I looked about 19. But not that one word? It is getting dark, boy, remember so intense it hurts, sadness in his eyes, 1920 movie, Peanuts, thank you, the film breaks, naked boy on yellow toilet, fingers from a long time ago, the boy solid, quick and silent, coming so intense it hurts, teeth bared, see solid now, I could touch my flesh, pants down, evening sky, naked boy fading, erased out, thank you, the film breaks, pose is a long time ago, memory noises, frayed magazine over their room, grainy like an old movie, dim silver sky, the other leans forward laughing, comparing, pieces of the blurred 1920 afternoon, jerky bed, twisted feet, buttocks quivering, phantom boy nods, the other straddles rectum exposed, squeezed out, a musty odor, luminous bodies quiver together, deserted city, dying sun, old movie set. I turn the page. Sepia of each phallus, a drop of the red color that hurts, blood pounding, singing, naked rectum breathing, rose flesh, mouth speaking, prickles of delight. I turn the page, each picture framed in roses. The proposition. A ruined wall with rose paper. The bed. Ali points to the bed. Farja stands there, sullen eyes downcast, long lashes. The agreement. Farja looks at the bed, blushing to his bare feet. The consummation. Roses and thorns through translucent flesh, squirming, a slow scream of roses. I turn the page. The elixir of the rose. Farja knees up, rectum rose pulsing. The monk trains off a red fluid that flows from his translucent phallus. The tree of flesh. A musty odor rises from the pages. A Mayan priest is drawing the flesh sap from a bulbous phallic tree. He has inserted an obsidian tube into the soft flesh of the tree and is draining the sap into a stone jar. Discovery of the jars. A Mayan pyramid. The monks have broken a door and found the jars. The flesh sheets. The monk has rolled sheets of the flesh sap out on a table. The flesh sap is of a pearly gray color. The writing. The monk is writing on the sheets the pictures from an old book. The bodybuilder. The monk is wrapping flesh sheets around the two skeletons. Two youths have been formed. Mouth, rectum and penis sealed. The creation. The monk has arranged the youth on a canopy, knees up. He picks up a crystal phallic jar of the elixir. He lets a drop fall between the parted buttocks, a drop on the end of the penis. With a crystal rod he rubs a drop on the lips. Where the fluid touches, nitrous fumes arise, sepia orange, dusky rose. The lips part, rectum quivers, phallus spurts. The youth is breathing. I turn the page. The academy. Red brick building over a river, autumn leaves, the rising sun. Morning sleep. Naked boy with a hard-on, sleeping, lips parted. Roommate stands at the foot of the bed with sheet he has just pulled off the other. The awakening. The boy's eyes looking down at his erection, blushing to his bare feet as he sees others standing there. The recognition. The other has dropped the sheet from his naked body, laughing, comparing, sepia gobs in air. The proposition. Two boys in the room. That's kid stuff. I wanta. One boy with eyes downcast, sullen. The agreement. Rows of flesh on all fours, quivering in a red haze. He pulls Jerry over on top of him, Jerry knees up, feet in the air, kicking like a frog. John reaches down, rubs lubricant around the tip of Jerry's cock, pumping his slow, deep ecstasy as they squirm together, knees up, kicking out the spurts. Ali plays the flute. Two boys by a pool on all fours, faces turned to the full moonlight, June knees. Ali points to the silent yes. At dawn the two boys got up and walked out naked into the ruined garden. Coming to a thick tangle of rose bushes, Farja leapt through and emerged untouched by the thorns on the other side, and then I jumped. A sweet tearing pain, landed on hands and knees, fell forward on my elbows, gasping, feeling the rose in my trembling buttocks, a red steam along the backs of my thighs as Farja kneeled behind me. Ali sat on the edge of a pool playing his flute, dangling his feet in the black water. The boy stands holding a sheet in front of his body, turned to the full moon. He drops the sheet. Boys laughing, comparing sepia pictures. I turn the page. The proposition. Ali points to the rectum. Frayed magazine, one with eyes down on the pages and pictures, quivering mouth turned to the full moon, boy just pulled off the other, getting brown there, coming gobs in the air, sulky youth, a silent yes, blushing buttocks. Ali points to the rectum. Downcast eyes to his bare feet, blushing erogenous roses, the agony of that color so intense it hurts, quivering prickles of delight, deserted city, rose vines, empty hotels, boys laughing, comparing sepia knees. Kid stuff. I wanta. The agreement on all fours, parted buttocks, bare feet in an old book, dusk by a pool, the youth breathing deeply, sullen eyes downcast, and the slow yes, sweet pain, blushing red steam along his thighs, spasms of delight, thorns through the buttocks. I turn the page, feeling the rose twist alive in my flesh. Dawn eyes tight, knees, the youth breathing from his mouth, the slow yes, erogenous agony, the body writes out, musty odors, squeeze to the full moon. A sighing sound back. The film breaks. An old book with gilt stars, silver paper, fingers from another memory, naked shorts and shirt, there a 14-year-old boy, flesh steaming. Look at that compass of age and wind. Mr. About? Dim jerky bed is there. I am the empty room, pieces of the dim picture, a rustle of darkness fading. Now I remember, so intense it hurts. Mrs. Murphy's rooming house. They got up, remembered, thank you. Room 18 on the top floor, background grainy like an old movie. The film breaks. Kid standing there talking to another. There are two. They got up, naked shorts and shirts, their room 18 on the top floor, my flesh steaming. We tried various ways of slipping the tight blue shorts down over the mercury sandals, but any way you slip, the feathers are being rubbed the wrong way. It is not hot. It is not cold. There are no noxious animals or insects. A fresh wind sprang up and wafted my blue shorts away. So we waved goodbye to shirt and shorts. Ali is fucking Farja on all fours. His wolfish eyes light up inside and the hair stands up on his head. Then they did a hot Mercury crackling all over with blue fire and a classic Mercury with porticos and glades and pools. We lie there on the magic carpet of shared bodies, the old fear of the border cities still heard, still felt. Farja shudders in his sleep. We are in an area of electric sex currents. Suddenly we get prickles in the crotch and then pictures start of what we are going to do, like you are watching a picture of yourself doing it and you plop right into the screen with a delicious squeeze, Ali and Farja chasing and wrestling each other in and out of the film. We camped in a ruined signal tower on a promontory of land jutting out over the desert. We reached it at twilight, a blue mist settling on the narrow flagstone path, a rusty gate, a sign overgrown with vines, U.S. Army Reservation. Authorized personnel only. The old MP box still there. The boys give it a push and it crashes into the valley. Here is the old tower. We climb up to the control room, great laser guns broken, the top of the tower blasted away. We camp there and after the evening meal Ali brings out his flute and we follow the music further and further out into the silence. The following day we find ourselves walking down a country road, red clay pieces of flint here and there. Farja finds an arrowhead. We came to a deserted village of red brick houses with slate roofs by a stream. 1. An Easter egg with a peephole going away, bits of vivid and vanishing detail, rainbow, a postcard road, boy there by the creek, bare feet twisted on a fence. 2. 2 Easter eggs going away, ghostly flower smell by the stagnant creek, the boy still there waiting. 3. 3 Easter eggs going away, click of distant heels, footsteps on a windy street, sad open hand. 4. 4 Easter eggs going away, empty streets half buried in sand, a house, a weed-grown golf course, blue prep school clothes further and further away. 1. An egg coming in, road corner, stone bridge, rainbow over a stream, green fields, boy there naked. He is lying on his stomach eating an apple, legs curled over his thighs. He claps his feet together. A book is open in front of him on the grass. 2. 2 eggs coming in, sad old human papers I carry, 2 adolescents by the garage, far away toy cars. 3. 3 eggs coming in, smell of carbolic soap, 3 boys in shower. A boy turns mocking him off. 4. 4 eggs coming in. Audrey squeezes through the peephole, wet dream, tension tingling in his crotch. He is in the shower with John on a Saturday afternoon. They are facing each other, Audrey uneasy, feeling John's eyes on his body. Wanna feel something nice, Audrey? John reaches forward with soapy fingers, feeling Audrey's crotch, sudden raw hard-on. Dim dead boy, so I haunted your old flower, smell of young nights on musty curtains, empty prep school clothes further and further away. Come closer. Listen across empty backyards and ash pits. He is bending over in the shower while John washes his back, glancing down along his stomach to the crotch, biting his lip, hoping that John will finish before he gets out of control. John is rubbing soap just above the buttocks. He leans forward and says in Audrey's ear, "Wanna feel something nice, Audrey?" John slides a finger up his ass and jiggles it to a car horn outside. Audrey drops his head, gasping as his body contracts, squeezing out the hot spurts. American house, rain outside, boys standing by the ghost car, sunset, blue clothes, the phone rings, child voice across a distant sky, long expected call from you, fingers from the phone like wood. Audrey drying himself carefully, trying to keep it down. He turned away holding a towel in front of him. John reached out and pulled the towel away, looking at Audrey's half erection. You ever been goosed, Audrey? Audrey shook his head, blushing. Lean over and brace your hands on your knees. He heard John unscrew a jar, then felt the greased finger slide up him. He gasped and threw his head back. You ever been rosed, Audrey? Thumbs prying his buttocks apart as John squirmed forward. Pink eggs popped in his crotch. Souvenir postcards, a violet evening sky rising from the boy's groin, sad 1920 scraps, dim jerky faraway stars splash the stagnant creek. I was waiting there, held a little boy photo in his withered hand. The boy was footsteps down the windy street a long time ago. Silver light popped in his eyes. A silver smile. Tonight Reggie and I had dinner with the great Slastovich and he expounded the new look in blue movies. The movies must first be written if we are to have living characters. A writer may find it difficult to make the reader see a scene clearly, and it would seem easier to show pictures. No. The scene must be written before it is filmed. The new look in blue movies stresses story and character. This is the space age, and sex movies must express the longing to escape from flesh through sex. The way out is the way through. He switches on a projector. The scene where Johnny has crabs and Mark makes him undress. Who are these boys? Where will they go? They will become astronauts playing the part of American married idiots until the moment when they take off on a Gemini expedition bound for Mars, disconnect and leave the Earth behind forever. It happened a few minutes after takeoff. The screen went dead. The radio went dead. The astronauts had disconnected. There was a talk of space madness. Mark's wife told reporters, "He frightened me at times. There was something in him I could never quite reach." John's wife said, "He was a dutiful husband but I never got any warmth out of him." The FBI did not publicize the fact that they had found in a locked drawer of John's desk a number of muscle magazines. The sex scenes of their adolescence are seen as image dust in space through which they pass to other planets. The set is the 1920s. Sex scenes are intercut with lawn sprinklers, country clubs, summer golf courses, classrooms, silver stars, morning sleep of Dieter, frogs in 1920 roads, cocktail shakers, black Cadillacs, cool basement toilets, a boy's twitching foot, the Charleston, iced tea and fried chicken at the Green Inn, 1920 ponds, naked boy hugging his knees, sunlight and pubic hairs. A suburban room, afternoon light bleakly clear. Mark is 18. He is stripped to his shorts reading a copy of Amazing Stories, one leg thrown over the arm of a chair. He is smoking a cigarette. The other boy, John, is 15, thin, pale, his face spattered with adolescent pimples. He is barefoot, dressed in khaki pants and a white shirt. Without looking up from his magazine, Mark says, "I heard you got laid the other night." "Oh. Yes, down on Westminster Place." "Like it?" "Well, I guess it was all right," says the boy dubiously. "Maybe it isn't what you want." The boy John is standing by the window looking out. He scratches his crotch. "I itch something awful." Lazily Mark drops his magazine on the floor. He looks at Johnny through cigarette smoke. "You itch, Johnny? Where?" John turns from the window. "Right here," he says, scratching his crotch. "Come over here, Johnny." Johnny walks over in front of the chair. Mark spreads his legs. "Right here." Johnny stands in front of him between his knees. "Drop your pants, Johnny." "Huh? Why?" "Just drop your pants like I tell you. I want to see something." Johnny fumbles awkwardly with his belt. "I'll do it." Mark unbuckles Johnny's belt. With gentle, precise fingers he unbuttons pants and shorts and shoves them down. They fall to Johnny's ankles. Johnny stands there, his cock half up from the scratching, mouth dry, heart pounding. Mark reaches forward and takes Johnny's cock by the tip with two fingers, moving it to one side, and with the other hand parts pubic hairs. He points to red Mark. "Look there, Johnny." "Oh. Christ. It is happening." He can't stop it. Mark looks up at him and Johnny blushes bright red, biting his lip. Mark smiles slow and brings his finger up in 3 jerks as Johnny's cock stands out all the way up and throbs to his pounding heart. Sunlight and pubic hairs, sad muscle magazines over the florist shop, pants down, green snakes under rusty iron in the vacant lot. The old family soap opera lock of yellow hair stirs in. September wind, shirt open on the golf course, grass squeezed under quivering hard-ons, wet grass between his legs, pale buttocks, sex sweat, dim jerky, far away toilet, pants down, looking down now, twisted slow smile. "Relax, Johnny." It happens. The old film stops. Naked boy on yellow toilet seat, buttocks quivering, smell of rectal mucus, windy oranges. I remember a dim building overgrown with disuse, and later in Mexico City I see myself looking at him as if trying to focus to remember who the stranger was standing under a dusty tree, lean and ragged, ruffled brown hair, blue eyes, vacant blank. I remember London stairs, worn red carpeting, and I could see his pants were sticking up between his legs. Colored photo had something written on it. "Buelvete y Ganchetti." I let myself go limp inside blank. Factual. He slid it in out through the little dusty window. Afternoon hills, the old broken point of origin, St. Louis, Missouri. Emaciated body, head on the grimy pillow, my face. The film stops in his eyes. Blue morning, naked boy on yellow toilet seat, a quivering foot in front of the washstand, soapy hands turned to me, and finished machine gun noises as he came. Street shadows, his distant hand, there it is just to my shoulder. Smell of sickness in the room, a shooting star. Silence floats down on falling leaves and blood spit, the smell of decay shredded to dust and memories, pieces of legs and cocks and assholes, drifting fragments in sunlight, ass hairs spread on the bed, dust of young hand, fading, flickering thighs and buttocks, smell of young nights. One day we come home very tired and fall asleep naked in the bed. We wake up and the room is full of moonlight. Kiki is lying there on his face and says he is very stiff and sore from carrying clubs all day while I rub his back. I start at the shoulder and work down to his ass and run my hands along the back of his thighs, and he says, "Moss, Johnny, moss." So I shove his ass apart with both hands and jiggle it, and he keeps saying, "Moss, moss." I dip my finger in Vaseline, not letting him see what I am doing, and rub my finger around his ass outside at first, and he says, "Moss, moss." So I twist my finger around until it sinks all the way in up to his pearl, and he sighs and says, "Moss, moss," and I say, "K moss, Kiki?" He doesn't want to say it, but I keep twisting my finger and he is squirming, and finally he says, "Fucking me, Johnny, apartheid las piernas." He spreads his legs and I slide it in slow, feeling the ring squeeze me, and I can tell when he spurts. Afterward he doesn't want to turn over and show me, but I turn him over and his juice is silver in the moonlight. Next day he says it didn't happen and slaps me when I try to do it, but a few nights later he gets out of bed to put out a cigarette leaning forward on the table and I stand up behind him, spit on my finger and slide it up his ass all the way, and he just sighs and falls forward with his elbows on the table and looks at me over his shoulder and says, "Que me haces, Johnny?" I get the Vaseline and rub it in, standing behind him, hitch my arms around his hips and shove it in. We're standing in front of the mirror. I can see my white rump pumping and he had his head down on his hands, biting his knuckles and whimpering. I reach around and play with his eggs and pull his foreskin back gently. He gasps and I am feeling the scratchy pressure all the way up pumping him inside. We are both coming. I can feel goose pimples on my back and then suddenly an electric shiver and my hair stands up straight and I can see my eyes light up inside like a cat. Johnny stands in front of Mark, tight pants, slow finger reaches up and unbuttons his fly parting pubic hairs, points to a red mark. "You got crabs, Johnny? Come in the bathroom." Mark locks the door. "All right, Johnny." Strip down. Awkwardly Johnny takes off his shirt and hangs it on the bathroom door. Mark spreads a yellow towel on the toilet seat. "Take off your pants and shorts and sit there." Johnny swallows, feeling cold in the stomach. "All right." Mouth dry, heart pounding, he sits down naked on the toilet seat. Mark selects a bottle of camphorphenique from the medicine cabinet. He squats in front of Johnny. Their knees touch. "Spread your legs apart so I can see what I'm doing." He opens the bottle and tips it against his finger. He lifts Johnny's penis by the tip, moving it around as he rubs the camphorated oil and pubic hairs at the root. The oil leaves a cold burn. Johnny licks his lips and blushes. "Christ, Mark." Mark rests his hands on Johnny's and looks up at Johnny, who blushes to his bare feet as his cock floats up throbbing. "Relax, Johnny." It happens. He rubs the oil around Johnny's tight nuts. Johnny's embarrassment changes to excitement. He squirms and a drop of lubricant squeezes slowly out the end of his phallus and glitters in the afternoon sun. "You take off your shorts." "Sure, Johnny." Mark squirms his shorts off. Like I say, it happens. The two boys look at each other. "You probably got them in your ass too. Come over here." He points to the bath mat. "Lie down on your back." He shoves Johnny's knees up. "Hold them there against your chest." He squats with the bottle of camphorphenique. "Spread your legs apart so I can see what I'm doing." "That's right." He rubs the oil in Johnny's ass hairs and lightly around the rectum. Johnny sighs, feeling the cold burn, and looks down at his throbbing cock. "Like that, Johnny?" Mark takes a jar of mentholated Vaseline from the medicine cabinet. He rubs the Vaseline around Johnny's ass, parting the soft pink flesh, and shoves the middle finger all the way up, vibrating the finger. Burning inside, Johnny squirms and whimpers. His body pulls up, his ass contracts spasmodically, hot white spurts cover his thin stomach. Feet twitching in the air shred to dust and memories, pieces of legs and cocks and assholes drifting, fragments falling softly through penny arcades and basement toilets. Playground finger stained with grass points to a red mark, and there's another. "Spread your legs." "Oh. Christ. It is happening." A little whimper brings his finger up in 3 jerks, blushes to his pounding heart, looks down, pointing. Naked boy on yellow toilet seat. And later in Mexico City, trying to remember who the stranger was in front of him. Ruffled brown hair, blue eyes, pants open, far pale sun-colored photo, unbuttoned his shirt. He looked at his young cousin just in from the country, wondering if the boy would let him. They shared a room on the roof. They went to a movie that night, and afterward in the roof room he got his cousin to smoke marijuana for the first time, the boy laughing and rolling on the floor until he pissed in his pants. Sharp smell of urine in the Mexican night. "Desnúdate, chico." The boy peeled off his wet pants and shorts and stood there naked and suddenly embarrassed under Kiki's knowing eyes. Then Kiki pulled him down on the bed, tickling him in the ribs, the boy laughing out of control. "Por favor, Kiki, por favor." Trying to hide his heart-on, turned over on his stomach, Kiki straddled him and spread his ass cheeks and felt the body go limp under him, and the boy said, "Bueno, Kiki, Oslo." Kiki put a pillow under the boy's crotch to get his ass up and spread the legs and greased the boy's ass, panting and squirming as Kiki slid it in 10 strokes, and they came together in a red pull-teeth beard, cocks crowing in the summer night, musky smell of the boy's greased tess. Unexpected rising of the curtain can begin with the apartment building, lonely young face in the hall standing under a dusty name. Abrupt question brought me Mr. Prince's Arcade closing, the lost past hung in his eyes, boys and workshops pointing down the pale skies. Through the dead I trust you. The stairs stretched out a shadow. It was 6:40 p.m. Young face looking for a name, hand holding the door open, memory noises, dim sky, the lonely 1920 afternoon, jerky bed twisted. I remember the other straddles rectum, palpable odor fills the room, the past hangs in the air, rubbish and weeds drift of time, a child laughing, blurred faces, the dying sun through a bathroom window. "Come over here, Johnny. Down on your hands and knees." "That's right. Spread your legs apart." Cold burn on his rectum, nuts aching. Johnny sighs and looks down at his throbbing cock. "Like that, Johnny?" Mark gets a jar of mentholated Vaseline from the medicine cabinet, rubbing it around, pulling Johnny's ass open, two greased fingers all the way up, twisting, burning Johnny, spurts across the bath mat. Buttocks dim, trying to focus Johnny's ass, the cold burn blankness. A hotel on the outskirts of East St. Louis. Johnny has just taken a shower. Flesh steaming, he walks across the room to his suitcase. He takes out a package of Band-Aids and bends down to put one on a blister. Bending down like that, it begins to get stiff between his legs. Mark is in an adjoining room and Johnny hopes he won't come in now, but suddenly he knows that Mark is standing in the doorway, and then he hears Mark's voice right behind him. "You look like a statue of Mercury, Johnny. Why don't you stand up?" Johnny blushes. It is all the way up between his legs. Now Mark is in front of him. Johnny closes his knees, looking up at Mark helplessly. Mark shoves him and he falls on his back legs in the air. Laughing, Mark pries his legs apart, naked boy hugging his knees, sunlight and pubic hairs. The two boys had been swimming. They were standing naked, arms around each other's shoulders, looking at a red-headed woodpecker drumming on a persimmon tree 60 feet up in the summer sky. Suddenly Johnny began to feel uncomfortable with the other's arm around his shoulder. He shifted and glanced down. Oh, Christ. It was happening. He blushed bright red and the other boy smiled. "Your pecker's getting hard." The woodpecker drumming, frogs croaking. The two boys were cousins, but they had just met. They were riding donkeys across the plateau and came to a stream under the bridge of an abandoned railroad. The politicos stole all the money and then the railroad was built somewhere else. Rusty tracks overgrown with weeds and vines. The older boy slid off his donkey, Natamos. The younger boy had a hard-on from riding the donkey. Very slowly he took off his shirt and shoved his pants down. It was still half up. He turned away to hide it. The older boy was already naked. "Que te pasa, chico?" The older boy turned him around and laughed. "Tute and palmas." In water up to the knees. The older boy was washing his back, slid the bar of soap down across his ass. Something melted in his stomach and the other boy was inside him. The sky dimmed out of focus as he came, hearing an spray from a great distance. Music across the golf course. The boy had been swimming in the pond. He sat on the concrete dam, dangling his feet in the water. He got up, dried himself and caught a gleam of white in the summer twilight. A golf ball. He picked it up and soon found another. Bending over to pick up the ball, he felt someone behind him. He turned and an older boy was standing there. He recognized one of the townies who hung out in front of Jake's pool hall. The boy smiled and walked toward him. He stood there feeling his nakedness under the knowing eyes. The boy stopped just in front of him. "What's your name?" "John." The boy reached forward and cupped his crotch. "Hello, Johnny." The boy took a deep breath and "Let's see your shirt." The townie stripped slowly, turned him around with a quick knee, dropped him forward on hands and knees in the wet grass, finger rubbing something on his ass, rectum spread, frogs croaking. He was coming in a red pool through a labyrinth of pink eggs, sobbing gasps, frogs in his head. The two bodies stuck together, twitching, feeling the soft night air on his naked body. Two white balls in wet grass. "I remember." A thin pale boy laughed, sad smile, dust of dead hope in his hands. The proposition bleakly clear pointed to the bed. "I remember hope of strange flesh." The mouth dim, room pants rip, quick and silent, coming. Another scene in the shed, rubbish and weeds, the drift of time, a child's room, pieces of a blurred face, the dark city, dying sun, naked boy hugging his knees, a sunlight and pubic hair, sad muscle, magazines over the florist shop, corduroy pants down, green snakes under rusty iron in the vacant lot, the old family soap opera, phosphorescent clock hands tick away to basement walls, backyards and ash pits, a silver crescent moon cuts the film sky, machine gun noises as he came. One of the boys looks up, hands mocking me, off an old book with gilt edges. The drawer stuck his distant hand there. "It is just to my shoulder." Twilight boy with violet eyes shredded to dust and memories, paper fingers, peanuts. 1920 movie. The old film stops, a silver smile. The Frisco Kid. Front Street, Nome, Alaska, 1898. Across the street is restaurant. I walk through a path in waist-high, drifts past a dog team, dog's breath in the air, and open the door of the restaurant. Smell of chop suey and chili, wood tables, Chinese waiter. Order a bowl of chili and coffee. There are several minors at the tables. I am eating my chili when the door opens behind me and icy air touches the back of my neck. Someone comes in and sits down at my table. It is a young man about 23 with very pale eyes. He says howdy and orders chop suey. There is talk from the other tables of dogs and strikes and custom duties. I have finished the chili. I am drinking coffee from a heavy white mug with a chipped handle. The curtain between the kitchen and the restaurant stirs as the waiter walks back and forth. I get a whiff of opium. The Chinese railroad workers are smoking in a room behind the kitchen. The young man opposite me eats his chop suey. He leans back in his chair and looks at me. "Didn't I see you someplace?" "Maybe. Where are you from?" "Frisco. I've been there once." I offered him a cigarette. He took it, fished a match out of his pocket and lit it with a dirty fingernail. We both inhaled deeply. The waiter set his coffee on the table. The party of minors paid and left. We were alone in the restaurant. I jerked a thumb toward the kitchen. "Smoking. It keeps out the cold." He just nodded, looking at my face, the eyes very pale, like I could see through them and out the back of his head. "They call me the Frisco Kid," he said. "I'm Fred Flash from St. Louis. Photographer. You got a place to stay?" "No, just got here." "You can bunk with me then." "All right." He lived in a boarding house on a side street run by Mrs. Murphy. "That will be $2 extra per week," she said when the Frisco Kid told her I would be sharing the room. "Room 18 on the 3rd floor." He lit a kerosene lamp. The room was lined with green painted metal in patterns of scrolls and flowers. There was a copper luster wash basin, a tarnished mirror, a double brass bed, 2 chairs, a sea chest by the bed. The window was narrow, the cracks stuffed with quilting and covered by a frayed red curtain. We sat down on the bed and lit cigarettes. I get a whiff of me, then I see room 18, wardrobe, a tarnished mirror, the window, him, a cigarette, quilting, red curtains, his fingernail, the bed. My face drifts out of the back of his head. He nodded, coffee, eating my chili. There was a door we went through and someone comes in and sits down, pale eyes, chop suey, Mrs. Murphy. The room kerosene light, his smile through cigarette smoke. It was the first time I had seen him smile. I lay back on the bed, blowing smoke toward the ceiling, looking at the scrolls. Here and there a white crust had formed, streaked with rust. I yawned. "I'd like to turn in if it's all right with you." "Sure," he said. "Why waste money on some sucker trap?" He stood up, unbuttoning his shirt. He pulled off his trousers. He turned back the bed and whiff of stale flesh came off the blankets. We got in and lay there side by side. He leaned over and blew out the lamp, and the smell of the wick hung in damp, cold air of the room. Outside, angry voices from some saloon, a distant pistol shot. Then I was looking up at the ceiling and the room was full of gray light, my breath hanging in the air. I looked around at the lamp on the table, the curtains, the window. It was very quiet outside, muffled by snow. I took in the clothes on pegs, the washstand, the mirror. I was lying on my back, the Frisco Kid close beside me, one leg sprawled across my crotch. Under the leg my cock was stiff and standing out of my shorts. I turned and looked at him. His eyes were open in the gray milky light and I felt a shiver down the spine. He wasn't there really. Pale, the picture was pale. I could see through him. He smiled slow and rubbed his leg back and forth. I sighed and moved with it. He brought his hands up under the covers where I could see and made a fist and shoved a finger in and out. I nodded. He put his hands down and shoved his shorts off. I did the same. We lay there side by side, our breath hanging in the air. He hitched an arm under my shoulders. With the other hand he turned me on my side. He spit into his hand and rubbed it on himself. Slow pressure. I took a deep breath and it slid all the way in. 10 strokes and we came together, shuddering gasps, his breath on my back. "Where from?" "Frisco. A kid he never returns. In life," used young pale eyes. "Lungs out and finished." Tarnished air, sunlight through the curtains, red curtains. His fingernail smiled then and rubbed his leg. "You someplace?" "They call me the Frisco Kid. I'm out Front Street, Nome, Alaska, 1898. "To stay?" "No. Just got here." "Want to?" "I give you for that belated morning man about 23 kerosene lamp on a sea chest." Smile through me. Then I looked at room 18. Been there, might have seen, peeling my breath in the tarnished mirror. Someone comes in and sits down, my crotch, feeling the ache in my crotch, stiff, pulsing against his leg. Shoved his finger in and out. I saw the fingernail shiny with dirt under it. Shoved his shorts down. We lay there side by side, naked. He reached over and slid his hand down my stomach and felt it tight and aching when I touched him. Electric shiver, same size, same feel, feeling myself. Nodded. "Sure." He said, "Why waste money on a whore?" Turned back the bed and spit into his hand. Pressure. I breathed cold air. The snow was drifting here and there. A white crust had formed on the window, the washstand, the mirror. "Like to turn in if it's all right with you." Shoved his shorts off, stood there with nothing on, stale flesh off the blankets, and felt it slide in silver flash behind the eyes. Bright cold sunlight in the room, every object sharp and clear. I took in the clothes streaked with rust, the ache in my groin, feeling a leg warm against it. His pale smile spit on my ass, on my side, facing the wall, sliding in tarnished sunlight. I sighed and moved with it. Stiff, he opened his eyes and looked where I could see he wasn't there really. Pale eyes looking down his leg. "Call me the Frisco Kid. I'm out. Just got here. Want to?" Whiff of breath, belated morning. The Frisco Kid's legs used out and finished, pale. I could see through him. My cock was up under the covers. He smiled, finger in and out, going to turn me to. Smell peeling old places, tarnished mirror, shiver down my spine and through the crotch. A white crust had formed on his leg. "If it's all right with you," and stood there with nothing on. The room was warm and I saw a wood stove. He walked over and threw in a log and put a kettle on the stove. He hung his coat on a wooden peg and I did the same. He sat down on the bed and pulled his boots off and I did the same. He took off his shirt and hung it up, pulled down his trousers. He took the kettle off the stove and poured hot water in the copper luster wash basin. He rubbed soap over his face and neck and dried himself standing in front of the mirror. He peeled off his socks and there was a smell of feet and soap in the room. He put the basin on the floor and washed his feet. Wash? Sure. He tossed me the towel and I dried myself. Warm in here, he said. He took off his long gray underwear matter-of-factly and hung it over his shirt. If it's all right with you. He turned to me naked. He stood there and scratched his ass, looking at me, pale eyes touching me down my chest and stomach to the crotch, and looking at him I could see his genitals were the same size and shape as mine. He was seeing the same thing. We were standing a few feet apart looking at each other and I felt the blood rush to my crotch. It was getting stiff. I couldn't stop it. His pale smile. We stood there now both stiff, looking at identical erections. We sat down on the edge of the bed. He made a fist and shoved his finger in and out. That all right with you? I nodded. He stood up and went to the wardrobe and came back with a tin of grease. He got on the bed and kneeled and made a motion with his hands, pulling them in. I turned toward him on all fours. He rubbed the grease in slow pressure and we were twisting. He was pulling me up on my knees and shoving me down, his hand on my eggs. When I came there was a silver flash behind the eyes and I blacked out sort of. There was a tarnished mirror over it, stiff. I looked at him, his shorts stood out and I felt it naked. You figure to do? I'm not here long. Felt it tight and aching shiver down the spine. Why waste money on a whore? Shuddering gasps. My groin shot pictures lawn streets. Sunlight faces a pale leg. 1 2? Slow touching me down my chest, genital smell peeling with nothing on. The room was warm. We stood there both stiff as wood. In front of the basin and rubbed soap. He turned to me and finished. Rubbed his leg across my stomach to the crotch, smiled, finger in and out. All right with you? Getting stiff. I couldn't stop it. He peeled the bed with you? I nodded. Just got here. 1 2. Warm in here with you. Shuddering off flash behind the eyes, sunlight faces. That's us all right. In the mirror stiff, standing by the wash basin. Wasn't there really? The Frisco kid, he never returns. In life used address I give you for that belated morning. The Penny Arcade peep show. Billy the Kid said, Keanu's? Pat Garrett killed him. Jesse James said, that picture's awful dusty. He got on a chair to dust off the death of Stonewall Jackson. Bob Ford killed him. Dutch Schultz said, I want to pay. Let them leave me alone. He died 2 hours later without saying anything else. Sardine can cut open with scissors. Shoehorn has been used as spoon. Dirty sock in a plate of moldy beans. Toothpaste smear on washstand glass. Cigarette butt ground out in cold scrambled eggs. The old Broken Point of Origin, St. Louis, Missouri. Lawn sprinklers, summer golf course. Iced tea and fried chicken at the Green Inn. Classroom silver stars. Dust of young hand, fading flickering thighs and buttocks made machine gun noises as he came. Look, the Milky Way. But that was long ago and now my inspiration is in the stardust of the sky. Dim jerky faraway stars. That roar stuck his distant hand. There it is just to my shoulder. Wife waves as her husband takes off in an autogyro. The sky is full of them. She gives orders to a robot that does the housework. In shattered cities muttering cripples pick through garbage. We set out Friday, April 23, 1976. June 25, 1988, Casablanca, 4 p.m. A rundown suburban street. April 3, 1989, Marrakesh, unlighted streets, carriages with carbide lamps. It looks like an 1890 print from some explorer's travel book. Clocks strike the hour. Seasons change. New Year revelers sing Auld Lang Syne. Bell rings. Fighters go to their corners. Referee with stopwatch and soccer game. Tissue, minerals, wood seen through electron microscope. Stars and space seen through telescope. Distant 1920, wind and dust. The dead child. There is something special for me about golf courses, something that is supposed to happen there. I remember the golf course in Tangier, but it didn't happen there. I remember a room where the lights wouldn't turn on, and later in Mexico City I see myself standing on a street under dusty trees, and through the trees and some telephone wires the Mexican sky so blue it hurts to look. I see myself streaking across the sky like a star to leave the earth forever. What holds me back? It is the bargain by which I am here at all. The bargain is this body that holds me here. I am 14 years old, a thin blonde boy with pale blue eyes. My mind moves from one object to another in a series of blank factual stops. I am standing now in front of the country club. There is a doorman. I stand there until he no longer pays me any attention. If I stand somewhere long enough, people stop looking at me and I can walk by them. People stop looking at me and then I can. The women in the market call me El Niño Muerto, the dead child, and cross themselves when I pass. I do not like the women, young or old. I do not even like female animals, and bitch dogs growl and whine at sight of me. I stand there under a dusty tree and wait. The members are walking in and out. Inside the gates is a building, and beyond that the golf course. I want to get into the golf course, but there is no hurry. A man sees me as he passes. He is looking not at me but around the edges, drawing me out of the air. He stops and asks me if I want a sandwich. I tell him yes and he takes me inside where I sit at a table under vine trellises and he orders a sandwich and an orange drink. I buy the dead child a sandwich. An American boy here alone. Listen, I made a wrong move finding that golf course to say sir and pretend to be the dead child. Way was blocked of course. The drink is very cold in my throat. I sit there and say nothing. There are several other men at the table. I can see the fuzzy word bits they call their problems. I have no problems. I am supposed to reach the golf course to get into the golf course and through the trees. I remember a room beyond that golf course I want. A little shiny ball drifts out of my head and nudges the underside of the vine trellis like a balloon trying to fly up into the sky, but a thin thread always holds it back. I am outside now. It is hot. The stranger has given me some money. There is a soda kiosk outside the gates where I buy another orange drink. Other orange drink. I am sleepy. I look around for a place to sleep. I find a corner where there are little round stones against the walls. Round stones are good to sleep on, almost like sand. I make myself a place and leaning my knees against the wall fall asleep. When I wake up the stones are cool under my shirt. A man is standing over me. He is pink-faced and peevish. He asks me if I am a caddy. His caddy isn't here and he wants to know what kind of a club this is where he comes from. Clubs are run right. Yes, I tell him I am a caddy. Well then come along, he says. The doorman stops us. I am not a caddy of the club. The man argues. The doorman says we will have to clear it with the steward. Then we pass. The steward doesn't care. He gives me an armband with a little brass disc and number. I am 18. The man is not able to knock the ball far and can't see where it has gone. I find his balls for him right away. And he says I am the best caddy he ever had, and what is an American boy doing here alone? I tell him I am an orphan, which is a lie, and he gives me 20 pesos. After the man has gone into the clubhouse I find my way blocked by several Mexican caddies. Bueno, gringo, La Plata. Before my father started using morphine again he sent me to a Japanese person to learn something called karate. I learn these things fast because I am blank inside, and I have no special way of moving or doing things, so one way is the same to me as another. The Japanese man said I was the best student he ever had. He had a shower in his studio and in the shower he rubbed soap between my legs to look at what happens between my legs when a white juice spurts out. If I promised not to tell anyone he would teach me all the secrets he never showed other students. What happens between my legs is like a cold drink to me. It is just a feeling, cold round stones against my back, sunshine and shadow of Mexico. I know that other people think of it as something special to do with how they feel about someone else, and there is a word love that means nothing to me at all. It is just a feeling between the legs, a sort of tingle. The boy is there in front of me making a scene he saw in some movie. He is talking out of the corner of his mouth. He spits. I flip the back of my fist to his nose and blood spurts out. He covers his face and I punch him in the stomach. He falls down and lies there trying to get the air back. It is a long time coming and he is blue in the face before he can breathe again. When I come back next day, a boy 17 years old and nice to look at with white teeth and very red gums says that I am his pal and nobody will bother his pal. I am glad of that because what I am here for has nothing to do with that kind of fighting that dogs do, and there is not much difference between people and dogs. I am not a person and I am not an animal. There is something I am here for, something that I have to do before I can go. That day I caddy for an American colonel who tells me about keeping my eyes on the ball in life and on the golf course, and life is a game and you have to keep your eyes on the ball, and keeps telling me the ball is over here, and when I find it over there he doesn't like it, as if the ball should be where he thinks it is when the ball is someplace else. I am careful to say sir to him and pretend to listen, but I made a wrong move finding the balls too quick and he gives me a very small tip. After that I learn not to find the ball too quick and let the player think he has found it himself. And I get bigger tips and save the money. I don't like to go home. My father is taking morphine and always tying up his arm and talking to this old junkie who has a government script, and mother drinks tequila all day and there are kerosene heaters that smoke and the smell of kerosene in the cold blue morning. I rent a room near the club and stop going home at all. Now that I have more time to myself I can see what holds me back. It is not a thread like I thought, a thin thread that holds a toy balloon, a thread that might break and let me blow away across the sky. It is a net that is sometimes close around me and sometimes in the sky, stretched between trees and telephone poles and buildings, but always around me and I am always under it. Way is blocked beyond that golf course. Hands tingle. Morning legs in Mexico cool under my shirt. Standing there under a dusty tree, hot white juice spurts out on the golf course. It is a feeling by which I am here at all. One afternoon I am in the shed where we change and take showers. The boy who said I was his pal is there. The others have gone because it is a fiesta. The boy has his shirt off and his skin is smooth like polished brown wood. He peels an orange and the smell of orange fills the shed. He breaks the orange in two and gives me half and pulls me down to sit beside him on the bench. He finishes the orange and licks his fingers. Then he puts his arms around my shoulders and I can see his pants are sticking up between his legs. Yo muy caliente, Johnny. Very hot. He rubs his face against mine. Quiero followed. His body is warm like an animal and I feel a soft tingle in my stomach and I say muy bueno. We take off our clothes. The boy has 2 blue roses tattooed on each side of his rump. There is a musk smell from his tight brown nuts. He brings out a little tin of Vaseline he carries in his hip pocket because sometimes he would fuck a tourist for money. He has always carried it. I take the tin and rub Vaseline on his cock, feeling it jump in my hand like a frog. He is standing there, teeth bared, gasping, "Vuelvete again, Shetty Johnny." I turn around and bend over, hands braced on knees, and let myself go limp inside as he slides it in. I could see out through a little dusty window the golf course and the sun on the lake like bits of silver paper, and when I spurt the golf course seems to stretch out and then snap back, pulling my eggs together, and I am spurting out the trees and the grass and the lake. Silver spots boil in front of my eyes and the window blacks out. I am sitting on the bench, my head against the wall, and he is rubbing a towel on my face. "You black out, Johnny." He touched my cheek and looked at me, showing the red gums, and belched a smell of oranges. "You very good for fuck." I don't remember. Maybe it didn't happen like that. One time we are swimming naked in the pond and afterwards sitting on the dam. Behind the dam is a hollow place shaded by trees where the balls get lost, and I lean back and see one down there through the leaves. I show him and we climb down. He gets there first and picks up the ball. Veo otra pelota. He had found another. Squatting there he turned to me smiling, holding a golf ball in each hand. Finding the balls has excited him and his eyes shine like an animal. We are completely hidden in a bowl of leaves. There is a smell of mud and moss and stagnant water. We squat there in the soft mud, our knees touching. He looks down between his legs, watching himself get stiff. He looks up smiling. "Buen lugar para faller, Johnny." I feel the tingle between my legs and I am getting stiff too. "Esperate un momento." He climbs up through the leaves and comes back with our clothes. He reaches in his pants pocket and brings out a little tin of Vaseline. He opens it and rubs it on himself, kneeling. He motions with his hands, pulling them in toward his crotch. I see Johnny. I get down on my hands and knees, feeling his finger inside me, and my ass opens up and he is all the way in. His hot quick breath on my back. We shiver together and both finish in a few seconds. We sit there naked with our knees together and pass a cigarette back and forth. Then he opens his knees and shows me he is stiff again and says, "Otra vez, Johnny." This time he pulls me back between his legs and lies on his back with me on top of him, kicking like a frog, kicking the spurts out. The sky stretched between my legs go limp as he slid it in. Afternoon I was in the shed. Boy had his shirt off, legs together, sitting on the bench. He was rubbing. He touched my cheek and looked and belched a smell of oranges sticking up between his legs, rubbed his face against mine. In the pond swimming naked, treading water, he puts his arm around me and pulled me against him by large Johnny. And I can feel him getting stiff against me. Then he floated on his back and it was sticking up in the sunlight. We floated there side by side, his arm around my shoulders. We swim over to the shallow water and he reaches up and gets his pants and takes the tin of Vaseline out of his pocket. The water is about 3 feet deep here and we are covered by the branches of a willow tree. He kneels in the green light. The water reaches to his tight nuts. He dries his prong with a handkerchief and rubs Vaseline on it. "Stick your ass up, Johnny." I raise myself out of the water and he dries me with the handkerchief and rubs the Vaseline inside. Then he hitches his hands under my hips and pulls me up and my belly goes loose under the water and it is inside me. I am spurting off into the cool water, feeling his hot gobs inside. Afterward we stayed like that, stuck together and inched into a foot of water, and I let myself sink down until my belly was on the sand hollow place with bushes and weeds where we took off our clothes. Squatting there I could feel my nuts aching. A little dusty window, bits of silver paper, trees and grass. The lake smell of oranges pushed me down on my face. He finished the orange and licked his red shoulder. Muy caliente, very hot, Johnny. A boy animal, knees touching, stiff between his legs, sitting on the bench. Johnny. He touched in his pants pocket and rubbed it, his face against mine, feeling his finger, feeling him get stiff. He opened it, sticking up in the sunlight, finished in a few seconds, kicking parafaller. My legs open. Vuelvete again, Chetty Johnny. I turned, stretched sky between my legs, limp inside as he slid it in. Legs go limp. Sun on the lake, the golf course. I spurted off hot white juice, silver spots in my eyes. I remember a room there, naked, musty smell of his tight nuts. I don't know. Japanese person sometime. This me as another rubbed soap between my legs. He would show me what happens. My room is on a roof. I can see blue mountains across the valley. Every day after work Kiki comes to my room and brings a packet of grifa. Muy bueno para faller, Johnny. We are sitting on the edge of the roof, our legs dangling in the air. I point to the sky above the blue mountains and tell him someday I will go away in that direction. He looks at me and wrinkles his forehead like a dog and says I shouldn't think such things as muy malo. I can see he is sad feeling the sky between us. Not long after that he was caddy for a rich Englishman and stopped coming to the club. I only saw him once after that. He drove to the club in a Jaguar car with new clothes and a big wristwatch. The clothes didn't look right on him. He was smiling but there was sadness and fear behind the eyes. He told me the man was taking him back to England. We shook hands and he drove away. At the end of the drive he turned and waved. "Stick your ass up, Johnny." Few seconds kicking like a frog, hands under my hips, and pulled me up all the way in his face water, and it was inside me, stretched sky between my legs, limp in the cool water. We stayed like that, stuck together. I remember a little dusty room, sometimes bits of silver paper. Child steps out of a shower feeling his tight nuts. Boy animal smiling. He dried me, hitched my legs open, his hot gobs inside came there, knees touching, wrinkled his forehead like a dog, sadness in his eyes, waved goodbye from his Jaguar. What is it that makes a man and a cat a cat? It was broken there. It stretched and finally broke. Look at these broken fragments: centipede man, jaguar man, limestone plant bursting out between his legs. Even the pain is no longer pain of man. This had started before I came there. I found the temple in ruins, the stele broken, and no one knew anymore how to use the calendar. Still the dead priests and their dead gods held us in a magic net, and every day the overseer came from the ruined temple and told us what to do, and for a while longer we did it in our minds and hands, still heard, still felt. We could not do anything else. I was different from the others. I watched and waited. One day when the overseer came with his magic staff, I raised my eyes and looked at him. I saw that his eyes were dead and there was no more power left in them. I knocked the staff out of his hands with my stone adze. He couldn't believe what had happened and stood there spitting pain pictures, torture of the poison fish that turns the blood to screaming fire. I swung the adze up between his legs. He screamed and fell down, thrashing around in the weeds and vines of the clearing. My friend Sholotl watched him and smiled. He stepped over and put a foot on the overseer's throat. Sholotl was holding a sharp planting stick. He folded one hand around it and with the other hand pumped it up and down between his legs like rubbing himself off, making fire, we call it, and put out the overseer's eyes. Then he raised the stick and brought it down, leaning his weight on it. The stick went right through the overseer's belly and pinned him to the ground. The others had gathered and stood in a circle watching. Sholotl got a burning stick from the fire and built a fire between the overseer's legs. After that we went to the temple. In a back room we found the old priestess like a paralyzed slug. We couldn't touch her because of the smell and a green slime over her body, so we hooked vines around her and dragged her out into the clearing. She died before we could torture her. We burned the body. There were about 30 of us left, 5 women and some babies that would not live long. Most of them had the terrible sickness from the old priestess that rots the bones inside. The legs go first, they can't walk and crawl around like slugs, then the spine and arms. Last of all the skull. Sholotl and I gathered our gourds and stone axes and knives and went into the jungle. We knew that if we stayed there we would catch the sickness. And I didn't want to stay where the women were. Sholotl and I went into the jungle where we lived by killing animals and catching fish. I can see the fish traps and the snares for delicate little jungle deer and animals that had a shell. We could catch them with our hands and kill by bashing their heads against a tree. One time I smashed one of these gourd rats and the blood spurted out all over me. I threw him on the ground and he twisted around. The sharp little black point between his legs was stiff. Sholotl laughed, pointing to it. Then we were pointing to each other and laughing, and I lay down pretending I was the gourd rat, throwing myself around, and Sholotl shoved my legs up and we made fire. I was kicking like a frog. We lay there a long time until night came and it was cold on our bodies. Then we cooked the gourd rat in its shell, scooping out the soft white meat. Next morning I looked around and decided this was a good place. There was a clear blue stream with deep pools and plenty of fish and a sand bank by the stream. So we made a clearing by burning the trees and built a hut there lashed to 4 great posts high above the ground. The biting flies do not come into a clear space. Fish were easy to catch with our traps and lines. And we snared deer and pigs and big rats and killed monkeys and animals that go upside down in trees with our bows and throwing sticks. But we did not kill the gourd rats after that. I knew it would be unlucky to do this. We ate and swam in the river and lay on the sandbank in the sun and made fire when we wanted. A lot of our time we spent making better bows and spears and knives. I found some very hard wood and made myself a long knife for cutting brush. It took me a long time to smooth the wood down with sand, and when it was finished I could cut brush out of my way with it, and once I killed a big snake with one blow. So I always carried this knife with me. We took animal skins and smoked them and rubbed the brains into the skins to make covers because it was cold at night, and we used the brains to make fire together. One night I had a dream. A blue spirit came to me and showed me the vine where it lived and showed me how to cook the vine with other plants and make a medicine. The next day I found the vine and made the medicine like the spirit showed me. When it was dark I drank a little gourd of the medicine and gave a gourd to Sholotl. I felt the spirit come into me like soft blue fire and everything was blue. We got down on the ground growling and whining like animals. I climbed a tree and hung upside down from a branch. Xolotl was a jaguar. He pulled me down onto the sand. I could hear myself whimpering, my head bursting and flying away like stars that fall in the sky stretched the soft magic net. When I spurted my insides out on the sand, the blue spirit filled me. Xolotl and I were part of the spirit and the vine where it lived, growling and whining in my throat. We lay there on the sandbar and I saw places like the clearing where the temples were, with many temples and huts and people, green fields and lakes and little white balls flying through the air. When the medicine wore off we were very thirsty and went to the river and drank. Then we heard a jaguar in the jungle close by and went to the hut and covered ourselves with skins. We were shivering. The jaguar was always around. After that we stayed in the hut at nights. We set snares and dug pits with spikes, but we could never catch him. He was always out there grunting and snarling. We could see his eyes shining in the dark. Xolotl had great fear of the jaguar. He would crawl whimpering into my arms like a child when he heard it outside sniffing around our hut. We took the vines, but not often because it leaves a headache. I see the pot full of medicine on a slab of stone in the middle of the hut. Xolotl and I kneel naked in front of the pot. We dip out little gourds of the medicine and both drink it down. The medicine acts very fast. We are both stiff between the legs waiting for the spirit to come. Xolotl rubs animal brains on his fish. I lay down with my legs up, and just as the spirit comes he slides the fish inside me, a blue fish swimming in my body, swimming away into the sky where my head bursts spilling stars. I do it to him. Sometimes he is braced in the door of the hut, head back, whining in his throat. As I swim into him I can feel my face and his, and finally I feel my fish touch the tip of his and glow there with soft blue fire. He is spurting into the night and the river, the trees and bird calls. There was a full moon that night. I went to set out the fish traps and left Xolotl in the hut and told him not to go out. I have my wood knife with me. If the jaguar jumps on me I will shove it right into his mouth. I find a deep silver pool and drop the trap into it. Then I hear the jaguar and screams from Xolotl. I run back to the clearing, and there in front of the hut I see Xolotl on all fours. He tried to say something and a growl came instead. His head twisted back by something his inside, pulled his mouth open and teeth tore out, dripping, looking at me begging for help as the yellow light came from inside and put out his eyes and they shone green in the moonlight, and the jaguar was there twisting and throwing himself about, growling, whining, spitting something out his mouth, a terrible black smell. My knife had fallen and I was spitting up against a tree. For a long time I was there against the tree, the sharp smell of what I had spit up in my mouth. Finally I pushed myself away and got my knife. The jaguar had gone. Next day I left the hut. I couldn't stay there. I walked in the jungle and caught a few fish. Soon I was sick with fever. The clay that holds a body together was broken. Sometimes I was a tree or a rock and I would sit in one place for light and dark, hungry and thirsty. Sometimes I took the vine and saw Xolotl solid. I could touch almost and spoke to him, but when he wasn't there I didn't speak. After a while I couldn't eat and stopped trying to catch anything. I left the river and walked a few steps at a time, came to a clearing and caught my foot in some vines and fell down. I couldn't get up, the leg was broken there, and I saw it was the clearing where the temple was. I crawled to the edge of the clearing under a tree. I crawled past the bones of the overseer, vines growing between his legs. The others must all be dead. Soon I will be dead too. I lay there under the tree and waited, pictures in my head that move and shift and go out and come back, mixed with smells and feeling and the taste of white meat and the bitter vine and what I spit up from my stomach, and I was Xolotl. I saw that his eyes were dead jungle deer and animals. I knocked the staff out of the overseer's hand with our hands. I throw the adze up between his legs. He screams, the sharp little black point, stiff, and weeds and vines of the clearing laughed, pointing, pumped it up, fire we call it, and put out our bodies. For a while longer we did it in our jungle. I didn't want to stay where the women watched and waited. I raised my eyes and looked at fish traps and snares. There was no more power left in them. Michelle, my stone adze, he couldn't their head against a tree, spitting pain pictures to screaming fire. Xolotl throwing myself around and I was kicking, rubbing off until night came and it was cold on our eyes. Making bets in the hut at night hard, he was smooth, I could see his eyes shining, finished. A slab of brain to make fire together. I kneel naked in front of the legs waiting for Xolotl, rubs animal brains in my body, on our hands and knees, eggs bursting, spilling stars, animals growling and whining in the door of the hut between the legs. I was stiff and I swam into him like a jaguar, the head bursting, glows in the sky, soft spurts inside out on the sand. He was spurting frogs and bird crawls there with my head against a tree. It was night now and rain fell on my face and I held out my hands and caught enough to drink. Fish were easy to catch, sandbar, and I saw deer and little pigs kicking and squealing in the snares, many temples and huts and people that go upside down in trees. I see the pot full of knights in the hut. I lay down with my legs up to Xolotl. He slides the fish inside me and everything was blue swimming away into the sky and I did it to him. Sometimes he is Sholotl grabbed from behind head back whining in his throat could hear myself whimpering face in his out into the night stars glow there with soft blue fire when I squirted my river of running water and vines. Light and biting flies on my leg I couldn't feel them leg like wood except when I moved he screamed sharp fire it was broken limestone pane an animal's leg the dead around like bird calls rain in my face I didn't want to stay I see the pot and twisted hut. Sholotl, I had a dream my friend Sholotl laughed on the overseer's throat Sholotl my legs up to Sholotl kicking off into the sky. For a while longer my head against a tree. I held out my hands no more power left in them head against a tree it was cold on my eyes moon that night solid I could touch almost couldn't get the leg was broken and teeth tore past the bones at me begging for help pictures all cut up knife had fallen I lay there my pieces moved and shifted against a tree I spit up from my stomach green when day came and mist steamed up to the top of the high tree just under the leaves at the top and looking down I could see my body lying there the leg all twisted and the face caved in lips drawn back showing teeth I could see and hear but I couldn't talk without a throat without a tongue sun moon and stars on the face down there worms in the leg weeds growing through the bones. I stayed in the treetops. When I tried to get above the trees something held me back I couldn't move from the clearing to go above it or out to the sides. Without words there is no time. I don't know how long it was. Once some Indians came and built a big hut and planted manioc and fished in the river. I came down to watch them at night when the men did it with the women in the hammocks I would get between their legs feeling a soft net pulling me closer and closer. I knew that if I got in the man's eggs and spurted into a woman I would be helpless in the net. So I stayed away up in the treetops. Or I tried to get close to the boys and young men when they were away from the women. Once by the river two boys were stiff laughing and pointing to each other they made a line in the sand and stood side by side and started rubbing themselves I got close between their legs and one of them saw me and screamed and the two boys ran back to the hut. An old man took the vine and said an evil spirit lived in the clearing. They went away and the hut fell in. After that I came down and lived in the cool stones and the vines rain sunshine a long time I was there I didn't go into the treetops anymore because I knew I could not get above them and I didn't try to leave the clearing anymore I stayed in stones and vines and tree trunks near the ground couldn't get any further feeling the net pulling me and teeth tearing through his gums I know that if I fear begging for help the women I will be helpless in the yellow light running into them the dead around like bird calls helpless in the net rubbing himself and I got hands pumped it for a while my head saw me and screamed the bones at me begging for help under the stones and vines I could see my body lying there empty I couldn't talk without a throat the face down there worms and a leg twisted back two boys laughing off into the sky. I held out my hands. No. Ran back to the hut. Begging for something held me long how long it was. Dust of the dead gods like cobwebs in the air. Then pictures come that leave footprints. They come in boats with motors behind them. A man a woman a thin pale boy and 6 Indians with them. They have boxes and tools and hammocks and tents and set up their tents on the sandbar. The Indians clear away the trees in the old clearing and the man finds the ruined temple. They begin digging and bring out pots and flints and statues. The boy sleeps in a tent by himself. I was careful not to show myself at first. He fishes in the river and I follow him. Sometimes he turns around quick and looks behind him he can feel me there and I dodge into a tree. He goes and looks at the tree and walks around it and touches it. A full moon that night. I went to the boy's tent. Inside he was lying naked on his cot it was stiff between his legs he was rubbing himself. I was very close now between his legs he looked down and saw me there. He opened his mouth and I thought he might scream but he smiled and wriggled and went on rubbing himself wanting me to watch him do it. I got into his eggs squeezing through the soft tubes tighter spurting gasping looking down at the hot white juice on my stomach seeing it through his eyes. I am the boy as a child lying naked on his underwear rubbing himself dust of the dead in his eyes. The pale skies fell apart. Suburban streets afternoon light bleakly clear resting key. I left by the back door with the dust of 1,000 years. I buy the dead child a sandwich. An American boy here alone. Listen I made a wrong move finding that golf course to say sir and pretend to be the dead child. Way was blocked of course. Pilot lands there was his shadow, he was a caddy it seems, his smile across the golf course, sepia hair stirs in September wind, urine in narrow streets, slow finger, magazines. Arched in gold letters solid boy out of the page, dim jerky his penis ejaculates, dawn smell of strange boy, naked thighs and buttocks, forgotten ribs rising on the bed, sepia picture boy getting browned on hands and knees in the wet grass knees stained distant lips parted. Late visitor peculiar smile adroit gaze from object to object usually there was no difficulty. Does he know? Dim in here said the doctor, morning smell of the golf course, a ruin, pilot lands there was nuts, dim shadow, vacant eyes. He was a caddy it seemed stained with grass, Water on the boy's legs, lean boy by the pool, quivering legs in the blue morning, feeling the sky rock, flickering dawn film stops, transparent hands fading lean down pointing, it's off. You see this? Couldn't find the microwaves, golf course, a ruin, pilot lands there in September wind, slow fingers touched his thighs and buttocks, magazines, stain page, gasping feeling the cock up, transparent hand, laughing comparing movements, does he? Morning smell, sepia nuts, dawn wind between his legs, dim shadow vacant eyes arched in gold letters, distant lips twisted slow smile, the florist shop, knees flickering, lean down pointing, you know this pain shifting outlines? You see this boy? Forgotten ribs gasping, teeth bared, agony in his eyes, pictures of war. Just call me Joe. The American Crusade of 1976, chorus of youthful laughter and machine gun noises, a medley of 1920 tunes, boyish voices sing, Meet Me in St. Louis Louis, flickering silver titles on screen, General Lewis Greenfield played by himself, Major William Brad Shinkle played by Ishmael Cohen, the mayor played by Green Tony, the CIA man played by Charles Ahern, his two assistants played by Henry Coyne and Joe Rogers, the young lieutenant played by Jerry Wentworth, wild boys played by native boys on locations. A grimy red brick building. National Guard Post 23 St. Louis, Missouri. Through a dusty barred window the gymnasium where businessmen in their middle and late 30s are learning karate, judo and commando tactics. The officers puff and lunge and throw each other awkwardly. Clearly some of them will require the services of a skilled osteopath in the foreseeable future. Vista of sagging bellies and fat buttocks in the locker room as the officers in various states of undress practice the holds. No, it works like this. Country club party table loaded with food and drinks. A guard officer has had one too many. He approaches a portly guest, Bovard, I could kill you in 20 seconds, 10 as a matter of fact, like this, I put my elbow against your Adam's apple, throw a knee into your left kidney and bring the heel of my hand up sharp under your chin. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The two men reel, lose balance and fall over turning the table of food. They roll around flailing at each other in a welter of lobster Newburgh, chicken salad, punch and baked Alaska. In the inland cities of America, men who are entering on middle age dream of a great task, a great mission. They find a leader and a spokesman in General Lewis Greenfield. General Greenfield on a white horse speaks from the top of Art Hill. He is a pompous red-faced man of 50 with a clipped white mustache. Click of cameras. Over there. He points eastward with a statuesque arm. Across the Atlantic is a sink of iniquity, a latter-day Sodom and Gomorrah. The reports compiled by our intelligence operators are difficult for decent people to believe. Camera shows the CIA man, a tape recorder slung around his neck rests on his paunch. Naked youths flash on screen smoking hashish. You may say that what happens in a foreign land is no concern of ours. But the vile tentacles of that evil are reaching into decent American homes, suburban couple in the boys' room, school banners on the wall. They are reading a note. Dear Mom and Dad, I am going to join the Wild Boys. When you read this I will be far away. Johnny. All over America kids like Johnny are deserting this country and their great American heritage, suborned by the false promises of Moscow into a life of drugs and vice. I say to you all that wherever anarchy, vice and foul corruption rears the swollen hood of a cobra to strike at everything we hold sacred, the very heart of America is threatened. Can we stand idly by while our youth, the very lifeblood of this great nation, drains away into foreign sewers? Can we stand idly by while the stench of corruption draws ever closer to our own borders? Members of the audience cough and cover their faces with handkerchiefs. This plague is spreading in every direction, as deadly in its workings as anything in the world. I am personally subscribing $10 million for an expedition to crush the obscene thing once and for all. The press takes it up, of course. National Guard units of every state in the Union send officers and men. Thousands of volunteers have to be turned away. Who are these volunteers? Well, I guess you could call them plain ordinary American folk. Decent tax-paying citizens fed up with godless anarchy and vice. You all know the Wallace folks cop on the corner guy next door. Scenes from World War I as the soldiers take leave of their loved ones. Over there, over there, over there. The Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming and we won't come back till it's over there. Crap games on the troopship. The boys are glad to be away from their wives in an atmosphere of rough male camaraderie. Touchdown at Casa, red carpets, brass band, the mayor there with keys of the city. Dinner for the officers in the mayor's house. The mayor speaks through an interpreter. He say very glad Americans here. He say wild boys very bad cause much trouble. Police here not able do anything. As the interpreter talks plates are heaped with steak, catfish, turkey, mashed potatoes, ham and eggs, hominy grits, fried chicken, hush puppies, hog jowl and turnip greens all stacked on top of each other. The camera picks out a young captain. The young captain is thinking why these are good people like people in America are good. I guess good people are the same the world over, it's just as simple as that. He say after dinner when ladies go he tell you things what wild boy do. He say time for big cleanup. He say Americans like vacuum cleaner. The interpreter bellows an imitation of a Hoover. The officers chuckle politely all except the CIA man and his two assistants who look sour and suspicious. The ladies have left. He say, soundtrack cuts to silent film. Music from the afternoon of a fawn. Nude youths smoking hashish. A runaway American boy is led in. He looks around and blushes bright red. A bare arm passes him a hashish pipe. He smokes, coughs, then begins to laugh. Crazed by hashish he peels off his shirt. He unbuckles his belt. That's enough, says General Greenfield gruffly pulling at his mustache. The officers look at each other then look away in embarrassment clearing their throats. They gulp brandy with one accord. Servants rush forward to fill the glasses which are emptied again and again. Well, I guess we know now what we're up against, says the general huskily. Jesus, think of decent American kids, why it could happen to your kid or mine. Deeply moved, the young captain excuses himself and steps into the garden. He is proud of being an American. Proud of the decent American thing he is doing. Why, when he thinks of those queers and dope freaks. A naked youth from the film appears in front of him. He swings wildly at a privet hedge and cuts his hand to the bone. He looks at his bloody hand. As we advance toward Marrakesh, cheering crowds strew flowers in our path. Cheering faces turn cold and blank behind American backs. Cheering boys in this scene later appear in wild boy roles. Two English officers watch the parade. One states flatly they are the poorest excuse for soldiers I have ever seen. Arriving in Marrakesh we are met by the mayor, a fat smiling Italian. Just call me Joe, he says. He has put the officers' corps up in his villa. It makes me uneasy, the guards everywhere with Tommy guns looking us over. The guards appear in shots from 1920 gangster films, black Cadillacs careening down city streets. And I can't tell him enough about my ID buddies in the service, the one who got it in Vietnam. I acted all out and die on the floor in my own arms taking both parts. Even the IDs were embarrassed but respectful too. I out-groveled them one. Then we sit down to a good spaghetti dinner and I am telling the mayor about Joe Garvelli's and St. Louis spaghetti and roast beef sandwiches after the skating rink. The old Broken Point of Origin, St. Louis, Missouri. Mark and John, the Dib, Jimmy the Shrew, wild boys skating to old tunes and waltzes. The Blue Danube, Over the Waves, My Blue Heaven, Those Little White Lies, Stardust, What'll I Do with Just a Photograph to Remind Me of You, Tonight You Belong to Me, Meet Me in St. Louis, Louis Spinning Lawn Sprinklers, Country Clubs, Summer Golf Courses, Frogs in 1920 Roads, Cool Basement Toilets, A Boy's Twitching Foot, The Varsity Drag, Iced Tea and Fried Chicken at the Green Inn, Classrooms, Silver Stars, The Old Family Soap Opera, When Evening Is Nigh, The Dark City Dying Sun, Naked Boy Hugging His Knees, I Hurry to My, Music Across the Golf Course, A Crescent Moon Cuts the Film Sky, Blue Heaven, The Night That You Told Me, Decent People Know They Are Right, Those Little White Lies, White 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 as far as the eye can see ahead, a blinding flash of white, fed up with godless anarchy and corruption, the cabin reeks of exploded stars. Made machine gun noises as he came, looked the Milky Way, but that was long ago and now my inspiration is in the stardust of the sky, dim jerky far away stars. The drawer stuck his distant hand, there it is just to my shoulder, what'll I do when you are far away, far pale sun-colored photo unbuttoned his shirt, and I am blue, colored photo has something written on it, what'll I do with just a photograph. Buelvete y Ganchetti, to remind me of you, trying to focus to remember face on the grimy pillow, if I had a talking picture of you, abrupt question brought me mister, I would play it every time I felt blue, street shadows in his eyes, I would give 10 shows a day, Mark squirms his shorts off, and a midnight matinee, standing in the hand. As we advance toward Marrakesh, cheering crowds strew flowers in our path. Cheering faces turn cold and blank behind American backs. Cheering boys in this scene later appear in wild boy roles. Two English officers watch the parade. One states flatly they are the poorest excuse for soldiers I have ever seen. Arriving in Marrakesh we are met by the mayor, a fat smiling Italian. Just call me Joe, he says. He has put the officers' corps up in his villa. It makes me uneasy, the guards everywhere with Tommy guns looking us over. The guards appear in shots from 1920 gangster films, black Cadillacs careening down city streets. And I can't tell him enough about my ID buddies in the service, The one who got it in Vietnam. I acted all out and die on the floor in my own arms, taking both parts. Even the IDs were embarrassed but respectful too. I out-groveled them one. Then we sit down to a good spaghetti dinner and I am telling the mayor about Joe Garvelli's in St. Louis spaghetti and roast beef sandwiches after the skating rink. The old broken point of origin, St. Louis, Missouri. Mark and John, the Dib, Jimmy the Shrew, wild boys skating to old tunes and waltzes. The blue Danube, over the waves, my blue heaven, those little white lies, stardust, what'll I do with just a photograph to remind me of you, tonight you belong to me, meet me in St. Louis, spinning lawn sprinklers, country clubs, summer golf courses, frogs in 1920 roads, cool basement toilets, a boy's twitching foot, the varsity drag, iced tea and fried chicken at the Green Inn, classrooms, silver stars, the old family soap opera, when evening is nigh, the dark city, dying sun, naked boy hugging his knees. I hurry to my music across the golf course. A crescent moon cuts the film sky, blue heaven, the night that you told me, decent people know they are right. Those little white lies, white as far as the eye can see ahead, a blinding flash of white, fed up with godless anarchy and corruption. The cabin reeks of exploded stars. Made machine gun noises as he came. Looked the Milky Way, but that was long ago and now my inspiration is in the stardust of the sky, dim jerky far away stars. The drawer stuck his distant hand, there it is just to my shoulder. What'll I do when you are far away? Far pale sun-colored photo unbuttoned his shirt, and I am blue. Colored photo has something written on it. What'll I do with just a photograph? Buelvete y ganchetti, to remind me of you, trying to focus to remember face on the grimy pillow. If I had a talking picture of you, abrupt question brought me mister, I would play it every time I felt blue, street shadows in his eyes, I would give 10 shows a day. Mark squirms his shorts off, and a midnight matinee, standing in the. You would have liked Joe, I am telling the mayor. Joe Garvelli and the mayor sit at a kitchen table. Joe's fat smiling wife brings up a bottle of red wine from the cellar. Those Tommy guns in the quarter aren't the only thing makes me uneasy. It's Joe himself. I've seen him before. Rome, Berlin, Naples, Saigon, Benghazi, here come the Germans, the Americans, the English. Change the welcome signs. Willkommen Deutschen is hastily taken down and hello. Johnny put up. Sell your sister, your daughter, your grandmother. Cigarettes, chocolate and K rations change hands. I have the uneasy feeling of being in someone else's old film set. Yes, I've seen Joe before. The smiling mouth, the cold treacherous eyes. We're going to win this war, I said quietly to a French-combed, but loud enough so the CIA man can hear me. Lecomte lifted his glass. I drink to the glorious victory of our brave American allies over little boys armed with slingshots and scout knives. I thought this was pretty nasty and told him America was just doing a job we all knew had to be done, and we knew we were right and we knew we were going to win. It was just as simple as that. Lecomte emitted a sharp cold bray of laughter. Information as to the number and disposition of enemy forces is vague and contradictory. The officers walk around passing out chocolate and cigarettes. Boys point in various directions. These boys appear later in Wild Boy parts. They are somewhere to the south. All agree we have only to show ourselves and the boys will surrender in cheering crowds to escape their Russian and Chinese slave drivers. This seems logical enough. Nonetheless, we make careful plans for a military operation. General Greenfield studying maps and pointing. Just here is an old Foreign Legion fort. That should do for a base camp. 3 days march from here. We set out Friday, April 23, 1976. The soldiers marching along singing Hinky Dinky Parlez-vous and the caisson go rolling along. The singing gets less and less lusty and finally stops altogether. It is evident the men are badly out of condition. It takes us 6 days to reach the fort. 300 yards from the fort the general holds up his hand and stops the column. All the officers whip out field glasses. The door is open, 3 sand foxes sniffing around in the courtyard. They look up and see us and scamper off over a sand dune. Fort from Beaugest. Dry well thistles in the courtyard. The officers walk through empty rooms, their footsteps muted by sand. The walls give off a spectral smell of stale sweat. This will do for the wardroom. Kilroy jacked off here. B. J. Martin D&D. Buen Lugar para Falarky NS? AD Kid. Phallic drawings. 2 Arab boys. One shoves a finger in and out his fist. The other nods. They pull off their jellabas. 3 American Boy Scouts look at the drawings. Let's play, huh? How you mean, play? Says the third, who is younger. We'll show you. Younger boy blushes and wets his lips as he sees what they are doing. Phallic shadows on a distant wall. Camera shifts hastily like embarrassed eyes. General Greenfield clears his throat and pulls at his mustache. Sergeant. Yes, sir. Get a detail to clean this place out, and I'll whitewash these walls. Yes sir. It is the general's plan to leave half our force in the fort, select the youngest and fittest, proceed south and engage the enemy. He has named the fort Portland Place after a block in St. Louis. 2 hours out of base camp, several hundred boys waving white flags burst over a sand dune and rushed toward us screaming, "Hello, Johnny. You very good man. Thank you very much. One cigarette. Chocolate. Corned beef. Americans very good peoples. Russians Chinese very bad. They snarl and spit. We show you where water is, where make camp. Kif anything what you like. My sister she live near here. Things seem to be working out. The boys will lead us to the communist guerrillas who organize them, and that will be that. The boys are vague as to the location of the guerrillas. That way. They point south. They find no water but demand extra rations for looking. Camping places they pick always seem to feature some particular inconvenience: a nest of scorpions, a cave full of snakes. The boys rush around with sticks beating at the snakes, knocking down tents, upsetting pots of food, stampeding the mules. The boys are underfoot day and night, and more of them keep surrendering. Must be 1,000 of them now. Rations are becoming a problem. There is something about these boys that doesn't add up. I have a feeling that they are not young at all. General Greenfield, the CIA man, and Major Brad Schenkel walk through the camp. Boys jump up in front of them. "Hello, Johnny." The boys point and make machine gun noises. The CIA man looks at them with cold disfavor. "Little bastards," he mutters. "Just kids," says the general. The CIA man grunts. "Something wrong here, General. They're not all that young." As the officers turn away, young eyes go cool and alert, looking after them with alien calculation. As a professional soldier, I have the gravest reservations about the entire expedition. I keep these thoughts to myself. A blacklisting from that CIA bastard could mean the loss of my job. I think too much. Always have. The security checks at West Point used to give me headaches, and I got the habit of taking codeine pills. I have a good supply of pills I bought in Casa for the chronic headache of this expedition. Not the first time a bad habit saved a man's life. A lunar photograph of shallow craters. This place of San Fox. Good place to camp. The CIA man looks around sourly. I don't see any San Foxes. San Fox very shy. When you see San Fox, nobody live near. As soon as camp is made, the officers are summoned to the general's tent. Something has to be done about the boys. The CIA man says they are obvious saboteurs. Smartest thing would be to machine gun the lot of them. The press officer objects that such precipitate action would jeopardize our public image. What public image? While you jokers were lapping up booze and feeding your face, Joe and Henry and me had a look around. They don't any of them like us one bit. That mayor in Marrakesh would cut your throat if you were down quick as he'd sell you his mother if you were on top. I tell you, those brats are leading us straight into an ambush. The general raises his hand for silence. We will send the main body of boys back to base camp under guard, retaining a few as guides. At the first hint of treachery we will radio base camp and the prisoners will be shot. This condition, of course, to be clearly impressed on the guides. The CIA man grunted. Well, the sooner we get them under guard the better. As we left the tent after receiving the general's decision, about 50 boys came to meet us. We got very important informations. We're base camp. Muchos chinos there. The boys pull their eyes up at the corners, yakking in false Chinese. The effect was irresistibly comic. Then the boys laughed. They laughed and laughed, laughing inside us. All the officers were laughing, doubled over, holding their guts in. The boys sneezed and coughed. They posted themselves in front of the CIA man and began to hiccup. He glared at them, then hiccuped loudly again and again. It was happening all over the camp, a chorus of hiccups, laughing, sneezing, coughing. The CIA man grabbed a megaphone and hiccuped out like a great frog, machine/hic/gun/hic/ the little/hic/bastards. And he reached for his .45. The boys dodged away. Racked by hiccups, his shots went wild, killing 2 of our own men. The general grabbed the megaphone. Men, achoo, achoo, achoo. God bless you, General. Ha. Ha. Ha, said Rover Jones, one of his old yard negras. Soldiers were rolling on the ground, pissing in their pants, and then the boys were on them with sticks, knees, feet and elbows. They snatched up guns, dodged behind some well-spaced rocks, and opened up at point-blank range. It was a shambles. In a few seconds hundreds lay dead under a withering fire from the boys. And the contagion was spreading rapidly. One look at someone taken with the fits and you have it. And the sneezes blow downwind like tear gas. It is not just a ventriloquist act. It is a trained killer virus. At least half the men were already affected, and those who weren't have been goofing off somewhere. Survivors are all the gold bricks in this stumblebum outfit. The CIA man caught a splash of 45 slugs right across his fat gut. He hiccuped a rope of blood and went down like a sack of concrete. The general was still on his feet trying to master the sneezes when a rifle bullet drilled him between the eyes. He flopped on his face and bounced. In the immortal words of Hemingway, the hole in the back of his head where the bullet came out was big enough to put your fist in if it was a small fist and you wanted to put it there. I am in command. I begin to breathe heavy-duty, vast army ripped to shreds. I grab the megaphone. Keep your heads, men. All who can walk, move out. Move out and take cover. If your buddies have the laugh, sneeze, cough fits, don't look at them, don't go near them. Move out and take cover. The wild boys stay hidden and pour it on. I lose a lot of men before we get clear of the camp and take cover. Suddenly the boys stop shooting. I figure they are in the camp grabbing all the guns and ammo they can carry. After that they will move back and arm their Confederates. Knowing how fast they can move over these rocks, no use following with NG soldiers still blazing away at nothing. I give a ceasefire. I doubt if the kids have lost a boy. Laughing, coughing, sneezing in the distance sounds like a congress of hyenas. 15 minutes and everything is quiet. The hiccups were the last to go. When we get back to camp, not a man is left alive. Those who hadn't been shot had died from the fits, died spitting blood. It is a murderous biological weapon and I owe my immunity to God's own medicine. I turn the general over on his back and I will say one last thing for him. He makes a fine-looking corpse. Burial is out of the question, too many stiffs. So I read the burial of the dead for morale and the bugler plays taps. We make camp a mile away. I am on the radio to base camp for reinforcements and medical supplies and water. Art Hill calling Portland Place, Art Hill calling Portland Place, come in please, come in please. I try for half an hour. Radio silence on Portland Place. From that point on I was looking out for Billy B., St. Louis encephalitis by birth and nickname. Save the water for those with a chance of making it. The young lieutenant gulps, yes sir. Quicker we get these stretcher cases off our back the better. They don't live long without water. Then we are hit by an epidemic of hepatitis. The yellow sickness lives in straw, the Arabs say, and I remember the boys were always bringing us straw to sleep on. Hepatitis cases need bed rest and fruit juice. We are not in a condition to supply either one. When they got too weak to follow, we left them there. It was the only thing to do, worthless bastards, and I hope to make full kernel out of these slobs. The boys escort us with sniper fire, deadly accurate, keeping about 300 yards behind us, well spaced out. So we are pretty well thinned out by the time we sight base camp. There it is in the distance, an old film set. We advance cautiously. 300 yards. I scan the fort through my field glasses. Nobody in sight. No flag. The door is open and I see 3 sand foxes sniffing around in the courtyard. We move slowly forward, ready to take cover. 200 yards. 100 yards. 50 yards. We are standing in front of the fort now. It looks exactly as it looked when we arrived from Marrakesh. Guns at the ready, we move into the courtyard. Thistles the dry well. Nothing, nobody. I take the young lieutenant and start a tour of the rooms. Sand on the floor, silence, emptiness. It occurs to me I don't want a witness when I reach the wardroom in case any legal tender is lying about unliberated, among other considerations. I turn to the lieutenant. I'm going on alone, Lieutenant. You go back and stay with the men. In case anything happens to me, there must be a surviving officer. He looks at me with deep admiration and says, yes sir. God, is he dumb? The wardroom is empty. Kilroy jacked off here. B. J. Martin D&D. When Luger Parafolk ENS? AD Kid. I remember the man left in charge of the fort, one Colonel McIntosh, a druggist in civilian life. He was a huge, heavy-boned man of a sluggish, malignant disposition. And the horrible, religious, constipated captain who had been a prison psychologist in Texas. Captain Noland, if my memory serves. Kilroy jacked off here. B. J. Martin D&D. When Luger Parafolk ENS? AD Kid. No colonel, no captain, no desk, no maps, nothing. Empty room just like that. I feel a shiver in the back of my neck as if a small animal with a cold nose has just nuzzled me there. Even my memory picture of those 2 jokers is dimming out. I can hardly see their faces. 2 people I disliked very much a long time ago, so long I forget what they looked like. The colonel is dissolving in front of my eyes to dust and shredded memories where the old McIntosh drug store used to be. What force could have moved that heavy-boned lump of congealed hate? Perhaps something as simple as a hiccup of time. Empty room just like that. Now I know what the Crusades are about. The young are an alien species. They won't replace us by revolution. They will forget and ignore us out of existence. Place of the Sand Foxes was simply a casual entertainment with just the right shade of show you. Leave us alone. Leaning on the wall, I scrawled a note. Have been ordered back to the flagship. Colonel McIntosh. I walk back to the courtyard and show it to the lieutenant, thanking God for his dumbness. He says, well, at least they might have left us some water and provisions. Are you questioning the actions of a superior officer, Lieutenant? His Adam's apple bobs up and down. No sir. Good. Get the men on their feet. We're moving out. Dimming out, I can hardly see 100 yards. Field glasses mooch a long time ago. Thistles dry well in other species. Kilroy ordered back to flagship. Colonel Phallic drawings. A sand fox sniffing the back of my neck. Let's play, McIntosh, laughing hiccup of time. God is dumb. Long radio silence on Portland Place. No water. More jaundice. Second day we sight a village, palm trees, a pool. I shout a warning over the megaphone, but those IQ-80s rush straight into a fire hose of rifle and machine gun fire from the village. I pull back what's left. No use trying to take the village with the boys under cover. We skirt the village and go on. Of the 20,000 soldiers who set out under General Greenfield's command, 1,500 ragged yellow delirious survivors stagger into the American compound in Cussa. Lacombe emitted a sharp cold bray of laughter. I am not with them. I know they will want someone to take the rap for this disaster, and it isn't going to be me. And I know some nosy FBI bastard will want to know what happened to the payroll. I have a new name now and a nice business in Cussa. Joe Garavelli's restaurant in the suburbs of Casablanca. Wild boys welcome. Just call me Joe. Mother and I would like to know. The uneasy spring of 1988. Under the pretext of drug control, suppressive police states have been set up throughout the Western world. The precise programming of thought, feeling and apparent sensory impressions by the technology outlined in Bulletin 2332 enables the police states to maintain a democratic facade from behind which they loudly denounce as criminals, perverts and drug addicts anyone who opposes the control machine. Underground armies operate in the large cities, interpolating the police with false information through anonymous phone calls and letters. Police with drawn guns erupt at the senator's dinner party, a very special dinner party too that would tie up a sweet thing in surplus planes. We've been tipped off a nude reefer party is going on here. Take the place apart, boys, and you folks keep your clothes on or I'll blow your filthy guts out. We put out false alarms on the police shortwave, directing patrol cars to non-existent crimes and riots, which enables us to strike somewhere else. Squads of false police search and beat the citizenry. False construction workers tear up streets, rupture water mains, cut power connections. Infrasound installations set off every burglar alarm in the city. Our aim is total chaos. Loft room map of the city on the wall. 50 boys with portable tape recorders record riots from TV. They are dressed in identical gray flannel suits. They strap on the recorders under gabardine topcoats and dust their clothes lightly with tear gas. They hit the rush hour in a flying wedge, riot recordings on full blast, police whistles, screams, breaking glass, crunch of nightsticks, tear gas flapping from their clothes. They scatter, put on press cards and come back to cover the action. Bearded yippies rush down a street with hammers, breaking every window on both sides, leave a wake of screaming burglar alarms, strip off the beards, reverse collars, and they are 50 clean priests throwing petrol bombs under every car. Whoosh, a block goes up behind them. Some in fireman uniforms arrive with axes and hoses to finish the good work. In Mexico, South and Central America, guerrilla units are forming an army of liberation to free the United States. In North Africa, from Tangier to Timbuktu, corresponding units prepare to liberate Western Europe and the United Kingdom. Despite disparate aims and personnel of its constituent members, the underground is agreed on basic objectives. We intend to march on the police machine everywhere. We intend to destroy the police machine and all its records. We intend to destroy all dogmatic verbal systems. The family unit and its cancerous expansion into tribes, countries, nations we will eradicate at its vegetable roots. We don't want to hear any more family talk, mother talk, father talk, cop talk, priest talk, country talk or party talk. To put it country simple, we have heard enough bullshit. I am on my way from London to Tangier. In North Africa I will contact the wild boy packs that range from the outskirts of Tangier to Timbuktu. Rotation and exchange is a keystone of the underground. I am bringing them modern weapons, laser guns, infrasound installations, deadly orgone radiation. I will learn their specialized skills and transfer wild boy units to the western cities. We know that the West will invade Africa and South America in an all-out attempt to crush the guerrilla units. Dr. Kurt Unruh von Steinplatz, in his 4-volume treatise on the authority sickness, predicts these latter-day crusades. We will be ready to strike in their cities and to resist in the territories we now hold. Meanwhile we watch and train and wait. I have 1,000 faces and 1,000 names. I am nobody, I am everybody. I am me, I am you. I am here there forward backing out. I stay everywhere I stay nowhere. I stay present I stay absent. Disguise is not a false beard dyed hair and plastic surgery. Disguise is clothes and bearing and behavior that leave no questions unanswered. American tourist with a wife he calls mother, old queen on the make, dirty beatnik, marginal film producer. Every article of my luggage and clothing is carefully planned to create a certain impression. Behind this impression I can operate without interference for a time. Just so long and long enough. So I walked down Boulevard past her handing out money to guides and shoeshine boys. And that is only one of the civic things I did. I bought one of those souvenir matchlocks clearly destined to hang over a false fireplace in West Palm Beach, Florida, and I carried it around wrapped in brown paper with the muzzle sticking out. I made inquiries at the consulate. Now Mother and I would like to know. And Mother and I would like to know in American Express and the Minza pulling wads of money out of my pocket. How much shall I give them? I asked the vice consul for a horde of guides had followed me into the consulate. I wonder if you've met my Congressman Joe Link? Nobody gets through my cover I assure you. There is no better cover than a nuisance and a bore. When you see my cover you don't look further. You look the other way fast. For use on any foreign assignment there is nothing like the old reliable American tourist cameras and light meters slung all over him. How much shall I give him Mother? I can sidle up to any old bag. She nods and smiles. It's all so familiar. Must be that cute man we met on the plane over from Gibraltar. Captain Clark welcomes you aboard and he says, now what's this form? I don't read Arabic. Then he turns to me and says, Mother, I need help. And I show him how to fill out the form, and after that he would come up to me on the street, this cute man so helpless, bobbing up everywhere. What is he saying, Mother? I think he wants money. They all do. He turns to an army of beggars, guides, shoeshine boys and whores of all sexes and makes an ineffectual gesture. Go away. Scram off. 1 dirham meester. 1 cigarette. You want big one meester? And the old settlers pass on the other side. No, they don't get through my cover. And I have a lot of special numbers for emergency use. Character with wild eyes that spin in little circles believes trepanning is the last answer. Pull you into a garage and try to do the job with an electric drill straight away. Now if you'll kindly take a seat here. Say, what is this? All over in a minute and you'll be out of that rigid cranium. So word goes out, stay away from that one. You need him like a hole in the head. I have deadly old-style bores who are translating the Quran into Provençal or constructing a new cosmology based on brain breathing. And the animal lover with exotic pets. The CIA man looks down with moist suspicious brow at the animal in his lap. It is a large ocelot, its claws pricking into his flesh, and every time he tries to shove it away the animal growls and digs in. I won't be seeing that bay of pigs again. So I give myself a week on the build-up and make contact. Colonel Bradley knows the wild boys better than any man in Africa. In fact, he has given his whole life to youth and it would seem gotten something back. There is talk of the devil's bargain, and in fact he is indecently young looking for a man of 60-odd. As the colonel puts it with engaging candor, the world is not my home, you understand, here on young people. We have lunch on the terrace of his mountain house. A heavily wooded garden with pools and paths stretches down to a cliff over the sea. Lunch is turbot in cream sauce, grouse, wild asparagus, peaches in wine. Quite a change from the grey cafeteria food I have been subjected to in western cities, where I pass myself off as one of the faceless apathetic citizens searched and questioned by the police on every corner, set upon by brazen muggers, stumbling home to my burglarized apartment to find the narcotics squad going through my medicine chest again. We are served by a lithe young Malay with bright red gums. Colonel Bradley jabs a fork at him. Had a job getting that dish through immigration. The consulate wasn't at all helpful. After lunch we settle down to discuss my assignment. The wild boys are an overflow from North African cities that started in 1969. The uneasy spring of 1969 in Marrakesh. Spring in Marrakesh is always uneasy, each day a little hotter, knowing what Marrakesh can be in August. That spring gasoline gangs prowled the rubbish heaps, alleys and squares of the city, dousing just anybody with gasoline and setting that person on fire. They rush in anywhere nice young couple sitting in their chintzy middle-class living room when hello. Yes, hello. The gas boys rush and douse them head to foot with a pump fire extinguisher full of gasoline, and I got some good pictures from a closet where I had prudently taken refuge. Shot of the boy who lit the match. He let the rank and file slosh his couple, then he lit a swan match, face young, pure, pitiless as the cleansing fire brought the match close enough to catch the fumes. Then he lit a player with the same match, sucked the smoke in and smiled. He was listening to the screams and I thought, my God, what a cigarette ad. Clam bake on a beach, the boy there with a match. He is looking at 2 girls in bikinis. As he lights the match they lean forward with a Lucky Strike Chesterfield Old Gold Camel player in the bim and give a pert little salute. The boy turned out to be the hottest property in advertising. Enigmatic smile on the delicate young face. Just what is the boy looking at? We had set out to sell cigarettes or whatever else we were paid to sell. The boy was too hot to handle. Temples were erected to the boy and there were posters of his face 70 feet high, and all the teenagers began acting like the boy looking at you with a dreamy look, lips parted over their Wheaties. They all bought boy shirts and boy knives, running around like wolf packs, burning, looting, killing. It spread everywhere. All that summer in Marrakesh the city would light up at night, human torches flickering on walls, trees, fountains, all very romantic. You could map the dangerous areas sitting on your balcony under the stars sipping a scotch. I looked across the square and watched a tourist burning in blue fire. They had gasoline that burned in all colors by then. He turned on the projector and stepped to the edge of the balcony. Just look at them out there, all those little figures dissolving in light. Rather like fairyland, isn't it, except for the smell of gasoline and burning flesh. Well, they called in a strongman, Colonel Arachnid Ben Driss, who cruised the city in trucks, rounded up the gas boys, took them outside the walls, shaved their heads and machine-gunned them. Survivors went underground or took to the deserts and the mountains, where they evolved different ways of life and modes of combat. The Wild Boys. They have incredible stamina. A pack of wild boys can cover 50 miles a day. A handful of dates and a lump of brown sugar washed down with a cup of water keep them moving like that. The noise they make just before they charge, well, I've seen it shatter a greenhouse 50 yards away. Let me show you what a wild boy charge is like. He led the way into the projection room. These are actual films, of course, but I have arranged them in narrative sequence. As you know, I was with one of the first expeditionary forces sent out against the Wild Boys. Later I joined them. Seen the charges from both sides. Well, here's one of my first films. The colonel reins in his horse. It is a bad spot. Steep hills slope down to a narrow dry riverbed. He scans the hillsides carefully through his field glasses. The hills slope up to black mesas streaked with iron ore. Since our arrival in the territory, the regiment had been feted by the local population, who told us how glad they were the brave English soldiers had come to free them from the Wild Boys. The women and children pelted us with flowers in the street. It reeked of treachery, but we were blinded by the terrible bour they were putting in our food and drink. Bour is the drug of female illusion, and it is said that he who takes bour cannot see a wild boy until it is too late. The regiment is well into the valley. It is a still hot afternoon with sullen electricity in the air. And suddenly there they are on both sides of us against the black mesas. The valley echoes to their terrible charge cry, a hissing outblast of breath like a vast who? Their eyes light up inside like a cat's and their hair stands on end. And they charge down the slope with incredible speed, leaping from side to side. We open up with everything we have and they still keep coming. They aren't human at all, more like vicious little ghosts. They carry 18-inch Bowie knives with knuckle duster handles, pouring into the riverbed above and below us, leaping down, swinging their knives in the air. When one is killed, a body is dragged aside and another takes his place. The regiment formed a square and it lasted about 30 seconds. I had prudently stashed my assets in a dry well where, peering out through thistles, I observed the carnage. I saw the colonel empty his revolver and go down under 10 Wild Boys. A moment later they tossed his bleeding head into the air and started a ball game. Just at dusk the Wild Boys got up and padded away. They left the bodies stripped to the skin, many with the genitals cut off. The Wild Boys make little pouches from human testicles in which they carry their hashish and khat. The setting sun bathed the torn bodies in a pink glow. I walked happily about, munching a chicken sandwich, stopping now and again to observe an interesting cadaver. There are many groups scattered over a wide area from the outskirts of Tangier to the blue desert of silence: glider boys with bows and laser guns, roller skate boys, blue jockstraps and steel helmets, 18-inch Bowie knives, naked blowgun boys, long hair down their backs, a kriss at the thigh, slingshot boys, knife throwers, bowmen, bare hand fighters, shaman boys who ride the wind and those who have control over snakes and dogs, boys skilled in bone pointing and juju magic who can stab the enemy reflected in a gourd of water, boys who call the locusts and the fleas, desert boys shy as little sand foxes, dream boys who see each other's dreams, and the silent boys of the blue desert. Each group developed special skills and knowledge until it evolved into humanoid subspecies. One of the more spectacular units is the dreaded warrior ants, made up of boys who have lost both hands in battle. They wear aluminum bikinis and sandals and tight steel helmets. They are attended by musicians and dancing boys, medical and electronic attendants who carry the weapons that are screwed into their stumps, buckle them into their bikinis, lace their sandals, wash and anoint their bodies with the musk of genitals, roses, carbolic soap, gardenias, jasmine, oil of cloves, ambergris and rectal mucus. This overpowering odor is the first warning of their presence. The smaller boys are equipped with razor-sharp pincers that can snip off a finger or sever a leg tendon. And they click their claws as they charge. The taller boys have long double-edged knives that can cut a scarf in the air screwed into both stumps. On the screen the old regiment, same canyon, same colonel. The colonel sniffs uneasily. His horse rears and neighs. Suddenly there is a blast of silver light reflected from helmets, knives and sandals. They hit the regiment like a whirlwind, the ground ants cutting tendons, the shock troops slashing with both arms wade through the regiment, heads floating in the air behind them. It is all over in a few seconds. Of the regiment there are no survivors. The wild boys take no prisoners. The first to receive attention were those so seriously wounded they could not live. The colonel paused and filled his kif pipe. He seemed to be looking at something far away and long ago, and I flinched, for I was a snippy Fulbright queen at the time, dreading some distastefully intimate experience involving the amorous ghost of an Arab boy. What a bore he is with his tacky old lore and sets faithful native youths dying in his arms. As I have told you, the first wild boy tribes were fugitive survivors from the terror of Colonel Arachnid Bendris. These boys in their early and mid-teens had been swept into a whirlwind of riots, burning screams, machine guns, and lifted out of time. Migrants of vape and gasoline crack of history. Officials denied that any repressive measures had followed non-existent riots. "There is no Colonel Arachnid in the Moroccan army," said a spokesman for the Ministry of the Interior. No witnesses could be found who had noticed anything out of the ordinary other than the hottest August in many years. The gasoline boys and Colonel Arachnid were hallucinated by a drunken Reuters man who became temporarily deranged when his houseboy deserted him for an English pastry cook. I was myself the Reuters man, as you may have gathered. Here are the boys cooking over campfires, quiet valley by a stream, calm young faces washed in the dawn before creation. The old phallic gods of Greece and the assassins of Alamout still linger in the Moroccan hills like sad pilots waiting to pick up survivors. The piper's tune drifts down a St. Louis street with the autumn leaves. On screen an old book with gilt edges. Written in golden script, The Wild Boys. A cold spring wind ruffles the pages. Weather boys with clouds and rainbows and northern lights in their eyes study the sky. Glider boys ride a blue flash sunset on wings of pink and rose and gold, laser guns shooting arrows of light. Roller skate boys turn slow circles in ruined suburbs, China blue half moon in the morning sky. Blue evening shadows in the old skating rink, smell of empty locker rooms and moldy jockstraps. A circle of boys sit on a gym mat, hands clasped around the knees. The boys are naked except for blue steel helmets. Eyes move in a slow circle from crotch to crotch, silent, intent. They converge on one boy, a thin dark youth, his face spattered with adolescent pimples. He is getting stiff. He steps to the center of the circle and turns around 3 times. He sits down, knees up, facing the empty space in the circle where he sat. He pivots slowly, looking at each boy in turn. His eyes lock with one boy. A fluid click, a drop of lubricant squeezes out the tip of his phallus. He lies back, his head on a leather cushion. The boy selected kneels in front of the other, studying his genitals. He presses the tip open and looks at it through a lens of lubricant. He twists the tight nuts, gently runs a slow, precise finger up and down the shaft, drawing lubricant along the divide line, feeling for sensitive spots in the tip. The boy who is being masturbated rocks back, hugging knees against his chest. The circle of boys sits silent, lips parted, watching faces calm to razor sharpness. The boy quivers, transparent, suffused with blue light, the pearly glands and delicate chordal tracings of his backbone exposed. A naked boy on perilous wings soars over a blue chasm. The air is full of wings, gliders launched from skis and sleds and skates, flying bicycles, sky blue gliders with painted birds, an air schooner billowing white sails stabilized by autogyros. Boys climb in the rigging and wave from fragile decks. Boy on a bicycle with autogyro wings sails off a precipice and floats slowly down into a valley of cobblestone streets and deep blue canals. In a golf course sand pit, hissing snake boys twist in slow copulations guarded by a ring of cobras. The legend of the wild boys spread and boys from all over the world ran away to join them. Wild boys appeared in the mountains of Mexico, the jungles of South American and Southeastern Asia. Bandit country, guerrilla country, is wild boy country. The wild boys exchange drugs, weapons, skills on a worldwide network. Some wild boy tribes travel constantly, taking the best cannabis seeds to the Amazon and bringing back cuttings of the yahe vine for the jungles of Southern Asia and Central Africa. Exchange of spells and potions. A common language based on variable transliteration of a simplified hieroglyphic script is spoken and written by the wild boys. In remote dream rest areas, the boys fashion these glyphs from wood, metal, stone and pottery. Each boy makes his own picture set. See chest in an attic room, blue wallpaper, ship scenes, copies of adventure and amazing stories, a .22 pump action rifle on the wall. A boy opens the chest and takes out the words one by one, the erect phallus, which means in wild boy script as it does in Egyptian to stand before or in the presence of, To confront to regard attentively, a phallic statue of ebony with star sapphire eyes, a tiny opal set in the tip of the phallus. Two wooden statues face each other in a yellow oak rocking chair. The boy statues are covered with human skin tanned in ambergris, carbolic soap, rose petals, rectal mucus, smoked in hashish and burning leaves. A yellow-haired boy straddles a copper-skinned Mexican, feet braced muscles carved in orgasm. An alabaster boy lights up blue inside, piper boy with a music box, roller skate boy of blue slate with a Bowie knife in his hand, a postcard world of streams, freckled boy, blue outhouses covered with morning glory and rose vines where the boys jack off on July afternoons, shimmers in a Geisen painting, little peep shows, flickering silver titles, others with colors and odors and raw naked flesh, tight nuts crinkle to autumn leaves, blue chasms, a flight of birds. These word objects travel on the trade routes from hand to hand. The wild boys see, touch, taste, smell the words. Shrunken head of a CIA man, a little twisted sentry, his face cyanide blue. A highly placed narcotics official tells a grim president, the wild boy thing is a cult based on drugs, depravity and violence more dangerous than the hydrogen bomb. At a long workbench in the skating rink, boys tinker with tiny jet engines for their skates. They forge and grind 18-inch Bowie knives bolting on handles of ebony in the ironwoods of South America that must be worked with metal tools. The roller skate boys swerve down a wide palm-lined avenue into a screaming blizzard of machine gun bullets, sun glinting on their knives and helmets, lips parted, eyes blazing. They slice through a patrol snatching guns in the air. Jungle workbench under a thatched roof, a 10-foot blowgun with telescopic sights operated by compressed air. Tiny blowguns with darts no bigger than a mosquito sting tipped with serum jaundice and strange fevers. In houseboats, basements, dens, tree houses, caves, and lofts the wild boys fashion their weapons. A short double-edged knife bolted to a strong spring whipped back and forth slices to the bone. Chris with a battery vibrator in the handle. Karate sticks, a knob of ironwood protrudes between the first and second fingers and from each end of the fist. Loaded gloves and knuckle dusters, crossbows and guns powered by thick rubber sliced from an inner tube. These guns shoot a lead slug fed in from a magazine above the launching carriage. Quite accurate up to 20 yards, a cyanide injector shaped like a pistol. The needle is unscrewed from the end of the barrel, the pistol cocked by drawing back a spring attached to the plunger. A sponge soaked in cyanide solution is inserted, the needle screwed back in place. When the trigger releases the spring, a massive dose of cyanide is squeezed into the flesh, causing instant death. When not in use, the needle is capped by a Buck Rogers death ray, cyanide darts and knives with hollow perforated blades, a flintlock pistol loaded with crushed glass and cyanide crystals. Catboys fashion claws sewn into heavy leather gloves that are strapped around the wrist and forearm, the incurving hollow claws packed with cyanide paste. The boys in green jockstraps wait in a tree for the jungle patrol. They leap down on the soldiers, deadly claws slashing, digging in. Boys collect the weapons from twisted blue hands. They wash off blood and poison in a stream and pass around a kiff pipe. Snake boys in fishskin jockstraps wade out of the bay. Each boy has a venomous speckled sea snake coiled around his arm. They move through scrub and palm to an electric fence that surrounds the officers' club. Through flowering shrubs, Americans can be seen in the swimming pool blowing and puffing. The boys extend their arms through the fence, index finger extended. The snakes drop off and glide toward the swimming pool. A jungle patrol in Angola. Suddenly black mambas streak down from trees on both sides of their path, mouths open, fangs striking necks and arms lashing up from the ground. Mamba boys black as obsidian with mamba skin jockstraps and Chris glide forward. 5 naked boys release cobras above a police post. As the snakes glide down, the boys move their heads from side to side. Phalluses sway and stiffen. The boys snap their heads forward, mouths open, and ejaculate. Strangled cries from the police box. Faces impassive, the boys wait until their erections subside. Boys sweep a cloud of bubonic fleas like a net with tiny black knots into an enemy camp. A baby and semen black market flourished in the corrupt border cities, and we recruited male infants from birth. You could take your boyfriend's sperm to market, contact a broker who would arrange to inseminate medically inspected females. 9 months later, the male crop was taken to one of the remote peaceful communes behind the front lines. A whole generation arose that had never seen a woman's face nor heard a woman's voice. In clandestine clinics, fugitive technicians experimented with test tube babies and cuttings. Brad and Greg got out just under a terminate with extreme prejudice order, and here is their clinic in the marsh on Tangier. Laughing, comparing a line of boys jack off into test tubes. Here is a boy on his way to the cutting room. Brad and Greg explain they are going to take a cutting from the rectum, very small and quite painless, and the more excited he is when they take the cutting, better chance there is that the cutting will make. They arrange him on a table with his knees up, rubber slings behind the knees to keep him spread, and turn an orgone funnel on his ass and genitals. Then Brad slips a vibrating cutting tube up him. These are in hard rubber and plastic perforated with pinpoint holes. Inside is a rotary knife operated from the handle. When the ring expands, it forces bits of the lining through the holes, which are then clipped off by the knife. Brad switches on the vibrator. The boy's pubic hairs crackle with blue sparks, tight nuts pop, egg blue worlds in air. Some boys red out, rose red, delicate seashell pinks come rainbows and northern lights. Here are 50 boys in one ward room, bent over, hands on knees, on all fours, legs up. Greg throws the master switch. The boys writhe and squirm, leap about like lemurs, eyes blazing blue chasms, semen pulsing sparks of light. Little phantom figures dance on their bodies, slide up and down their pulsing cocks, and ride the cutting tubes. Little boy without a navel in a 1920 classroom. He places an apple on the teacher's desk. "I am giving you back your apple, teacher." He walks over to the blackboard and rubs out the word mother. Flanked by Brad and Greg, he steps to the front of the stage and takes a bow to an audience of cheering boys eating peanuts and jacking off. Now the cuttings are no longer needed. The boys create offspring known as Zimbas. Brad and Greg have retired to a remote YMCA. Zimbas are created after a battle when the forces of evil are in retreat. The first to receive attention were those so seriously wounded that they could not live. A red-haired boy who had been shot through the liver was quickly stripped of bikini and sandals and propped up in a sitting position. Since they believe that the spirit leaves through the back of the head, a recumbent position is considered unfavorable. The pack stood around the dying boy in a circle, and a technician deftly removed the helmet. I saw then that the helmet was an intricate piece of electronic equipment. The technician took an 18-inch cylinder from a leather carrying case. The cylinder is made up of alternate layers of thin iron and human skin taken from the genitals of slain enemies. In the center of the cylinder is an iron tube which protrudes slightly from one end. The tube was brought within a few inches of the boy's wound. This has the effect of reducing pain or expediting the healing of a curable wound. Pain-killing drugs are never used since the cell blanketing effect impedes departure of the spirit. Now a yoke was fitted over the boy's shoulders, and what looked like a diving helmet was placed over his head. This helmet, covered with leather on the outside, is in two pieces, one piece covering the front of the head, the other the back. The technician made an adjustment, and suddenly the back section shot back to the end of the yoke where it was caught and held by metal catches. Two sections are of magnetized iron inside the technician, adjusting the direction of magnetic flow so that by a repelling action the two sections spring apart, pushing the spirit out the back of the head. The flow is then reversed so that the two sections are pulling toward each other but held apart. This pulls the spirit out. A luminous haze like heat waves was quite visibly draining out the boy's head. The dancing boys who had gathered in a circle around the dying boy began playing their flutes, a haunting melody of panpipes, train whistles and lonely sightings as the haze shot up into the afternoon sky. The body went limp and the boy was dead. I saw this process repeated a number of times. When the dying had been separated from their bodies by this device, those with curable wounds were treated. The cylinder was brought within an inch of the wound and moved up and down. I witnessed the miracle of almost immediate healing. A boy with a great gash in his thigh was soon hobbling about the wound, looking as if it had been received some weeks before. The firearms were divided among the dancing boys and attendants. The boys busied themselves skinning the genitals of the slain soldiers, pegging the skins out and rubbing in pastes and unguents for curing. They butchered the younger soldiers, removing the heart and liver and bones for food, and carted the cadavers some distance from the camp. These chores accomplished, the boys spread out rugs and lit hashish pipes. The warriors were stripped by their attendants, massaged and rubbed with musk. The setting sun bathed their lean bodies in a red glow as the boys gave way to an orgy of lust. Two boys would take their place in the center of the rug and copulate to drums surrounded by a circle of silent naked onlookers. I observed 15 or 20 of these circles, copulating couples standing, kneeling, on all fours, faces wrapped and empty. The odor of semen and rectal mucus filled the air. When one couple finished, another would take its place. No words were spoken, only the shuddering gasps and the pounding drums. A yellow haze hovered over the quivering bodies as the frenzied flesh dissolved in light. I noticed that a large blue tent had been set up and that certain boys designated by the attendants retired to this tent and took no part in the orgy. As the sun sank, the exhausted boys slept in naked heaps. The moon rose and boys began to stir and light fires. Here and there hashish pipes glowed. The smell of cooking meat drifted through the air as the boys roasted the livers and hearts of the slain soldiers and made broth from the bones. Desert thistles shone silver in the moonlight. The boys formed a circle in a natural amphitheater that sloped down to a platform of sand. On this platform they spread a round blue rug about 8 feet in diameter. The 4 directions were indicated on this rug by arrows and its position was checked against a compass. The rug looked like a map crisscrossed with white lines and shaded in striations of blue from the lightest egg blue to blue-black. The musicians formed an inner circle around the rug playing on their flutes the haunting tune that had sped the dying on their way. Now one of the boys who had taken no part in the recent orgy stepped forward onto the rug. He stood there naked, sniffing, quivering, head thrown back, scanning the night sky. He stepped to the north and beckoned with both hands. He repeated the same gesture to the southeast and west. I noticed that he had a tiny blue copy of the rug tattooed on each buttock. He knelt in the center of the rug, studying the lines and patterns, looking from the rug to his genitals. His phallus began to stir and stiffen. He leaned back until his face was turned to the sky. Slowly he raised both hands, palms up, and his hands drew a blue mist from the rug. He turned his hands over, palms down, and slowly lowered them, pulling blue down from the sky. A pool of color swirled about his thighs. The mist ran into a vague shape as the color shifted from blue to pearly gray, pink, and finally red. A red being was now visible in front of the boy's body, lying on his back, knees up, transparent thighs on either side of his flanks. The boy knelt there studying the red shape, his eyes molding the body of a red-haired boy. Slowly he placed his hands behind knees that gave it his touch and moved them up to trembling ears of red smoke. A red boy was lying there, buttocks spread, the rectum a quivering rose that seemed to breathe, the body clearly outlined but still transparent. Slowly the boy penetrated the phantom body. I could see his penis inside the other, and as he moved in and out the soft red gelatin clung to his penis, thighs and buttocks, young skin taking shape, legs in the air kicking spasmodically, a red face on the rug, lips parted, the body always more solid. The boy leaned forward and fastened his lips to the other, mouth spurting sperm inside, and suddenly the red boy was solid, buttocks quivering against the boy's groin as they breathed in and out of each other's lungs, locked together, the red body solid from the buttocks and penis to the twitching feet. They remained there quivering for 30 seconds. A red mist steamed off the red boy's body. I could see freckles and leg hairs. Slowly the boy withdrew his mouth. A red-haired boy lay there breathing deeply, eyes closed. The boy withdrew his penis, straightened the red knees, and laid the newborn Zimbu on his back. Now 2 attendants stepped forward with a litter of soft leather. Carefully they lifted the Zimbu onto the litter and carried him to the blue tent. Another boy stepped onto the rug. He stood in the center of the rug and leaned forward, hands on knees, his eyes following the lines and patterns. His penis stiffened. He stood upright and walked to the 4 directions, lifting his hands each time and saying one word I did not catch. A little wind sprang up that stirred the boy's pubic hairs and played over his body. He began to dance to the flutes and drums, and as he danced a blue will-o'-the-wisp took shape in front of him, shifting from one side of the rug to the other. The boy spread out his hands. The will-o'-the-wisp tried to dodge past, but he caught it and brought his arms together, pulling the blue shape against him. The color shifted from blue to pearly gray streaked with brown. His hands were stroking a naked flank and caressing a penis out of the air, buttocks flattened against his body as he moved in fluid gyrations, lips parted, teeth bared. A brown body solid now ejaculated in shuddering gasps, sperm hitting the rug left white streaks and spots that soaked into the crisscross of white lines. The boy held the Zimbu up, pressing his chest in and out with his own breathing quivering to the blue tattoo. The Zimbu shuddered and ejaculated again. He hung limp in the other's arms. The attendants stepped forward with another litter. The Zimbu was carried away to the blue tent. A boy with mongoloid features steps onto the rug playing a flute to the 4 directions. As he plays, phantom figures swirl around him, taking shape out of moonlight, campfires and shadows. He kneels in the center of the rug playing his flute faster and faster. The shape of a boy on hands and knees is forming in front of him. He puts down his flute. His hands mold and knead the body in front of him, pulling it against him with stroking movements that penetrate the pearly gray shape, caressing it inside. The body shudders and quivers against him as he forms the buttocks around his penis, stroking silver genitals out of the moonlight, gray, then pink, and finally red, the mouth parted in a gasp, shuddering genitals out of the moon's haze, a pale blonde boy spurting thighs and buttocks and young skin. The flute player kneels, their arms wrapped tightly around the Zimbu's chest, breathing deeply until the Zimbu breathes with his own breathing quivering to the blue tattoo. The attendants step forward and carry the pale blonde Zimbu to the blue tent. A tall boy black as ebony steps onto the rug. He scans the sky. He walks around the rug 3 times. He walks back to the center of the rug. He brings both hands down and shakes his head. The music stops. The boys drift away. It was explained to me that the ceremony I had just witnessed was performed after a battle in case any of the boys who had just been killed wished to return, and that those who had lost their hands might wish to do since the body is born whole. However, most of the spirits would have gone to the Blue Desert of Silence. They might want to return later, and the wild boys made periodic expeditions to the Blue Desert. The Zimbus sleep in the blue tent. Picture in an old book with gilt edges. The picture is framed with roses intertwined, two bodies stuck together, pale wraith of a blonde boy, lips parted, full moon, a circle of boys in silver helmets, naked, knees up. Under the picture in gold letters. Birth of a Zimbu. Boy with a flute charming a body out of the air. I turn the page. Boy with mongoloid features is standing on a circular rug. He looks down at his stiffening phallus. A little wind stirs his pubic hairs. Buttocks tight, curving inward at the bottom of the two craters, a round blue tattoo miniature of the rug on which he stands. I turn the page. A boy is dancing. Will-o'-the-wisp dodges in front of him. I turn the page. Will-o'-the-wisp in his arms, gathering outline, luminous blue eyes trembling, buttocks flattened against his body, holding the Zimbu tight against his chest. His breathing serves as the Zimbu's lungs until his breathing is his own, quivering to the blue tattoo. Children of lonely sightings, roses, afternoon sky. I turn the pages. Dawn shirt framed in roses, dawn wind between his legs, distant lips. The penny arcade peep show. 1. A copper coil going away, pulling Audrey's flesh out in a stream of yellow light, flash of showers, buttocks soap, you can see the hair on legs, whispering phallic shadows in the locker room. Wanna feel something nice, Audrey? Milky smell of phantom sperm. 2. Two copper coils going away, peeling layers of old photos like dead skin. Treehouse on a bluff over the valley. On closer inspection, it is seen to be a reconstructed houseboat firmly moored between the branches of a giant oak and secured by anchor chains to an overhead branch. Branches swaying in the wind give the boat a slight roll. Standing at the wheel, Audrey looks out across a postcard valley, stream winding by a village of brick houses and slate roofs, a distant train. Kiki, the Mexican boy who lives down by the railroad tracks, helped Audrey assemble the boat. There is a kitchen and shower. Often the boys spend weekends there. Kiki rolls cigarettes from a weed that grows along the tracks. Smoking these cigarettes makes Audrey laugh and get stiff at the same time. Flower smell of young hard-ons, the two boys under the shower. Kiki kissed Audrey on the mouth and slid a soapy finger up his ass, whispering the finger's question. After that, Audrey used to bend over the wheel, Kiki pumping him out across the afternoon sky. 3. Three copper coils going away. A red-haired boy called Pinky came to live in the village. His father was a painter and the boy made sketches and watercolors. Audrey has invited Pinky up to the tree house to spend the night. Going up the ladder to the boat, Kiki gooses Pinky with his middle finger. The boy blushes and laughs nervously. In the boat, the boys wash their dusty feet under the shower. They peel oranges and drink whistle. Kiki passes around a weed cigarette. He squints at Pinky through the smoke and asks an abrupt question. Pinky looks down at his bare feet, blushing. Yeah. Sometimes. Is the hair around your dick red? Sure. Take down your pants and show us. You guys too. You first. All right. Pinky takes off his shirt. Grinning, he drops his pants and shorts and stands there flushed with excitement as his swaying cock stiffens. Kiki and Audrey strip. Sunlight in pubic hairs, red, black, yellow. Kiki touches Pinky's crotch with gentle, precise fingers. Come up here and steer, Pinky. He leads Pinky to the wheel. Bend over and wrap your arms around it. That's right. Spread your legs apart. Trembling Pinky obeys. As Audrey watches, Kiki parts the buttocks, rubbing Vaseline around the exposed rectum. Pinky sighs deeply and his ass opens as if a pink mollusk had surfaced in the quivering flesh. All yours, Audrey. Audrey, his blue eyes shining, moves behind Pinky. Kiki would never let him. This will be his first time. Can see the red ass hairs, the soft flesh sucks him in, playing with Pinky's tight nuts, running his finger lightly up and down the shaft. Pinky whimpers and wriggles against him, Kiki's fingers prying Audrey's buttocks apart as Kiki squirms forward. 4. Four copper coils going away, seen from above as a Saturday Evening Post cover. Pinky waves to a distant train. Audrey laughed in the afternoon sky. Was a window of laughter shook the valley. 1. A copper coil coming in spatters Audrey's naked body with little bubbles of light that break and tingle. His ass opens in a stream of yellow light. Laughter jumps, phallic shadows, sun licks flesh, naked legs whispering light. 2. Two copper coils coming in. Let's see you naked. He licks his lips, feeling the locker room pressure in his groin, out of control knowing, drops his pants and shorts, swaying cock stiffens, eyes shining, sketches and watercolors. His ass opens, a pink wheel soft clinging. Audrey has him to the hilt. 3. Three copper coils coming in. Didn't I see you at Weber's Post? Bleakly clear, I am the boy as a child lying naked on his underwear, rubbing himself. My room and me, their faded pink curtains, yellow wallpaper. 3 sketches. Flesh opens a silent door. 4. Four copper coils coming in. We're going to give you the last boy. Yellow light, late afternoon, rubbing himself. My room and me, there dropped his pants and shorts, eyes shining, excitement. Didn't I see you at Weber's Post? Bleakly clear, I am the boy. Figure on the postcard, road faded down a street of memories, blue light, frayed sky. You see this? Demon on a stained silent door, all yours Audrey. Treehouse color pictures can see the red ass hairs buttocks carbolic soap in a stream down the shaft. Two boys laughing makes me think back. Child rubbing his pants. Pressure the swaying pink curtains and yellow wallpaper. Afternoon hills. This whispering dust. Seashells in an attic room. Face seen from a train. Maybe the last boy. The setting sun lights Audrey's dead burnt out face. Colonel Bradley advised me to contact the roller skate and bicycle gangs operating in the suburbs of Casablanca. They are close enough to the regular guerrilla units so you can orient yourself. Through them you can arrange the special training necessary to contact the more inaccessible groups. Some of the wild boys do not talk at all. Others have developed cries, songs, words as weapons. Words that cut like buzzsaws. Words that vibrate the entrails to jelly. Cold strange words that fall like icy nets on the mind. Virus words that eat the brain to muttering shreds. Idiot tunes that stick in the throat round and round night and day. Hear me is, 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 hear me is. Ever hear the CIA talking baby talk? Ever seen narcotics agents hula hooping to idiot mambo? Ever seen a China watcher clawing at the words in his throat? It gives you a funny feeling. You need special training to contact those boys. When you get to Casa, go to the Café Azar on Niño Perdido where the old Fell Bridge Hotel used to be. The shoeshine boy is your contact there. He is known as the Dib. Owing to the shortage of petrol, there is no air service and very few cars on the ground. More primitive methods of transport have come back into use: stagecoaches, balloons, camel and mule trains, litters, rickshaws, covered wagons. There are a few steam railways in operation privately owned by the rich who live in feudal splendor on vast estates. When you want to travel, you go to the travel pool, a square surrounded by inns and brothels. You look around. There is always some way of getting where you want to go. Here is a steam truck that looks as if it will explode without more ado. I give it a wide berth. There are several obviously lethal rocket ships, a band of 20 Swedes with rucksacks on their way to the Atlas Mountains, a mule train of guerrillas headed for Guillemine. A commander with yachting cap supervises a lethargic Arab who is sewing patches on his balloon. We've got a jolly good south wind coming up, he tells me. I decide to chance the commander's balloon and settle down at a nearby inn for a long wait. About 4 in the afternoon his Arab wheels out a gas cylinder and by 5 the balloon is ready and we cast off. The balloon leaks audibly and the commander reels about in the basket dead drunk smoking a cigar. The leak brings us down 50 miles north of Casa. I leave the commander there and take a stagecoach the rest of the way. The Penny Arcade Peep Show. The Chicago atomic scientists insist that the atom bomb should not be used under any circumstances. The atom bomb explodes over Hiroshima, spreading radioactive particles. The old tycoon sat on a high balcony in a deck chair, his dark glasses glinting enigmatically in the afternoon sun. He was obsessed with immortality and spent vast sums on secret research. He didn't intend to share it with any groveling peasants. Serums, replacements of worn-out parts, were only a makeshift reprieve. He wanted more than that. He wanted to live forever. If the speed of light could be achieved or approached. He was impatient with scientists who said this was impossible. I don't pay them to tell me what they can't do. Why a rocket with enough push behind it? He did not like to hear the word death spoken in his presence, and suddenly boyish voices were singing "The worms crawl in and the worms crawl out." He looked up to see a fleet of gliders drifting toward him on the afternoon wind, piloted by youths in skeleton suits. Silver arrows rained from the sky. Audrey was in an eastern market. Steep wooden ramps sloped dizzily down like a roller coaster lined with fruit and vegetable stalls. He was sitting at the wheel of a heavy wooden cart with iron wheels and bumper. The cart picked up speed, crashing into stalls, spilling fruit and vegetables which rolled down the ramp. Dogs and chickens and children scattered out from under his wheels. I don't care who I run into, he thought. He was possessed by an ugly spirit of destroying speed. He caught sight of a large cobra by the side of the ramp and swerved to run over it. Writhing fragments flew up in his face. He screamed. Armored cars, sirens screaming, converge on a rocket installation. Too late. The rocket blasts off, a mad tycoon at the controls. The earth blows up behind him. As his ship rides the blast he screams, "Hi-ho Silver Yuppie." He is riding ahead of a posse tossing sticks of dynamite over his shoulder. Sharp smell of wheats from old westerns. House of the general, city of Risht in northern Persia, 1023 AD. The general is poring over maps as he plans an expedition against Alamout. The old man of the mountain represented for the general pure demonic evil. Certainly this man had committed the terrible sin referred to in the Quran of aspiring to be God. The whole Ishmaelian sect was a perfect curse, hidden, lurking, ready to strike, defying all authority. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Blasphemy, the general screamed, starting to his feet. Man is made to submit and obey. Acting out a final confrontation with his Satan, he paces the room fingering the jeweled handle of his sword. He cannot return to his maps. Still muttering imprecations, he steps into the garden. Under the orange trees an old man is cutting weeds, stopping from time to time to hone his knife on a stone, hands like brown silk, unhurried and steady. He has worked there as a gardener for 10 years and the general has stopped seeing him years ago. He is as much a part of the garden as the orange trees and the irrigation ditch flashing like a sword in sun. The house of the general is built on a high hill. Orange groves, date palms, rose bushes, pools and opium poppies stretch down to massive walls. The Caspian Sea gleams in the distance. But the general can find no peace in his garden today. The old man peers at this through the orange leaves with laughing blue eyes and stabs up at him from the irrigation ditch. Forgetting the presence of his servant, the general raises his clenched fist to a distant mountain and screams, "Satan, I will destroy you forever." Squatting in front of the sharpening stone, the old gardener tests the edge of his blade against his thumb. The old gardener tested the edge of 10 years' unhurried eyes, seeing the general long ago in a blaze of white light. He straightens up with all the power of his bent knees thrusting up under the ribcage, knife seeking a distant point beyond the general's sagging body, his knife flashing like a compass needle straight from Alamout. The wild boys smile. June 25, 1988, Casablanca, 4 p.m. The Café Azar was on a rundown suburban street you could find in Fort Worth, Texas. Café Azar in red letters on plate glass, the interior hidden from the street by faded pink curtains. Inside, a few Europeans and Arabs drinking tea and soft drinks. The shoeshine boy came over and pointed to my shoes. He was naked except for a dirty white jockstrap and leather sandals. His head was shaved and a tuft of hair sprouted from the crown. His face had been beautiful at some other time and place, now broken and twisted by altered pressure, the teeth stuck out at angles, features wrenched out of focus, body emaciated by distant hungers. He sat on his box and looked up at me, squinting, snub-nosed, legs sprawled apart, one finger scratching his jock. The skin was white as paper, hairs black and shiny lay flat on his skinny legs. As he shined my shoes with deft, precise movements, his body gave off a dry, musty smell. In one corner of the room I saw a green curtain in front of which 2 boys were undressing. The corner was apparently at a level below the cafe floor, since I could not see their legs below the knee. One of the boys had stripped to pink underwear sticking out straight at the fly. The other patrons paid no attention to this tableau. The boy jerked his head toward the 2 actors who were now fucking in upright position, lips parted in silent gasps. He put a finger to one eye and shook his head. The others could not see the boys. I handed the boy a coin. He checked the date and nodded. The dib checked the date of Nettle's feet twisted by the altered disc. "Long time nobody used jump," he said, leg hairs covered with mold. The gun jumping, crumpled, twisted body, his face floating there, the soldier's identification card and skinny in picture. I was too. He pointed to his thin body. He picked up his box. I followed him through the cafe. When I walk with the dib they can't see me. Buttocks were smooth and white as old ivory. The corner of the green curtain was a sunken limestone square 2 steps down from the cafe floor, dry musty smell of empty waiting rooms, a worn wood bench along one wall. Embedded in the stone floor was an iron disc about 5 feet in diameter, degrees and numbers cut in its edges, brass arrows indicating N, S, E, W. This compass floated on a hydraulic medium. In the center of the disc a marine compass occupied a teakwood socket. 2 pairs of sandals worn smooth and black mounted on spring stilts 8 inches in height were spaced 18 inches apart so that 2 people standing in the sandals would be one behind the other, the center of the disc and the marine compass exactly between them. The springs were bolted to pistons which projected on shafts from the iron disc. The sandals were at different levels. Evidently they could be adjusted by raising or lowering the shafts. At a sign from the boy I stripped off my clothes, smooth hands guided by film tracks. I was to bend over and brace my hands on my knees. The boy reached in his box and took out a tape measure that ended in a little knob. He measured the distance from my rectum to the floor. With a round key which fitted into locks in the support shafts he adjusted the level of the 2 pairs of sandals on the spring stilts. He stood up and stripped off his jockstrap, scraping erection. He mounted 1 pair of spring stilts and strapped his feet into the sandals, poised on the springs, nuts tight and precise as bearings. His phallus projected needle of the compass. The disc turned until it was facing the green curtain, which moved slightly as if it might cover an opening, arrows indicating N, S, E, Feet a taste of metal in the mouth 18 penis floated I stepped in the sandals from behind knees his skinny arms and I was seeing the take from outside at different levels soft machine my ass a rusty cylinder pearly glands electric click blue sparks my spine into his I bend over and brace vibrating on the springs iron smell of rectal mucus streaking across the sky a wrench spurting soft tracks a distant gun jumping the soldier's identification disc covered with mold his smile across tears of pain squinting up at me snub-nosed hands at the crotch worn metal smell of the gun as my feet touched the iron disc a soft shock tingled up my legs to the crotch. The penis floated. I stepped onto the stilts in front of the boy and he adjusted the straps from behind. I bent over and braced my hands on my knees. He hooked his skinny arms under my shoulders leg hairs twisted together a slow greased pressure and I was seeing the take from outside transparent soft machine as a rusty cylinder phallus a piston pumping the pearly glands blue sparks and my spine clicked back into his then forward his head and mine eyes steering through a maze of turnstiles. Stop. Click. Start. Stop. Click. Start streaking across the sky a smear of pain gun jumping out trees weed-grown tracks rusty identification disc covered with mold. Click. Green Pullman curtain. Click. You wanna see something? Click. Penis floated. Click. Distant 1920 wind and dust. Click. Bits of silver paper in a wind across the park. Click. Summer afternoon on car seat to the thin brown knees. Click. His smile across the golf course. Click. 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 See on back what I mean each time placed him jerky far away. The curtain stirs slightly. Click. Sharp smell of weeds. The curtain was gone. The feeling in my stomach when a fast elevator stops as we landed in a stone kiosk by an abandoned railroad dried shit urine initials. Kilroy jacked off here B. J. Martin D&D. When Luger Parafollerkey NS? ADKJD. We unlaced our feet and stepped down from the springs. The disc was rusty and rust had stained the stone around its edges. Long time nobody used jump the boy said pointing. I saw my clothes in a corner covered with mold. The boy shook his head and handed me a white jockstrap from his box. Clothes no good here. Easy see clothes. Very hard see this. He pointed to his thin body. Then I felt the thirst my body dry and brittle as a dead leaf. Jump take your last water meester. We find spring. Above the kiosk was a steep hillside. The boy made his way through brush that seemed to move aside for him leaving a tunnel of leaves. He dropped on his knees and parted a tangle of vines. A deep black spring flowed from a limestone cleft. We scooped up clear cold water with our hands. The boy wiped his mouth. From the hillside we could see a railroad bridge, a stream, ruined suburbs. This bad place meester. Patrols out here. The boy reached into his box and brought out 2 packages of oiled paper tied with cord. He undid the cord and unwrapped 2 snub-nosed .38 revolvers the hammers filed off, the grips cut short, the checked walnut stocks worn smooth. The revolvers could only be used double action. The grip came to the middle of my palm held precisely in place by 2 converging mounds of hard flesh like part of my hand. The boy pointed with his revolver indicating the path we were going to take into the town under the bridge along the stream. There was no sign of life in the town ruined villas overgrown with vines empty cafes and courtyards. The boy led the way. He would move forward in a burst of speed for 50 feet or so then stop poised sniffing quivering. We were walking along a path by a white wall. Down meester. A burst of machine gun fire ripped into the wall. I threw myself into a ditch full of nettles. Pain poured out my arm like a fire hose gun jumping. 3 soldiers about 40 feet away crumpled twisted and fell. The boy got up blowing smoke from his gun barrel body covered with red welts. In a burst of speed his feet reached the bodies. I had fired twice. He had fired 4 times. Every bullet had found a vital spot. One soldier lay on his back legs twisted under him a hole in the middle of his forehead. Another was still alive twitching convulsively as blood spurted from a neck wound. The third had been shot 3 times in the stomach. He lay face down hands clasped over his stomach, his machine gun still smoking 3 yards away white smoke curling up from the grass. It was a subdivision street, lawns, palm trees, bungalows built along one side vacant lot opposite could have been Palm Beach, Florida empty 10 years weeds palm branches in the driveways, windows broken, no sign of life. The boy went through pockets with expert fingers, a knife, identification papers, cigarettes, a packet of Kiv. 2 of the soldiers had been carrying carbines the third a submachine gun. No good check rescun the boy said and kicked it aside after unclipping the magazine. The carbines he propped against a palm tree. We dragged the bodies into a ditch. The pressure of pain lent maniac power and precision to our movements. We rushed about dragging palm branches to heap on the bodies. We couldn't stop. We found a Christmas tree, bits of silver paper twisted in its brown needles, and heaved it over onto the dead soldiers. We paused, panting, shivering, and looked at each other. Spots boiled in front of my eyes, blood pounded to neck and crotch, feeling the strap tighten, hot squeezing pressure inside stomach, intestines, a muffled explosion as scalding diarrhea spurted down the backs of our trembling thighs. The Boy Scout manual floated across summer afternoons. The boy's cracked, broken film voice seeing the take from outside the shelf. I rummaged in the shelf, knew what I was looking for along a flagstone path, feet like blocks of wood trailing black oily shit. This must be the kitchen door, open rusty electric stove, moldy chili dishes, food container, silver paper. Knew what I was looking for, rummaged in the shelves, fingers numb, wet, dream tension in my crotch, and I knew there was not much time. Found a can of baking powder, emptied it into a porcelain fruit bowl, painted roses, no water, silver pies choking in a red haze. Not much time. Out into the ruined garden, fish pond, stagnant water, green slime. A frog jumped. The boy was tearing at his jock strap. I sat down and slipped my strap off, strap halfway down his thighs, cock flipped out stiff. He lost balance, fell on his side. I pulled the strap down off his feet. He turned on his back, knees up, body arched, pulled together, spurted neck to messant, choking. I dipped water and green slime into the bowl with both hands, mixed a paste, slapped the paste on both sides of his neck and down the chest to the heart, ejaculated across his quivering stomach. I dipped more paste, held it to the sides of my throbbing neck, then down the chest. I could breathe now, easier to move. More paste down the boy's stomach and thighs to the feet, turned him over and rubbed the paste down his back where the nettles had whipped great welts across the back. He sighed, simpered, body went limp and emptied again. I stood up and rubbed the paste over my body. The pain was going and the numbness. I flopped down beside the boy and fell into a deep sleep. 5 Indian youths accompanied us from the village in the capacity of guides. Actually, they seemed quite ignorant of the country we were traversing and spent much of their time hunting with an old muzzle-loading shotgun, more hazardous to the hunters than the quarry. 5 days out of Kandiru in the headwaters of the Babon Sasshole, they managed to wound a deer. Chasing the wounded animal in wild excitement, they ran through a patch of nettles. They emerged covered from head to foot with pulsing welts whipped across red skins like dusky roses. Fortunately, they were wearing loincloths. Pain seemed to lend fleetness and energy to the pursuit, and they brought the deer down with another shot. They closed on the dying animal with shrill cries of triumph and severed its head with a machete. Quite suddenly they were silent, looking at each other, and with one accord were seized by uncontrollable diarrhea. They tore off their loincloths in a frenzy of lust, faces to mess and eyes swollen shut, threw themselves on the ground, ejaculating and defecating again and again. We watched, powerless to aid them, until the Chinese cook with rare presence of mind mixed baking powder into a thick paste with water. He applied this paste to the neck of the nearest youth and then down the chest to the heart. In this way he was able to save 2 of the youths, but the other 3 perished in erotic convulsions. As to whether the nettles were of a special variety or the symptoms resulted from an excess of formic acid circulated through the blood by exertion, I could not say. The prompt relief afforded by applying an alkaline paste would suggest that the symptoms resulted from some form of acid poisoning. Quote Greenbaum, early explorer. When we woke up the sun was setting. We were smeared with a dried paste of shit, baking powder and green slime as if anointed for some ceremony or sacrifice. We found soap in the kitchen and washed off the crusted paste, feeling rather like molting snakes. We dined on vichyssoise, cold crab meat and brandied peaches. The boy refused to sleep in the house, saying simply that it was very bad place. So we dragged a mattress to the garage and slept there, the carbines ready, a snub-nosed .38 by each hand. Never keep a pistol under your pillow where you have to reach up for it. Keep it down by your hand at the crotch. That way you can come up shooting right through the blanket. At dawn we set out through the ruined suburbs, no signs of life, the air windless and dead. From time to time the boy would stop sniffing like a dog. This way, Meester. We were walking down a long avenue littered with palm branches. Suddenly the air was full of robins, thousands of them settling in the ruined gardens, perching on the empty houses, splashing in bird baths full of rainwater. A boy on a red bicycle flashed past. He made a wide U-turn and pulled into the curb beside us. He was naked except for a red jockstrap, belt and flexible black shoes, his flesh red as terracotta, smooth poreless skin tied over the cheekbones, deep-set black eyes and a cask of black hair. At his belt was an 18-inch Bowie knife, with knuckle-duster handle. He said no word of greeting. He sat there, 1 foot on the curb, looking at the dib. His ears, which stuck out from the head, trembled slightly and his eyes glistened. He licked his lips and said 1 word in a language unknown to me. The dib nodded matter-of-factly. He turned to me. He very hot. Been riding 3 days. Fuck, now talk later. The boy propped his bicycle against the curb. He took off his belt and knife and dropped them on a bench. He sat down on the bench and shoved his jockstrap down over his shoes. His red cock flipped out stiff and lubricating. The boy stood up. Beneath thin red ribs his heart throbbed and pounded. The dib peeled off his jockstrap, scraping erection. He stepped out of the strap and tossed the boy a tin of Vaseline from his shoeshine box. The boy caught it and rubbed Vaseline on his cock, throbbing to his heartbeats. The dib stepped toward him and the boy caught him by the hips, turning him around. The dib parted his cheeks with both hands, leaning forward, and the red penis quivered into his flesh. Holding the dib's hips in both hands, the boy's body contracted, pulling together. His ears began to vibrate, lips parted from long yellow teeth, smooth and hard as old ivory. His deep-set black eyes lit up inside with red fire, and the hair stood up straight on his head. The dib's body arched, spurting pearly gobs in the stagnant sunlight. For a few seconds they shivered together, then the boy shoved the dib's body away as if he were taking off a garment. They went to a pool across a lawn, washed themselves, came back and put on their jockstraps. This Jimmy the Shrew. He messenger special delivery COD. They talked briefly in their language, which is transliterated from a picture language known to all wild boys in this area. He say time barrier ahead. Very bad. The shrew took a small flat box from his handlebar basket and handed it to the dib. He giving us film grenades. The dib opened the box and showed me 6 small black cylinders. The shrew got on his bicycle and rode away down the avenue and disappeared in a blaze of hibiscus. We walked on through the suburbs heading north. The houses were smaller and shabbier. A menace and evil hung in the empty streets like a haze, and the air was getting colder round the edges. We rounded a corner and a sharp wind spattered the dib's body with goose pimples. He sniffed uneasily. "We coming to bad place, Johnny. Need clothes. Let's see what we can find in here." There was a rambling ranch-style house, obviously built before the neighborhood had deteriorated. We stepped through a hedge and past a ruined barbecue pit. The side door was open. We were in a room that had served as an office. In a drawer of the desk the dib found a .38 snub-nosed revolver and box of shells. "We look," he cried, and popped his find into the shoeshine box. We went through the house like a whirlwind, the dib pulling out suits and sports coats from closets and holding them against his body in front of mirrors, opening drawers, snatching what he wanted and dumping the rest on the floor. His eyes shone and his excitement mounted as we rushed from room to room, throwing any clothes we might use onto beds and chairs and sofas. I felt a wet dream tension in my crotch, the dream of packing to leave with a few minutes to catch a boat and more drawers full of clothes to pack the boat, whistling in the harbor. As we stepped into a little guest room, the dib in front of me, I stroked his smooth white buttocks and he turned to me, rubbing his jock. "This make me very hot, meester." He sat down on the bed and pulled off his jockstrap and his cock flipped out, lubricating. "Wee," he said, and lay back on his elbows, kicking his feet. Jacking me off. I slipped off my strap and sat down beside him, rubbing the lubricant around the tip of his cock, and he went off in a few seconds. We took a shower and made a selection of clothes, or rather I made the selection, since the dib's taste ran to loud sports coats, wide ties and straw hats. I found a blue suit for him and he looked like a 1920 prep schoolboy on vacation. For myself I selected a gray Glen plaid and a green fedora. We packed the spare gun and extra shells into a briefcase with the film grenades the shrew had given us. Fish smells and dead eyes in doorways, shabby quarters of a forgotten city, streets half buried in sand. I was beginning to remember the pawn shops, guns and brass knucks in a dusty window, cheap rooming houses, chilly parlors, a cold wind from the sea. Police line ahead frisking 7 boys against a wall. Too late to turn back, they'd seen us. And then I saw the photographers, more photographers than a routine frisk would draw. I eased a film grenade into my hand. A cop stopped toward us. I pushed the plunger down and brought my hands up, tossing the grenade into the air. A black explosion blotted out the set and we were running down a dark street toward the barrier. We ran on and burst out of a black-silver mist into late afternoon sunlight on a suburban street, cracked pavements, sharp smell of weeds. The Penny Arcade peep show. Naked boys standing by a waterhole, savanna backdrop ahead of giraffe in the distance. The boys talk in growls and snarls, purrs and yipes and show their teeth at each other like wild dogs. 2 boys fuck standing up, squeezing back teeth bare, hair stands up on the ankles, ripples up the legs and goose pimples, they whine and whimper off. In the rotten flesh gardens languid boo-boo boys with black smiles scratch erogenous sores, diseased putrid sweet, their naked bodies steam of a sepia haze of nitrous choking vapors. Green lizard boy by a stagnant stream smiles and rubs his worn leather jockstrap with one slow finger. Dim street light on soiled clothes, boy stands there naked with his shirt in one hand, the other hand scratching his ass. 2 naked youths with curly black hair and pointed pan ears casting dice by a marble fountain. The loser bends over looking at his reflection in the pool. The winner poises behind him like a phallic god. He pries the smooth white buttocks apart with his thumbs. Lips curl back from sharp white teeth. Laughter shakes the sky. Glider boys drift down from the sunset on red wings and rain arrows from the sky. Slingshot boys glide in across a valley riding their black plastic wings like sheets of mica in the sunlight, torn clothes flapping hard red flesh. Each boy carries a heavy slingshot attached to his wrist by a leather thong. At their belts are leather pouches of round black stones. The roller skate boys sweep down a hill in a shower of autumn leaves. They slice through a police patrol. Blood spatters dead leaves in air. The screen is exploding in moon craters and boiling silver spots. Wild boys very close now. Darkness falls on the ruined suburbs. A dog barks in the distance. Dim jerky stars are blowing away across a gleaming empty sky. The wild boys smile. William S. Burroughs. August 17.